our speakers will share their opinions of the world, their opinions of the future, in the framework of what is most important right now. We'll have time for questions and we'll have time for summary. It'll take an hour, so I'm going to start off. I'll start with a short introduction, because the word victory and the world after victory inspires, of course. It enchants, entices. Talking about victory means we need victory. We need to seize this crime. We need to seize these murders. We need to seize these atrocities for each of us and for all of us, for Ukraine, Ukrainians, and not just Ukraine and not just Ukrainians. But it is obvious that we need victory to make the world better after our victory. It's a very easy question. I asked it to a couple of my former chiefs, older European bankers, prior to this conference. I asked them, will the world be a better place? All of these gray-haired people didn't answer me right away. After a pause, they told me, yes, the world will be a better place. Because after World War II, after World War I, societies in many countries and the leaders of many countries, they agreed on a better, safer, more economically beneficial order of the world, which was better than before the war. It does not justify the war in any way. But history is a testament to this fact. That's what the old bankers told me when I asked them about it. But we all know that the world became a better place not for long. And the new threats arose, and the new world wars arose, or local wars arose. And so my first question for these rapid fire: will the world be a better place? And if so, what will be the most significant geopolitical outcome? Security? Democracy? Smaller differentiation between the rich and poor? So what will be the axis of this development, of this improvement? Please, Natalie, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear guests. I'm the professor of the Tarashenko University. All this time, my students have been taking their classes from shelters, and they will be the ones who build this world. The people who are 17, 18, or 25 today, I really have a lot of hope in this generation. Critical thinking, ability to select, ability to choose, ability to refuse something you are not willing to accept, which might not be the smartest choice, but they're sure in their choices. And I'm convinced that the world will be different, better or worse, but different. But I really would love to live through my old age in the future that will be built by these young people. Yes, the world will be a better place. There will no longer be a Russian Empire in this world of the future. It is very significant, and that's why the world will be better and safer. And it will be safer not only here locally, but also in the Middle East, in Africa, in many places where Kremlin is stretching their hands. That's short-term perspective, 5 years, mid-term perspective, 20 years, the world will become either better or worse. It depends, because we are standing at a crossroads. It will depend on where we turn and where the world turns on these crossroads. We'll talk about that later today. I will try to narrow it down to us. And if I want to say that if we win in this war, it will be better for us. And we will be moving on to these new qualitative indexes that have never been seen before. We had never been convinced in our ability to defend ourselves. We have never before been convinced that we are able to take care of our land the way we want to. We had never been convinced that we are able to develop and protect our identity and culture. At the very end, this means that the next generations will be able to have the independence and the liberty to do whatever they want, not what they have to do. Thank you, Yevhen. I would like to take a second to draw your attention to the fact that Parag Hanna joined us. If you can hear us well, we would like to welcome you here from Ukraine. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear us? Yes. So we'll continue with the rapid fire here in this audience, and then we'll give the floor to you. I would like to let everybody know that we have translation into English, and I would like the speakers to use Ukrainian, and so there will be translation into English and back. So my second question. It will take a couple of minutes, so bear with me. Informational revolution that the Prime Minister has been talking about, we're really proud of. How digitalization is entering each of our worlds and how we are improving the quality of life through the digitalization. On the other hand, we are bearing witness to the fact that the use of digital technology and big data from retailer strategies has moved into political competition. There are a lot of election interference in other countries. There are people using digital means and digitalization of human behavior to zombify whole nations. We're bearing witness to the fact that a neighboring state, for the most part, is supporting their invasive war, being convinced that the invasive war on another country's land is patriotic in a way. This has been a significant threat, and it's being discussed widely. Does the world have a way to protect itself against the fake information, which the audience is getting used to because it's very difficult to distinguish between what is true and what is not? Will there be a world after the war? Will it be different? Will it be protected from fake information, from fake propaganda on a mass information level, or whether this threat will become more significant? Yes or no? Yevhen, the floor is yours. I believe that we will eventually reach a point where we'll need to regulate everything, including social media. I believe that we'll reach a point where the things that seem absolutely naive and simple today will be precisely studied and precisely analyzed from the regulating state bodies, for example, when licensing media. So in that way, the world will be more secure. As we can see, the more we move into laissez-faire, the more we move into the libertarian dream of lack of regulation, it turns into chaos. And so the issue is not in the presence or lack of regulation, it's in the human nature. No, the world in this regard will never return to facts. There will be more post-truth, post-facts, post-history, and all those other postmodern elements of it. But each and every one of us will be able to build a safety net around ourselves where there will be facts, where there will be truth, and there will be real history. And that will be the task of every single human being. I believe that this non-linear development of postmodern practices, polysemantics of the world, the informational element of the world will only grow stronger. This is a personal front. This is a personal fight of each and every one of us. And I think that the state structures responsible for it will have to play a crucial role. Education, the system of national education, which has to take care of what people read, how do they read, do they need to interpret it. These are the skills that we have to teach young people. And also a significant player on this stage are the mass media. There's a lot of responsibilities that they bear. Everybody remembers the story about the radio of 100 Hills. The responsibility is bared by the propaganda as much as on the enemy forces. So only after the conclusions are drawn in regards to the people who are spreading this fake information, only after we can understand what the situation looks like, only then the situation can change. Thank you so much. As far as I understood, the opinions are slightly different, but I think that we'll come back to this question. Actually, I think now we're all on the same page, so maybe I'm on a different page, for sure. I wanted to come back to this question because I believe that in Ukraine, this idea of freedom, of independence, of free speech, it's very valuable on the genetic level. It's coursing through our veins, so limiting media, limiting the information stream, some things that you said, Yevhen, I think, Well, no, I think that what's happening in Ukraine is actually ridiculous, starting from the marathon. Because the issue is not in limiting free speech during the war. The issue is in how much these things are happening discretionally. The issue is in how it's done. In the moment where the social communication is suppressed and we're spending billions on channels like Rada, in a time where we see that a lot of decisions in regards to informational area are made through the political viewpoint, where it would be more useful to kick off the stream, the people who have been poisoning Ukrainians' minds. It shows that we have not made any conclusions institutionally. We're just permitting the situation to reach a boiling point, and then we'll react. And for the most part, just like the judicial reform only changes after people start putting corrupt judges into bins, into actual garbage bins. I think in this way, we actually mistake independence and freedom for chaos. We mistake dictatorship for responsible imitation. We have to calibrate our optics in order to understand what it actually is. Very often, things that we call freedom and protect as freedom is also a form of dependence. Very often, something that is a form of regulation and limitation is actually institutionalized protection of freedom. So I think we are, in this regard, very, very young as a country, and we don't know what we're talking about. Thank you for explaining your stance. You actually helped me to come to my third question, and then I'll give the floor to Mr. Hanna for his comments and for his messages for us. I would like to talk about interdependency and codependency. Amongst a lot of other opinions that I've encountered while preparing for this, I heard an opinion that Ukrainians have to be aware of the fact that the most significant instrument of security is a mutual economic interest. And this is something that actually shaped the understanding of security in Europe. This is something that has to be commented on. So, we have mutual economic interest that in 2022 has led us to seeing ourselves being dependent on Russian oil, on Russian gas, not only the energy system, but also a lot of other state systems. How did this mutual economic interest led to us perceiving the aggressor in a different way? So, in this case, the mutual economic interest was not an instrument of protection and defense, was an instrument of codependence. There are more and more information on the news in regards to armament, in regards to ammunition, as a better security instrument. Will you comment on that? Do you think mutual security interest will grow in Europe as we have it today? Or will it be replaced by armament as a tool of influence? Thank you. Valery, we'll start with you. Countries that are living on the inside of these large communities, who are surrounded by their allies, can keep their armies small. The countries that live on the frontiers, and Ukraine stays on the frontier and will stay on the frontier for the next 200 years, countries like this have to have really strong armies. Mutual economic dependence will only strengthen within the communities, and it will be questioned only when there will be ethical and ontological conflicts. There will be a lot of questions to China. Do we have to depend this much on China in terms of cheap labor? Just as much as there are so many questions to Russia right now, do we really need to depend on Russia's energy sources this much? If we're talking specifically about Ukraine, I'm not going to give any recommendations to Luxembourg, for example. If we're talking about Ukraine, Ukraine will always have to have a very strong army because we'll always remain on the frontier. And to the northeast of us, there will always be chaos. Thank you. Natalia? I'm not looking at the movie, I promise. I have numbers and quotes here. This is my academic bubble influencing me. I personally believe that we'll have to change the optics. I'm actually really convinced of that. From force methods of influence, from please understand me correctly, from victory strategies to win-win strategies. This Roman club idea that was voiced on February 21st, that we have to move our focus from finance capital to human capital and natural capital, and we're projecting on the future. This idea has to become very strong. And the second thing I would like to draw your attention to the values. The front line not only falls where forces come in contact, it also falls where values come in contact. And on one side of this line of contact of values, there is the great liberating war, as Russians call the Second World War. And on the other hand, is the actual World War II, as all civilized nations call it. I continue talking about because the projections of the past define the visions of the future. And if we do not start the value revolution, the change of this value paradigm from families, from education, in schools, in universities, if we don't create the cultural competency that will be the key competence of the 21st century after our victory, not in the sense of culture as a decoration of our lives, but cultural competence is the ability to make decisions as the highest level of liberty, freedom, and reliability. If we do not create this revolution, if we do not enact these values and culture, it doesn't matter how much we strengthen our army, we'll still lose on the inside of the country. And I would like to just develop on this idea, because Hitler also had values and Putin has values. We're not talking about just the values in general, we're talking about what kind of values these are. And I think that we have a structural issue here. Our economy is globalized, our technologies are globalized, our influences are globalized, but the decisions that can impact all of these processes in a positive or negative way. This regulation is local solely. If you had any global challenge and you could only respond to it from your city or from your small community, this is the same situation. And so we'll eventually have to reach a better system of regulation. UN is obviously not as effective as we thought it was. Russia is blocking every decision on the Security Council. There are 5 countries that are able to make decisions for all other countries constantly, no matter what they do. And so we are having this issue with the quality of regulation, with the quality of framework that is established. And until the point when we restructure ourselves, we'll constantly face issues like these. I actually think that we'll eventually see the global dictatorship tax when the market where dictators participate will just be taxed instead of prohibited, with another forms which will eventually lead to what happened with Germany or for what Ukraine is paying for. Thank you.
Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Han. Thank you very much for joining us. And I would just like to make sure that you can hear us and you can hear the interpretation. Can you give us a nod, please? Or stick up your thumb. I would just like you to provide your comments on this thesis concerning the mutual economic interest and interdependence, because you have a lot of works about these areas and about these thoughts. So would you kindly also provide some of your considerations concerning the rapid-fire poll that you have just heard, and provide also some of your visions concerning the international development and your comments on Ukraine, because all of us are found in Ukraine at the moment. And we can see the developments of the events heavily weighing upon all of us. So what will happen to all of us once victory comes? So would you kindly provide your comments based on our specific pathway?
Thank you so much for having me join you today. I want to extend my gratitude and sympathy and support to Ukraine, people of Ukraine. It's uplifting to hear this conversation that is taking place right now. You are having a very rational, constructive, pragmatic conversation despite these incredibly tragic circumstances. It's amazing testament to the willpower and solidarity of the Ukrainian people. I have warm memories of travels in Ukraine that really date back to just after the Orange Revolution. I visited Ukraine several times. I actually wrote the first long chapter of my very first book about my time in Ukraine. And I'll just share a joke. Even though Ukraine is the only country in which I've ever been robbed, I still have such warm, wonderful memories of my travels across the country. Now, on a more serious note, in that book, I warned about frozen conflicts. We hear this term frozen conflicts quite a lot. And it's very often used as a way of pretending that these conflicts are off the radar and that one doesn't have to worry about them. I know that you disagree with that, and so do I. I have always despised this term, frozen conflicts, because I believe that any conflict that is not settled can always blow up. And that's part of course, what has been happening in many of the former borders or borders of the former Soviet Union. In my studies of political geography, I've come to the conclusion that an unsettled border is an unstable border and a powder keg that is waiting to blow up. And I hope that one of the things that comes in the aftermath or the conclusion of this tragic war is that there is a very, very clear border settlement and that other regions of the world learn this lesson. And Ukraine, of course, is rightly insisting on its terms. And wherever this border lies in the future, and of course, to some extent, that is going to depend on the military and the power dynamics as they play out in the coming months and beyond. But wherever this border lies, I do see Ukraine as a member of NATO and a member of the EU. In, of course, whichever order, EU first, perhaps NATO second. But I think we have to end the ambiguity. There should be clarity. Clarity in institutions and clarity in borders. Now, I mentioned the EU. The European Commonwealth, to me, is one pillar of the world order, alongside North America and Asia. So, as you can tell, I'm speaking first and foremost about regions, not about states. And one of the trends that has consolidated, that began before COVID, but has certainly accelerated since, is that there is this regionalization in the world economy. North American system, European system, and an Asian system. I call this scenario continental drift. Now, very often in geopolitical conversations, we've talked about Russia as a European power, as a Eurasian power, but certainly a country whose primary dealings were with Europe. That's certainly the case now with respect to the present conflict. But Russia's future, perhaps in terms of its economy and its geopolitical isolation from the West, pushes it ever more towards Asia. One of the things that I have said for a long time, simply from a geographical perspective, but now it's certainly true diplomatically, is that Russia is North Asia. Russia is not going to be treated as a European country, despite its geography. It is effectively North Asia. And as you can see from the diplomacy of the past year, Asian powers, in light of their energy interests, have been much more accommodating of Russia than Western countries have been. So you have a North American system, a European system, and an Asian system. Now, one important thing about Asia is that Asia is multipolar. China is not the only pole of power in Asia. You have India, you have Japan, you have Australia, and so forth. And so you actually have, in terms of global order, a multipolar world and a multipolar Asia in a multipolar world. That is the structure of power today. There is still a lot of interdependence, a lot of trade, a lot of financial flows. We hear about supply chains being disrupted, but supply chains have been very resilient, actually, throughout this crisis. And throughout COVID as well. So commodities, finance, trade, technology, people, ideas continue to flow regionally and globally across regions. And this is despite the pressures for near-shoring of production, industrial policy to bring supply chains back home to their own borders. Despite all of that, globalization continues to flourish. In fact, America's trade with China has grown this year, and America's deficit in trade with China continues to grow as well. So we should not worry about the future of globalization. You should always focus on your role in globalization. What role does Kiev, what role does Ukraine have in the global division of labor and global value chains? And that is what I hear you talking about today. And I think that's extremely important. Think about your strengths in raw materials, in industry, in food, in information technology, in logistics, as a young society. All of these things are foundations, not only of national potential, they are assets that you want to share with the world, that you want to plug in to global value chains. The truth is that the importance of a country in the world is not its size, not its geographic size. It's the degree of connectivity. Ukraine has shown that not only is it a worthy power in terms of its size, in terms of its solidarity, in terms of its willpower, but it also has assets that should contribute to the future of globalization and to global society as a whole. I believe that some of the biggest opportunities that Europe has in contributing to Europe and the rest of the world are its youth and its dynamism. And I think that in the phase that lies ahead, we should call upon Europe more to recognize and to incorporate and to elevate these assets and these virtues of Ukraine. So I'll end where I began, which is that to me, we need to think about the future settlement, not just in terms of borders, but institutions, and push very hard for the end of any kind of confusion or ambiguity, and that Ukraine should and must be accepted as a fully fledged member of the European Commonwealth. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякуємо, пан Хана.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanna. You can hear a round of applause running around the hall. Thank you for your very kind words concerning Ukraine. And I would like, if we have any speakers have any questions to ask you, I have a personal question to ask you concerning the connectivity as you referred to it. Concerning the future impact and influences as well as interdependencies between regions, institutions, etc. So whether we Ukrainians have any projects to made together with, in terms of connectivity with any other countries, with any other regions, because we have been on the crossroads of these conflicts. Is there any solution to this frozen conflict that we can vocalize pragmatically, but not in general theory as we usually do that? Valerie, I'm looking at you. Okay, I don't think that we have to build relations which in a year will be non-existent. I think that we have to build relations with the countries that will come up on the terrain of that territory with the predominant majority of those countries. I think that we will enjoy very favorable political and economic relations with them. Natalia, please. Mr. Hanna. I would like to carry on this conversation with you because it's really inspirational, firstly. And secondly, it gives a very specific determination concerning the areas of our conversation, lines of our conversation. Our time is running out. I've just tried to give the floor to our speakers. They declined. So now I'm going to give the floor to the speakers, again, if they want to raise their hands. Valerie has just raised his hand, so I would like to give to you 5 minutes for you to make your interventions, and then we will carry on into the discussions. If you would like to interrupt each other, please go ahead and do so, because at the end we will have to formalize this practical assessment of the pathways for the better future, the way we see it. Well, it will be difficult for me to do it in 5 minutes because I was envisioning 6. All right, then 3 minutes for you. Well, the key word for me is modernization. It's like Alexander Hrytsak many years ago, he wrote a book, 26%, because 25% of the world live in the modernized countries. This is OECD countries, and I'm dreaming about entering that, then the EU and NATO. Perhaps we will be that 26% if we modernize quickly enough. The 5 preconditions for that. So first, this is the security. Secondly, it's the critical mass of the population that crave for the changes. I'm not sure of that. I'm just having some pool of hope, but not confidence. Next is the rule of law. You know that we have thousands and thousands of vacancies, judicial vacancies in our country. And now there is also a competition going on concerning who will be determining the judicial face of Ukraine within the next 25 years. So the whole generation is being decided right now, and the civil society somehow is mindless of that. And fourth is the maximum economic freedom, and we stand somewhere 130th on the list of the economic freedom. And fourthly, these will be international direct investments. So unless the previous conditions come true, we will not be able to carry on with the fourth one. So these things cannot happen after each other. We have to do it all together. This is a strategic triangle: Euro integration, modernization, and some other ones that I have already mentioned. So it all depends on how we will be getting out of this triangle of difficulties, this conundrum. So we can only hope that our country will be able to build and recover under such circumstances. Of course, we will have to have a lot of labor, working hands, fully abled people. Russia, 3 scenarios concerning its development. Either the consolidation of the power, which means the continuation of the war, or war after a short period of time, like the Second Chechen War, or over another generation, like the Second World War after the First World War. So this is the first scenario, bad for everyone: America, Ukraine, and Europe. Second scenario, this is everything falls into the hands of Russia, of China. This is bad for Ukraine, for America, and for Europe. Next one is decolonization and reconstruction of post-imperial space, which is highly unlikely nowadays, but that's something that all of the countries have to put their heads together and work together in order to prevent it from happening. Nuclear arms, non-proliferation, etc. And the whole world is not two polarity that China is dreaming about, or tripolarity as Russia is dreaming about, because she's definitely not a pole. But what Joseph Borrell said, non-polar world. Because if we see the list of the G19, no G20 anymore, all countries except the countries of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and some of them are also declining from this two-polar world. Turkey, India, Brazil, South America, Saudi Arabia are not willing to live in a two-polar world. That's why the world is not going to be a two-polar one, but this will be a multipolar world. So this will be happening within 5 years. Within 20 years, as I said, again, the world will be standing at another crossroads, and I cannot speak in detail about that because 1 minute was taken away from me. So we have to do something about adapting and accommodating the whole world to the IT, because Greta Thunberg, climate change, Russian aggression, all of this is part of one huge crisis that requires reconsideration. We have to rethink our consumption, production, fossil fuel. And if we can do that, then everything will be good within 20 years. If we can, then everything will be bad. So the National Council on the Development of the United States have already drawn 5 scenarios depending on how things go. 5 they talked about. The others they did not even want to mention in great detail. So this great fork heavily makes the world dependent on one thing: whether the world will be able to make a qualitative mental breakthrough concerning the next generation. That's something that Ms. Natalia has already touched upon. And thank you. Thank you. Valerie? Oh, well, it's been fascinating. Please take 1 minute of my time and just carry on. Otherwise, Natalie, there will be no democracy. I really want to make sure that you speak, because yesterday we interacted and I know that you have a very interesting message to make. Well, Valerie, I would like to use the statement that Mr. Han has just made concerning the frozen conflicts and the solutions. And is it possible to solve this conflict by way of our membership in NATO? If the Russian Empire stays within the format that it is in right now. Well, as we can see from yesterday, the day before yesterday's event, NATO is the structure that will stand up for its members only if the threat is real. But we have a lot of hybrid threats right now, and NATO will never be able to stand up for its members if all of these threats continue and keep being hybrid ones. Everyone tries to defend themselves the way that they can do it best. They say sometimes that states are not necessary. This is a huge mistake. Nationalism will be growing, but the world will become safer because the countries will learn to arrange and make agreements. But of course, empires will have to go into the past. Once again, let me reiterate, we will enjoy wonderful relations with all of the countries that will be there on the terrain of the former Russian Empire.
Johan? So, I would say that it doesn't really matter which club we join if we are dead, if we no longer exist. So for us, the solution is absolutely clear. It's right here on the surface. NATO comes first, and then everything else. European Union, OECD, everything else. It's an issue of development, and NATO is an existential issue. I disagree with an idea that NATO fails to protect its members. No, it actually protects its members quite well. The question here is that we are perceiving this situation, the situation with NATO, as it's someone who we would like to receive more help from. And NATO is just selecting from an entire arsenal of solutions, from political to economic to deterrence solutions, and then responds to threats. I visited multiple NATO summits. I remember the report of Mr. Lugar in 2006, a NATO summit in Riga, where he said that an energy-related attack is also an attack. They're well aware of hybrid threats. They're well aware of these challenges. Even despite the fact that some of NATO members didn't do well as NATO members. They failed the 2% barrier of the 2% of GDP for defense expenditures. But the club is very strong. It's there. So we have to become a part of it. It's not even a question. So any conversations in regards to that we have to start with something else and then NATO, those are conversations that are leading us into our grave. It's like discussing surgery options, sitting at somebody's grave in a graveyard. This is an existential issue. Even despite the fact that we are here at a 5-star hotel, we are leaving this place, coming back to houses which might not be heated, which might not have electricity. It is an existential issue. The second question here is, what are we moving toward? And here, I would like to bring us down to earth a little bit, to Ukraine. I looked at the state budget for this year. This is a budget that actually prepares us for folding down the democracy. We see that the institutions of deterrence, the institutions of checks and balances are not being supported financially. What does that mean? That businesses of people present here will not value more if autocracy is established in Ukraine, and if we weren't able to see the long-term perspective with the Russian threat. As a consultant, I'm happy because I have more business now, because I'm assisting companies whose risk assessment teams did not see Russia. I'm helping them synchronize with what's happening around them. But the real issue here is if we are so ignorant and if we are so blind to the world and to the environment that we are existing in, then we'll have surprises happen to us every day. For example, Prime Minister, just a couple of minutes ago, answered the question whether we are moving towards high taxes or more liberal conditions? He answered that question as if this choice exists. This choice no longer exists. Look at the demographic data that you cannot correct in a year, 2 or 5. It will tell you quite clearly we're moving towards high taxes. We will have no ability to decrease the expenditures because expenditures are fixed, like defense expenditures, infrastructure expenditures. And the number of taxpayers will decrease. The math is very simple here. You don't really have to have any type of degree to answer that question. So what does that mean? That means that either we move towards the models that enable us to pay high taxes. What does that mean? That means that we have administrations that we as society trust. Because if we have administrations that we as society do not trust, each and every one of us will evade taxes, will evade paying those taxes. What will that mean in turn? That we have to build a society built on trust, built on transparency, a system that has checks and balances, the system where every voice, even minority voice, is heard. It means that this system will have to be built on liberty principles. Either we build a system today, or we'll miss this window of opportunities. After our victory, I'm talking about military victory as the baseline here. Miroslav Marinovich said it doesn't matter to look at the options of what happens to a state if the state is dead. After our victory in this war, we'll have this very short window of post-traumatic growth. It will take probably 1 or 2 political cycles. The analogy is like your children growing up. You will never have your child be 5 years old again. And if you miss things at that age, you will never be able to catch up. It's the same thing with us. If we move into this rapid post-traumatic growth stage that creates opportunities for economic growth, for GDP growth, for generations ahead, if we enter this stage with non-competent administration, we'll waste all of these opportunities. We'll just blow steam and that will be it. What's important right now? We're rapidly moving toward personalized leadership. So what does that mean? That means that there's a leader who is responsible. He takes this responsibility and he starts moving this ship. The issue with personalized leadership is that if the leader makes a mistake, there's nothing we can do. An alternative to that is building a system of institutions, building checks and balances. And the establishment of these systems is something we have to do for the next couple of years. And in order to do that, if we want business to be heard in this process, business has to be included in those communal competence. Business has to learn how society functions, how the state functions. We have to move out of our comfort zone. If we do not do that, we are risking ending up in a situation we're moving on a very slippery road at night with our lights off, and every turn becomes a surprise. Thank you, Yevhen. I really wanted to hear more, but we're super limited in time. Thank you so much for bringing us back to economic issues, because it's the KIEF International Economic Forum. And thank you for giving us this hint. I want you to welcome Isabelle Dumont, our speaker. I have introduced you, ma'am, previously. So we're welcoming you to this conversation, but I'm going to give you a little time to get used to the discussion. Currently, we're evaluating Ukrainian position in the world after victory, and so I'll give the floor to Natalia first. Natalia, before you had started, I'm going to give a short intro, because I've been told that moderator does not only give the floor to people, but also says something. So I decided to say some things that I thought of previously, and then the Prime Minister actually hinted towards something. Another thesis on digitalization. We'll have my colleagues from Vodafone here. Unfortunately, they're not saying hi to me, but I'm going to actually question the thesis that digitalization is drastically improving the state. It's improving certain services, certain elements of services. Of course, we're feeling more comfortable with our phone in our hands than we are without it, with different registers, withdrawing information. We'll see people having trouble with it abroad. But the fact that they have trouble with it doesn't mean there's less investment. There's no real correlation between digitalization and investment market. There's no real difference between digitalization. There's no real correlation between digitalization and tax levels. So what we have to do is we have to create these tools. We have to create a culture where paying taxes is not just due diligence, but it's also beneficial for all. And also investments come with trust, of course, like Yevgen said. Natalia, yesterday we spoke about corporate culture, and I used a term that's widely used in business. I know that all of you probably know this expression, that any strategy is eaten by corporate culture for breakfast or for lunch, which means that if there's not a real corporate culture, developed corporate culture based on values, it can be a factor that destroys a lot of great strategies. Natalia, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. Thank you so much. I'm going to start with backing up Yevhen here. Not only great intellectuals, consultants, strategic consultants feel like we have to join the EU. We have numbers. The sociological study that was conducted in September 2022, if in December 2021, 48 respondents. And it's a very representative account. If 48% of individuals express their willingness for Ukraine to join NATO, in August 2022, that number grew to 79%. 79% of Ukrainians believe that we have to join NATO, and 98% of Ukrainian citizens believe that we have to join the EU. The EU wasn't sure, and we weren't sure for a while. The day before yesterday, in the University of Shenka, I spoke to Professor Hrytsak, and he said, look, for the first time, the Ukrainians believe that Ukraine is moving in the right direction right now. Right now, we're moving in the right direction. So it took the full-scale invasion, it took this conflict for us to understand that we are moving in the right direction. So starting from culture. Late at night yesterday, not having electricity, I spoke to Volodymyr about culture. And I'm going to approach this topic all the way back. I only have 48 slides, so I think I have enough time. No, culture is not a decorative element of our daily life. It's not something that happens after we have our fancy dinner. Culture is our way of living, is our way of existing, is our way of organizing our experience, making conclusions from this experience. Culture is a defining element of modernization. It defines the essence and the direction of modernization. I believe that these horrible value practices, these horrible value systems that become the norm for us are stopping the modernization. No matter how many great economic, I actually think I might be moving against the grain here, no matter how many great economic plans or strategies we build, it doesn't matter. If we do not change our own value systems, our own opinions, no modernization will ever take place. Once again, it's a cultural trap. It's an actual term. If our values don't change, if the direction and the essence of modernization doesn't change, we fall into this trap. We have to work on it. I really love the term, which was developed by the National Institute of Strategic Studies, consensus abidance by law. Do you know what this is? I'm actually bragging here. So this consensus abidance by law is, I would pay taxes, but nobody else pay taxes, so why would I ever do that? I would park my vehicle in the right place, but look, 184 vehicles parked here, they're parked in the wrong way, so that's what I'm going to do. These behavioral practices are very destructive. They're ceremonial, they're traditional. The practices that we participate in every day are very destructive. This is something we have to deal with. I said that before. There are a little bit of key players here. Your family, something that the values that you establish, the behavioral patterns, the leadership patterns that you establish within your family. because your children will repeat these patterns. The second is the system of national education. Monserrat Dubernay is one of the most influential scientists studying the national identity. She says that there isn't a single scenario, but there are a couple of scenarios that actually strengthen national identity. And she believes that the key player not only is joint enemy actually strengthens that nation, but also the key role is played by the national system of education. Have you read the history books of your children? It doesn't matter whether your children are in school or in university. Ukraine does not really have a single history book for the entire nation. And it's not about unity as normativity, but also about our vision of ourselves. I'm going to come back to the values. There's a great study that I recommend to all of you, because all of our theses, this is something that we teach students. We have to back up our thesis by actual numbers. So there's a World Value Survey made by Engelhardt and Wenzel. Ukraine has changed greatly. We missed the wave of 2013, but we have 2011 and 2020. I believe that the situation is becoming even stronger right now. So a few words about our values, about myself, about all of you here, about Volodymyr here. A few words about us as a community. There are 20% more people who are proud of being Ukrainian. And so today, approximately 86% of people are proud of being Ukrainian. And the absolute majority of them are ready to defend their country with weapons and their arms. That happened in 2020, so we have a proof of that right now. The number of people who tolerate people suffering from AIDS have increased. The number of people who believe that women in politics is something that is normal, something that is good, has also increased. But there are also numbers that destroy me personally, that shake me to the core. The numbers of people who are not tolerant of people of other race and other religion living next to them has also increased. So the number of these people, xenophobic people, has increased. Xenophobia is growing. And the number of people who believe that university education for women is less significant than university education for boys, the number of these people has also grown. Maybe that's a treatment of academia. No, we're not. We're talking about gender egalitarianism. This is very important. Feminization and feminism as a tool that enables us to hear the voices of everybody, something very important. We're talking about the project of future Ukraine right now, of Ukrainian stance in the world. I recommend all of you to look at this study, of this survey, because we're looking at the mirror. Culture is this mirror. There's no way for us to build our future. Right, I'm just going to give you the final statement right now, if I may. I'm going to quote my colleague, Volodymyr Yarmolenko. Colleagues, please remember, Volodymyr Yarmolenko said that there are two forms of development right now. Agora and Agon. Agora is the ability to communicate, ability to find partnership, and Agon is endless competition. After Agon that we will win in, I believe that we'll move towards Agora. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. I have a rapid-fire question to you. Please, yes or no. Answer yes or no, if you may. Yevhen, Valeria, Isabel, if you may answer, that would be great. We shocked ourselves and the world with our reaction to the war. I think shocked is the right word, because everybody had their own expectations. I had my own expectations, how Ukrainians will act. And every day we're observing people. Cooperation, mutual trust, support. It's everywhere. Do the statistical data from this survey fit? Do you think we can shock people by this change? That we will become a qualitatively new environment? Do you think that we can shock people with this qualitative change, not waiting for another 2 generations of teaching people to be better, but do you think we'll be better? We definitely can be the people who realize their dreams, who make our dreams come true. And we forget one thing: we are an industrialized nation, and it enables complicated solutions for us. It means that we are able to change really quickly. We can become sophisticated, can become complex. We are capable of that. It's not even a question. But if there will be no security, and look at what lack of security does to everybody. It removes a few points off of their IQ. If we'll have no partnerships that enable us to create solutions, security solutions or economic solutions, and all of the solutions that exist right now are collective solutions. You cannot exist separately and be successful. If we cannot achieve this, we'll fail. Valery? I spoke about the critical mass of individuals who are willing to create change as a second factor after security. Prior to the beginning of this year, we had 15% of these people, 15% of people who want to change. If after the victory we'll have 25% of those people on average, this means we'll be able to become different. We'll be able to surprise everyone. If not, as a result of trauma, as a result of migration, as a result of many factors, we'll be able to shock the world in a negative way. Have we wasted the great victory? Natalia? I would like to remind all of you that there is this notion of symbolic capital. Ukraine probably possesses the biggest symbolic capital in the world right now, and we have to invest the symbolic capital into our victory, into our future after our victory. Maybe the people who are coming back from the front lines, I'm not talking solely about the military front lines, maybe those people will be carrying this new worldview. And it's not about the credit of trust, but it's about the deposit of trust. If we use it, it will bring us dividends, it will bring us great income, and we'll become a different nation. I'll happily give the floor to Isabelle Dumont.
Але нам дуже важливо.
Oh, it's extremely important for us to know your vision of the future after the war. Mr. Hanna has just said that from his view, the membership of Ukraine in NATO and in the EU is already very much anticipated in the world. I talked to you by phone yesterday, and you think the same. So this shared view of our perspective in the EU. So this is the floor to you, and could you kindly comment on that? What you see the future of Ukraine to be after the war?
Je suis très heureuse d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. Це тест. Хто розуміє французькою мовою?
This was a test for French, a test for the membership in the EU. For the membership in the EU, we are ready to hear you in whatever language, even in French. I apologize for being late. You should understand that I was in another hotel when there was a fire alert and I couldn't come here in time. I beg your pardon, I'll be speaking in English because, as you can see, my Ukrainian is not very good. I thank my interpreters for that.
First of all, before talking about how Ukraine will be after the war, we need to state that the war has already changed. Not waiting after the war. There are already very important changes. One that for us in France and in all European Union is very important is that we have understood that peace in Europe, on the European continent, is no longer a given, but is seen now as a constant struggle for all of us together. The war in Europe, you were talking about education and history and school, etc. Europe used to see war as history in history books. Now war is present and is a real stake today, which is a very different moment. We also understand now that democracy is no longer considered as an unquestionable regime. It is challenged, and we have to cherish it. And generally, freedom is no longer a given, and we have to fight for it, and you are fighting for it. So those are the main things that already have changed in our vision You here is in Ukraine more than us, but including in the Western Europe, we see those changes already happening. Now, first of all, I would like to, before talking about how will the world change after Ukraine's victory, if you allow me, I think we need to state that first of all, Ukraine has to win, right? Because if we discuss about what will be after, we need to make sure then first that we make it happen. Two things I want to say about that. So to make sure that Ukraine wins, we need to continue provide weapons. And I want to tell you, not only France, but with our partners, we are now, you know, that we have been working to support Ukraine efforts in defense, and we are working specifically on air defense. So now there is, you know, the maximum effort that will be given on air defense, because this is, and we saw that again those past days, including this morning, this is the main task that we have to achieve all together. This is about, if you want, war effort. The second one, which is also very important, is the diplomatic efforts that we need to continue. As a diplomat, this is what we are trying to do, what we are doing, meaning explain to the world why Ukraine needs to be supported and why Russia war effort needs to be blocked. This is about international law, this is about international references, the UN Charter and all what was built during the 20th century, that all of us need to explain to the world. And Ukraine, I have to say, has been extending also its efforts with us to third countries to explain why it is important, not only for the European continent, not only for Western countries, but for the whole world, because this is about international values and this is about the stability of the whole world. We've seen that on the grain issue, on the food issue, that when Ukraine shakes, it's the whole world that shakes. So this diplomatic effort to explain to the world why this war is not only a European war, but it is something that is shaking the whole world values, is something that we will continue to do, and that does matter. The second thing that I wanted to say about first ensuring that we make Ukraine succeed is about resilience. As you were mentioning before, Ukraine has shown itself as not a lot expected, even maybe within Ukraine, that we all of us discovered Ukraine, for those who did not know Ukraine so well, a Ukraine strong, a people strong, ready to combat and to hold. But this has to be supported, and I want to congratulate really the Ukrainian people, but we have to support you. We are doing that, as you know, with budgetary support, with financial support. I spoke already about military support. But now, and there have been, as you know, conferences on the reconstruction of Ukraine, but that has been focusing or thinking more about precisely after the war. But to be honest, and we are in constant discussion with the Ukrainian authorities about that, we also need now, as winter is coming, to help to support Ukraine short-term needs. Basically, meaning a missile, hits infrastructure. We have to make sure that that energy supplies are sufficient, that it works. That water, I mean, all the that school we were discussing about. This is absolutely essential because we are thinking about the future of Ukraine. We cannot have a sacrificed generation. So we have to make sure that shelters exist in schools so that school can function, etc. All those issues that you know better than me. So why am I talking about that? To tell you it's already public and we are working on it. It's also one of the reasons why I'm here in Kiev today. We will organize a conference on the 13th of December in Paris. We are now starting to organize that precisely on those short-term, for the winter basically, needs, meaning that we will try to have a sort of a net of focal points in all countries ready to support Ukraine. And by the way, we're not only talking about Western countries, but all countries in the world that would be ready to support Ukraine, to facilitate, to support all the needs, the immediate needs in the coming weeks and months. We need to build a net of support to make sure that we know exactly what are the needs, as precise as possible, and that we can coordinate as good as possible to achieve what is necessary. The second thing, now that we have said that we need to first help Ukraine succeed, is indeed how will I'm coming back to the title. How will the world change after Ukraine's victory? Well, I would a bit change, if you allow me, this title to say that we need to make sure that the world will have changed. It's not only how will the world passively, if you want, how the world will have changed, but how we need today to make sure that the world will have changed. I would say two things. A lot of things will have to be changed, but main two things as I see it. First is the respect of international law. We need to make sure, as we know that the world will never be ideal, right? But we need to make sure that in the future, once we've seen this, that international law will be better respected. And this is why us as France, but it's not only France, but France has put the first effort probably with, as you probably know, with the DNA-specific support, with specialist experts from the French gendarmerie, who came to Ukraine several times, whole teams. We need to help the justice system combat this, both in Ukraine and internationally, to fight against impunity so that this never happens again. The second point is, and I think it is very important, to avoid falling into a new division of the world. The world after the war in Ukraine should not be a world that would be divided. And this is also this diplomatic struggle that we are working on. What Russia is trying to do is to divide the world, right? To present, to have countries with Russia, countries without, and trying to say that if you are with Ukraine, you see what they are trying to do. This is precisely, we are trying to do basically the contrary, to avoid a division of the world. And we need to see big countries, I'm not going to name them, understand that we should not fall into this trap, simply because this is not in their interest. It is not in their interest. The interest of the big countries and the third countries, again, I'm not talking about the European continent, and they know it. This is why they are not falling so much into the trap.
Very true. Ms. Dima, I apologize, as organizers will make me critics, as I just somehow overlap in the next meeting on the next session will start.
1 minute.
If you have 1 minute, yes, please.
1 minute to end is just to, as a conclusion, I was getting to the conclusion in any case, is to say that the Ukraine has already changed its image. I just wanted to say that. You mentioned statistics. It is all, I can tell you, I can testify as coming from France, that the image of Ukraine has already changed, and therefore the world has changed. Okay. And congratulations for that.
Thank you very much. Час просто злетів.
Time has elapsed, time has flown, and before we sum it up, I'm so happy, and I want to make sure that everybody is also happy, everyone is impressed and so grateful of our speakers for such saturated, deep and rich thoughts that we have been We have known each other for a long time, and I would like the audience to thank you and all of the other speakers for the time that you have taken out and set aside, for the thoughts that you have shared with us. Also to thank our organizers when we have the alarms and transportation is not running, and this event is taking place so well organized. I would like to thank all of you who have given your thoughts and ideas and efforts in order to make sure that all of the communication has been working smoothly. But the summary of our conversation is, it's a great pleasure and it's not difficult. The whole world has to become better. The better world is not a given. It's something that we need to fight for, and I can quote you. And frozen conflict, something that Mr. Hanna referred to. If they persist, they don't make the world better. Frozen conflicts have to be settled. Something that Valery, Natalia, and Yevgen have referred to concerning the solutions to these entanglements and how such countries as Ukraine stand the chances of overwhelming the world and creating effective societies with effective freedoms and effective governance controls. There is this desire, there is a chance, but once again, it's not a given. And that's something that we need to fight for, and this is what we are doing. Thank you all, and we wish you a wonderful conference today. Thank you. Goodbye.
At MasterCard, we are focused on a world beyond. Beyond the card as we know it. Beyond payments as we know them. Beyond the digital divide. Because at MasterCard, we are focused on where the world is going next. Towards safer and even more secure digital transactions. Where contactless technology is within the reach of everyone. And money moves effortlessly, in real time across borders. Where buy now, pay later plans give people more choice and flexibility. And multiple payment options make new choices possible. Where fraud and security concerns are reduced and every transaction can be trusted. Where we leverage our technology leadership to develop digital-first, data-driven innovations and enable new networks beyond payments.
This is the Biopharma facility. This high-tech, state-of-the-art, sophisticated manufacturer is unique for Eastern Europe, and we are so proud of it. Why? Well, that's simple. Meet Mikhailik. At first sight, he's just like any other child. He jumps, runs, rides a bike, but unfortunately, he gets sick a lot. That is because Mikhailik has primary immunodeficiency. It is a very serious disease. Only medicines made from plasma from other healthy people can help Mikhailik. Plasma is donated by donors, ordinary people. Actually, no, not ordinary. They are real heroes, and we are very grateful to them. We collect plasma in modern plasma donation centers, like this one in Cherkasy. And soon we will build similar centers in each region of our country. Regular donors already know that in our centers, the donation procedure is absolutely painless and safe and takes not more than an hour. We check the health of our donors for many conditions. In addition, we test their blood for HIV and hepatitis viruses. Then we freeze the plasma using special equipment and store it in quarantine for up to 6 months. And only after that, the plasma is transferred to the facility. Our facility is located in the city of Bila Tserkva. We process up to 1 million liters of plasma per year. The nearest facilities in terms of this scale and state of technology are located in Western Europe and China. At the facility, we test frozen plasma for infections and viruses again. And after thawing, yes, that's right, after thawing, we test it once again. Then we separate the necessary plasma proteins, albumin and immunoglobulin. The next stage is purification, followed by concentration. Then all raw materials go through several steps of viral inactivation, and only after that the product is put into bottles. But you do understand that in real life everything is a bit more complicated than in the picture. Why are we doing all this? Well, it's simple. We want Mikhailik and thousands of other people in Ukraine simply to live, and to live a full life. While you may have no idea what immunodeficiency or an oncohematological disease is, you are familiar with a car accident or severe burns. So, this is the Biopharma facility, our cutting-edge, sophisticated manufacturer, and we are so proud of it. Give us a few more seconds just to show it off.
At MasterCard, we are focused on a world beyond. Beyond the card as we know it. Beyond payments as we know them. Beyond the digital divide. Because at MasterCard, we are focused on where the world is going next. Towards safer and even more secure digital transactions. Where contactless technology is within the reach of everyone. And money moves effortlessly, in real time across borders. Where buy now, pay later plans give people more choice and flexibility. And multiple payment options make new choices possible. Where fraud and security concerns are reduced and every transaction can be trusted. Where we leverage our technology leadership to develop digital-first, data-driven innovations and enable new networks beyond payments.
This is the Biopharma facility. This high-tech, state-of-the-art, sophisticated manufacturer is unique for Eastern Europe, and we are so proud of it. Why? Well, that's simple. Meet Mikhailik. At first sight, he's just like any other child. He jumps, runs, rides a bike. But unfortunately, he gets sick a lot. That is because Mikhailik has primary immunodeficiency. It is a very serious disease. Only medicines made from plasma from other healthy people can help Mikhailik. Plasma is donated by donors, ordinary people. Actually, no, not ordinary. They are real heroes, and we are very grateful to them. We collect plasma in modern plasma donation centers, like this one in Cherkasy. And soon we will build similar centers in each region of our country. Regular donors already know that in our centers, the donation procedure is absolutely painless and safe and takes not more than an hour. We check the health of our donors for many conditions. In addition, we test their blood for HIV and hepatitis viruses. Then we freeze the plasma using special equipment and store it in quarantine for up to 6 months. And only after that, the plasma is transferred to the facility. Our facility is located in the city of Bila Tserkva. We process up to 1 million liters of plasma per year. The nearest facilities in terms of this scale and state of technology are located in Western Europe and China. At the facility, we test frozen plasma for infections and viruses again. And after thawing, yes, that's right, after thawing, we test it once again. Then we separate the necessary plasma proteins, albumin and immunoglobulin. The next stage is purification, followed by concentration. Then all raw materials go through several steps of viral inactivation, and only after that the product is put into bottles. But you do understand that in real life everything is a bit more complicated than in the picture. Why are we doing all this? Well, it's simple. We want Mikhailik and thousands of other people in Ukraine simply to live, and to live a full life. While you may have no idea what immunodeficiency or an oncohematological disease is, you are familiar with a car accident or severe burns. So, this is the Biopharma facility, our cutting-edge, sophisticated manufacturer, and we are so proud of it. Give us a few more seconds just to show it off.
Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні є захисники, які закривають нас собою. Є працівники, що рухають країну під час бою. Є малюки, що під сирени тримають олівець. Є дорослі, що зберігають кожен гаманець. Є ангели, що повертають до життя. Безстрашність розміром з міста. Є фермер, він саджає помідори. А є бабуся, що помідорами збиває дрони. У нас є ті, хто зігріває тисячі людей, а хтось одну людину. У нас ще стільки сил, що неможливо подолати Україну. Просто бери і роби, що можеш. І ми обов'язково переможемо. Скільки
Поповнити рахунок сестрі, доки вона допомагає тваринам – це маленька допомога. Підключити роумінг мамі, яка далеко – і це маленька допомога. Обміняти бонуси на гігабайти брату-волонтеру – це маленька допомога. Але з маленьких допомог складається велика перемога. Допомагай легко з додатком My Vodafone. Разом ми зможемо. Vodafone.
Промислова компанія, в якій працює понад 10 тисяч українців. Як це бути металургом Інтерпайп сьогодні? Тимчасово змінити професію та стати на захист країни. Ось що зараз означає бути металургом. Продовжувати працювати під час війни, аби тримати економічний фронт. Це теж про наших металургів. Захищати військових, забезпечуючи їх життєво важливою екіпіровкою, допомагати армії запчастинами, засобами зв'язку та іншим обладнанням. Присвячувати вільний час волонтерству та підтримці Збройних сил. Допомагати людям, яким довелося залишити свої домівки через вторгнення Росії. Допомагати пораненим внаслідок ворожих обстрілів і власноруч сортувати тонни гуманітарних вантажів. Бути металургом Інтерпайп означає створити корпоративний штаб і забезпечувати понад 800 мобілізованих колег необхідною амуніцією та медикаментами щодня із 24 лютого. Це означає залишатися сильним і захищати все, що ти любиш. Бути сміливим – ось що зараз означає бути металургом Інтерпайп. Інтерпайп –
At MasterCard, we are focused on a world beyond. Beyond the card as we know it. Beyond payments as we know them. Beyond the digital divide. Because at MasterCard, we are focused on where the world is going next. Towards safer and even more secure digital transactions, where contactless technology is within the reach of everyone, and money moves effortlessly, in real time across borders, where buy now, pay later plans give people more choice and flexibility, and multiple payment options make new choices possible, where fraud and security concerns are reduced and every transaction can be trusted, where we leverage our technology leadership to develop digital-first, data-driven innovations and enable new networks beyond payments.
This is the Biopharma facility. This high-tech, state-of-the-art, sophisticated manufacturer is unique for Eastern Europe, and we are so proud of it. Why? Well, that's simple. Meet Mikhailik. At first sight, he's just like any other child. He jumps, runs, rides a bike, but unfortunately, he gets sick a lot. That is because Mikhailik has primary immunodeficiency. It is a very serious disease. Only medicines made from plasma from other healthy people can help Mikhailik. Plasma is donated by donors, ordinary people. Actually, no, not ordinary. They are real heroes, and we are very grateful to them. We collect plasma in modern plasma donation centers, like this one in Cherkasy. And soon we will build similar centers in each region of our country. Regular donors already know that in our centers, the donation procedure is absolutely painless and safe and takes not more than an hour. We check the health of our donors for many conditions. In addition, we test their blood for HIV and hepatitis viruses. Then we freeze the plasma using special equipment and store it in quarantine for up to 6 months. And only after that, the plasma is transferred to the facility. Our facility is located in the city of Bila Tserkva. We process up to 1 million liters of plasma per year. The nearest facilities in terms of this scale and state of technology are located in Western Europe and China. At the facility, we test frozen plasma for infections and viruses again. And after thawing, yes, that's right, after thawing, we test it once again. Then we separate the necessary plasma proteins, albumin and immunoglobulin. The next stage is purification, followed by concentration. Then all raw materials go through several steps of viral inactivation, and only after that the product is put into bottles. But you do understand that in real life everything is a bit more complicated than in the picture. Why are we doing all this? Well, it's simple. We want Mikhailik and thousands of other people in Ukraine simply to live, and to live a full life. While you may have no idea what immunodeficiency or an oncohematological disease is, you are familiar with a car accident or severe burns. So, this is the Biopharma facility, our cutting-edge, sophisticated manufacturer, and we are so proud of it. Give us a few more seconds just to show it off.
Так, працює техніка, працює.
Dear friends, I would like to invite all of you to take your seats. I'd like to also welcome you to KIEF International Economic Forum and at our panel for the most important human resource, the resource of every country, every company. Every day we're drawing closer to our victory. And thanks to the armed forces of Ukraine, Ukraine is regaining its territory. But unfortunately, even the smallest victory, we are paying very high price for. We're paying this price with our losses in demography, in economy, in our brains, in our talents, in our professional skills. And that's why today we will be talking about what is a relevant situation with the human capital, with demography, and what can we do to retain and support this capital and to improve and bring this capital back after a victory. We'll be having this discussion in a great company. There will be a 360 experience because we have specialists from different fields. We have Ella Libanova. She's an academic. She's a professional demographist. I'm not gonna go on because there's a long list of regalia. Please welcome Miss Ella. We also have Anastasia Frolova. She's the regional vice president of the SoftServe company. And she's the head of the Ukrainian office of the company in Lviv. We also have Anna Zharova with us today. Please, your applause for you, Anastasia. Online, we will be joined by Ms. Anna Zharova. She's a journalist. She's the head of the largest Ukrainian-Israeli NGO. And what's most important, Anna has been working for the Israeli government for a very long time in Sochnut, the organization that works with human capital. She'll be sharing Israeli recipes for success. And we also have Sergei Kvit, who is an educator by trade. He's the head of the National University of Kyiv-Mogilyanska Academy and also former Minister of Education. So, a few words about numbers and statistics. My first question is about different demographic prognosis. The government is talking about the fact that since February 24th until 19th of September, almost 8.5 million people have left the territory of Ukraine. A little bit over 7 million have returned. So approximately 1,200,000 are currently abroad. So those are working professionals and children. Demographists have different prognosis in regards to what will happen to Ukrainian population. Some prognosis says that if the war will last for a while longer, it will decrease by a few million. So, Ms. Ella, the question is to you. What is the real demographic situation? What is the human capital situation? And how it can impact Ukrainian business and Ukrainian economy? First of all, I'd like to give a few words about human capital. For the last quarter of the 20th century, the global economic thought has reached a point that from 60 to 80% of national wealth is amounted through human capital. Think about it. So it's 60% for the less developed countries. Well, of course, we are talking about the leading nations here, right? About the developed nations. So the more developed nations like Germany and Japan are more than 80%, and the less developed are 60%. Just for you to understand, to establish this baseline, the wealth is not financial capital. The wealth is people. Every country is made of people. It's not made of industries or banks. Industries, banks, factories are created for people to live here. And so today, the entire Europe that is moving through the stage of aging and then depopulation, which is inevitable, those are inevitable stages of development. Europe is fighting for people. In Ukraine, the situation was bad prior to the war. the average lifespan of people was lower than the average for the entire planet, including Africa, Asia, and all of the other places. So that was always our most complicated issue, our weakness of all our demographic processes. The birth rate was, well, slightly worse than the average in Europe, but it wasn't catastrophic, despite what everybody has been saying. Because contemporary woman is not giving birth to as many children as her grandmothers were. The modern woman does not do it. She will never do it again because she has new interests, she has new values. So in Ukraine, prior to the war in 2021, the birth rate was approximately 1.2 children per woman. In 2022, the birth rate definitely decreased. We don't know by how much, but it's not a catastrophic drop because you probably know that the majority of these children that are born in 2022, they were planned prior to the war. We are expecting a much more rapid drop in the birth rate in 2023, and I think in 2024, the death rate. The situation is, well, it was really bad, as I said. In 2022, of course, the death rate has increased, and because you can understand how huge are the losses we are suffering every day. And these losses are not through military casualties, but through civilian casualties. Because children are killed, young people are killed, pregnant women are killed. The situation is most complicated with migration. It is complicated in the context of accounting. I like to rely on the data provided by the State Border Guard Service because the Border Guard always accounts for people going out of Ukraine and coming back, especially if we're talking about the western borders with Moldova. Situation with the Russian borders is more complicated. So what is the data? I'm going to tell you. So if we take a look at what happened since February 24th until October 24th, just to give you an equal estimate, we had 9.7 people leave the country, and approximately 8.4 returned. But it's interesting because not everybody who has left after the war has returned, because the people who were living on business trip, for example, because the war does not cancel the near the border movement. There are people who are going back and forth every day for 4 times a day, and they're included in the total numbers. If you remember, I'm not going to comment on the quality of the decision, but if you remember when there was a decision on the tax for the vehicles that could be imported, there was a significant business process on the border, and of course there were a large number of people going out and coming back. So even today, if we take a look at the days where the numbers are greater for people leaving Ukraine or coming in, you'll see a very interesting correlation. On Friday and Saturday, people are massively moving into Ukraine, and on Monday, people are massively moving out. Those are primarily women who are abroad, and since men cannot cross the border, people usually spend the romantic weekend near the border. So who are those 1,300,000 people who stayed abroad? Those are different people, completely different. But if we take a look at the data prior to the war, we thought that approximately 3 million Ukrainians are walking abroad. Now that number amounts to 4.5 million people, million Ukrainians. The issue is not in the fact that those are young women and children, for the most part. The issue is also that 90% of people who were leaving Ukraine, if we trust the data available, those who are city dwellers, and a large number of those were women from Kharkiv and women from KIEF. Those were the active, self-reliant women who believe in their opportunities, who believe in their ability to take care of themselves abroad. As a result, so 70%, if we trust the Poles and the Germans, if we trust the social surveys, 70% of our women abroad have higher education. So we're talking about the human capital here, right? I thank you so much, and I would like to give the floor to Miss Anna right now. Anna, I think that Israel is a benchmark for human resources work. So I would like to ask you two questions in that regard. What were the strategies of Israel when working with human capital, when working with human resource, when the state was established, prior to Israel becoming this great attractive place to live, when things were complicated, which is something we can be looking forward to? And what are the recipes and strategies that are used by Israeli government right now when Israel is an attractive country on the peak of its development?
Хочу сразу сказать, что израильтяне с украинцами с начала войны.
Right, so I'm going to be speaking in Russian, and I can unfortunately hear myself very well. Can we do something to take away the echo for Anna? Anna, please go on. The technics ask you to continue, and they'll try to take care of this issue. So what I wanted to tell you, in regards to Israel's history, it is important to say that the preparation for the establishment of the state started at the end of the 19th century. I cannot continue talking because I can hear the echo of myself. All right, so I would like to request for technical service to take care of Anna's issue, and then we'll have other speakers take the floor. All right. Anna, they will reach out to you and try to help you find a solution. Mr. Kvit. I don't know much about Israel. I wanted to hear more from Anna. But there's an undeniable fact that Israel miraculously works with their human capital through education. School education on the level of the state is not great, which is proven by all international ratings, but the university education is exceptional. So for example, a week prior to the full-scale aggression, my team and I visited Israel, Tel Aviv, Ben Gurion, and you know what kind of question and suggestions they gave us? Let's cooperate. We need more Ukrainian students. We are ready to provide stipends. We are ready to provide accommodation, right, for work permits. We need your human capital. And I think that prior to the war, Ukrainian higher education, as the main instrument of working with human capital, was losing this battle. More and more Ukrainian students were leaving to study abroad. So my question to you is, what can you say about Ukrainian education today, Ukrainian higher education today? What are its benefits that we have to stick to, and what are its weaknesses? Thank you. Can you hear me well? So I'm going to tell you a few words about Israel, because this rhetoric of bringing people back, it's not necessarily correct. It's the enticement to immigration. Because what happens to us is we have people living and coming back, but if people are coming back after a couple of thousand years, it's migration. The policy with Israel was ever so slightly different. And if we're talking about people coming back and luring people back in, this is something Ukraine has to do. And I remember back in the 90s, there was this rhetoric among some politicians that we have to have Ukrainians come back from Russia or former Soviet republics. What this led to into some sort of policies for Crimean Tatars. But if you ask Crimean Tatars, we have an honorary professor, Rehat Abdurrahmanovich Chubarov, he can tell you a few words. They were lied to. Crimean Tatars were lied to. There wasn't really a program. But this program has to exist, in particular with Ukrainians who left to Russia. That's one level. The second level is in regards to higher education. We have a small issue. There's not really a state policy for higher education. We have certain progress we've made. We have politicians who understand the importance of education. both high school education and higher education. They can draft documents, they can shape state policies, they can advocate for these things. Previously in our history, we did not have these types of politicians. So if we're talking about our higher education, the higher education reform is a reform of institutions. This is the key thing here. How do we reform higher education institutions? They have to become autonomous. There's no other way around it. The best universities in the world are autonomous. That's the baseline. All of our universities have academic autonomy, which cannot be monetized because the government continues to control the financing, the funding of the universities. So the next step for us is to establish financial autonomy, but it looks like some sort of battle. This is a battle for very simple things, which a lot of people in the world perceive as given. So what do we have that is beneficial, that we have to stick with? Is that, well, coming back to the question of human capital, quality of people, Ukraine is a very well-educated nation. The percentage of people who have obtained higher education is very high, and we have not second, not third, but fourth and fifth generations of people who have obtained higher education, which is very important. That's why this value of higher education is instilled on the family level. And this is something that gives us hope. If we are looking at the activities of our institution, we might see certain issues. So to say that we have certain innovations embedded into our institutions, something that we have to share, that's not really a thing. That doesn't really exist. We shouldn't build any imaginary ideas. So if I understand you right, on the state level, there's not really a system of using education as a tool for developing human capital. No, there isn't. And this is something we have to pay attention to today. Because today we're talking about Ukraine having to rebuild after the war. We have to rebuild our economy. I was on a business trip to the US recently, and their analytical tanks are reformatting their activities, reformatting their agendas, and they're paying more attention to the post-war restoration of Ukraine, focusing on Ukrainian economy. So my task, as I see it today, and I try to explain to them, and something that we're trying to do here as well, that education has to be a very significant part of the concept of economic restoration. This is an important element that we have to take into consideration what type of achievements we want in our education that will later influence the economic growth of the state. Unfortunately, education is not the focal point of our state. We have really cool programs like New Ukrainian School. This is a concept that's being implemented based on a very successful decentralization reform, infrastructural reform. In regards to the higher education, we have a great law which is not being implemented at all.
I'm also an educator, and we keep speaking about the necessity to advocate things at the level that we do work with. This is not one of the points to make costs, but rather it's one of the greatest things that enables people to make revenues. And where the state is still underperforms, business takes everything under its control. And I would like Ms. Anastasia to share a bit about their experience of soft SOAR with potential employees, human capital in the IT area, or as you usually beautifully say it, you grow the potential employees right from the moment they graduate from school. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Super. Well, my company, in the first place, is the one that was basically founded with the people with good education, solid education. So the discussion revolving around whether it's important for us or not has never been at the stake. We knew that we would always go to universities in order to get well-qualified personnel and have to work with them in the future. So if a company says that it wants to develop, it needs to take care of its employees within the company and make sure that they keep growing. If the company wants to keep growing, then it has to make sure that its potential employees and workers and their quality of education is at the proper level. So the company, during its 30 years of experience in the Ukrainian market, has grown substantially, and we already have 13,000 employees. And naturally, we have always been tightly collaborating with the educational facilities in Ukraine. And as of now, we have platform right now, a facility which enables us to work and explain about the level of cooperation with the Ukrainian academia, universities. These are more than 80 academic institutions in Ukraine. And up until now, our interaction and cooperation with them was pretty much like ad hoc. We would come to a university, share something with the students, try to encourage and invite them to come to our company, familiarize them with what we have to do. But we came to understand that it was substandard. And 4 years ago, together with the Lviv Polytechnical Institute, we launched the first pilot project. It's a bachelor program with the elements of individual education, partnered with us. So for those who are not educators, individual education means practice, and apprenticeship right at the time when you're studying at university. So this format generated because of our dialogue with universities and academia when they would complain that we just make a leakage of students. The best students most of the time drop out of universities. They don't even care about having diplomas issued to them, just go ahead and work. So for us, it's a very practical approach because first of all, we help to encourage the best students for these modernized, reconsidered programs and syllabuses which our specialists take care of and supervise. And on the other hand, we also revise the format of education for the students themselves. It's more convenient for them to study, and they don't have to think about whether they have to study or work. So this is a kind of an ecosystem that enables them to graduate from universities in the best way. Last year, we also launched 4 such programs in Lviv. And at the beginning of this year, we were posed with the question of what we have to do further in this area. But it wasn't a long question that we posed to ourselves, because starting with the beginning of this year, we launched 3 more programs like that in Ukraine. Kharkiv, Dnipro, and Kiev are now included in the board. Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed for that. Now, Anastasia, I would like to specify it from you because it's a wonderful case of systemic cooperation between business and academia. So in these bachelor programs, what have you added that previously lacked? You said that it was substandard. Was it artificial intelligence? This is a drastic variety of jobs. In Lviv, for example, this is education and artificial intelligence, for instance. So we reconsider syllabuses and the content of the learning programs. We activate everything in such a way that a student at the point of graduation, at least at the point of every session, would end up having practical baggage of knowledge, something that they will require in the area of their professional involvement, for them to understand how businesses operate, where they are going to work and apply in the future. Thank you. Anna, how about your situation? Is there echo still? There is still echo, unfortunately. All right. Then let's still hear from Anna, and let's hear about the experience of Israel in terms of human capital, so the involvement of people in the country. One has to say that in Israel is a small country, a young country. It's only 74 years old. Its independence was proclaimed in 1948. Another important point to consider is the first people, the pioneers and trailblazers, took to the Palestine, not even to Israel back in the days, were the ones who would escape different kinds of hideous situations in Russia, in Ukraine during the First, Second World War, the Holocaust, repressions they escaped from. Then the people that would come there in 1948, immediately after the state was founded, 5 Arabic countries proclaimed the war on Israel. And after that war, about 800,000 more people came to Israel from Arabic countries who escaped anti-Israel sentiments. So thus we can say that at the beginning, in late 19th century, when they spoke about the establishment of the state of Israel, not even the state of Israel, but Jewish state, Jews from Europe were not particularly hasty to come to Palestine. Those were the ones who Financially, were very well-to-do. They had very high-ranking positions, and we had to provide for some new structures. Well, there is a difficulty in understanding you because the technical situation is very poor. Anna, would you kindly put on your earphone? You couldn't hear me? Yes, we could. But the quality of sound is really poor indeed. It's a choppy connection, sad to say. Now it's slightly better, but would you kindly put on your earphones, and this will definitely facilitate our communication. So Anna, if you would tell us about the recipes to involve people, the best practices to engage people, because that's something that we could also employ at the level of our country. At least that's something that I think about. But Ms. Ella disagrees. So it's necessary to understand that at the beginning, nobody wanted to go to Israel. So we had to establish organizations outside Palestine who were busy engaging people, fundraising, making sure that people would come to Israel, would be Israel and start living there. We had the Ministry of Integration. In Israel, they don't speak about immigration. They speak about repatriation or coming back home. And the national idea of Israel lies in the fact that Israel is the household, is the home to all Jews. Right now we have 7 million Jews in Israel and abroad, some 8 million people. So the purpose of the state of Israel is to make sure that all Jews will come back home. And if it's impossible, then maintaining connections with the diaspora, and all of the bodies and organizations operational work towards this goal, to make sure that the people the Jews, who are outside Israel, don't lose touch with this country. Therefore, we have the Ministry of Integration, the Ministry of Diaspora, established in 2009. And its exclusive purpose is to create as many programs for students, children, meant for Jewish communities, for them to keep in touch with our country, with their homeland. And if you keep in touch with the country, it means that at least it's highly likely that you will come back to your promised land. We also have another program which is worth talking about, meant for the youth throughout the world. They come from the whole world for a couple of weeks, for example, and the country is showed to them from within, ranging from tourist aspects all the way to business, health industry. And there are a number of organizations that get together specialists who go outside Israel, abroad, to big Jewish communities where they lecture and share about Israel, thus advocating the country. Anna, is there a statistic of conversion? How many people, young people in particular, after these a couple of weeks stay in Israel, will come back to Israel to stay permanently? Well, the number of the programs that we have in place enables us to say that one of the most efficient and demonstrates the high percentage of statistics is called Masad. It's when the guys who graduate from universities, if we talk about human capital in particular. So this is the end that we work towards. The young people who have gained higher education and possibly have already gone into employment, people with good, solid knowledge base, they're invited to come to Israel to stay and live here for a year. They're provided with accommodation, internships within companies. It depends on what they opt for. This may be television channels, working as journalists, or in business, high-tech, health insurance. So there's a whole load of different programs available. And the companies which implement these programs. So this is not only state-run programs. It's not only about the Jewish Sahnud agency. It's also up to the providers of such services who cater to these programs, making them unique, fascinating, and they compete, by the way. So these people come and stay here for a year. They have their own experience. They study the country from within, and they will stay eventually. The percentage is pretty high, up to 85% of them come back and stay. Wow, fantastic numbers indeed. So this youth program, I know there are about 26 young people who get back and stay in Israel, but you say 86. Wow. So we will continue talking about human capital, and now I would like to redress this question to Madam Ella. So our question at stake is, what can be done at the level of the country, at the level of the business, in order to make sure that people stay within the country? How can we support people, and is it worth doing so? Keeping the people within. And what can be done at the state level? Perhaps some Israeli recipes will be suitable here in order to get the people back after the victory is won. How can we revert the people? Well, most importantly, we need to seek to ensure the connection between those that have emigrated from the country for whatever reasons and make sure that they keep in touch with Ukraine. And these chances are huge for us. Let me remind you one number. In the first week after the war broke out, when there was already the decree of the president signed, the people that came back, they knew that they wouldn't be able to leave the country again. They got back to Ukraine. 200,000 men came back to Ukraine. They entered Ukraine in order to struggle, to fight for their homeland and to help their households and families. So this feeling of being Ukrainian is there with us. What can further be done? Well, in addition to the state-run programs, because I'm sure that it's fraught with different mistakes, there are not so many successful solutions. Everything has to be done at the level of schools, kindergartens, employers. If it's a clever employer, a prudent one, he or she will keep in touch with his or her employees abroad. And this touch may be not only monetary or pecuniary, because money is not what's the most important. The main idea is that the form tutor has to get back to her graduates and ask them how they are faring there abroad. The school must make sure that that they have online education opportunities, not for the whole syllabus, but you should understand those countries that hosted Ukrainians, in those countries, children still maintain Ukrainian education, right? They study both abroad and according to the Ukrainian educational programs. So at least some form of cooperation and education and fellowship with their friends staying in Ukraine should be there. It's studying Ukrainian literature, Ukrainian history, I think, and that will suffice, more than suffice, at least at this current stage. After the war, something that I personally lay my hope on, I'm convinced that there will be a Marshall Plan for Ukraine. And will be there for numerous reasons, and we can talk about that at length, but not now. And if there is one, it means that there will be a huge number of jobs. And those jobs will be with decent payment. And that means that both Ukrainians will come back from abroad, and most likely foreign people will be coming to Ukraine. Sergei Mironovich, I disagree flatly that we have to develop a program to revert Ukrainians from Russia, because I'm afraid that de jure in their passports, they may be still considered Ukrainians, but with reference to their psychology and mentality, I have too much skepticism, because I know how very well people can be brainwashed there. And getting the fifth column here after the war, honestly, I'm not fascinated by this idea. Those people who want to come back, those who believe themselves to be Ukrainians, will get back here anyway. What else can be done today? Once again, we need to keep in touch with people, stay in touch with them. We need to reiterate to them all the time that you are waited here. We'll never forget it. In Greece, after the most difficult period when people were just escaping Greece at airports, there was an inscription: "Come back. Greece is waiting for you to come back." It costs nothing, but it's something that has to be done and done now for us not to lose these people. What else needs to be done today? At whatever cost, we need to make sure that the immunization is reinstated, because in addition to everything else, medical care is a hard point, is a soft spot for us. Cardiovascular diseases have increased in number, and people are dying because this constant stress it just doesn't go unnoticed. Are you talking about immunization? Yes, ensuring lifespan, life expectancy. Today we have to fight for every single child. And immunization is all about making sure that the posterity will stay. Concerning having more children to be born. I don't believe in a baby boom because it's a different kind of war, different kind of people, different kind of moods and sentiments. So I'm really skeptical about that. But I still believe that by 2030, approximately, birth rate will grow by 1.6%. Because it's a very typical percentage for Ukrainian, 1.5, 1.6 children per one woman. Well, unfortunately, the population will diminish. Because for our population to grow, we need to have 2.2% of childbirth. And according to our prognostication, by 2030, within the boundaries of Ukraine at the moment of 1991, we will perhaps have some 35 million people, and if that happens, I will be happy. How will that impact the economy? Very poorly, very badly indeed, because of course the population will be aging. What does that mean? That means social benefits, of course, the greater strain on the pension fund and healthcare system, and of course a greater strain on the full able body population. All right, so is there a light at the end of the tunnel? Can we hope for any migration into Ukraine? Yes, we can. We can hope for that, all right, if the standard of living is comparable to the standard of that in the EU. I'm more than sure that we can go through the pathway that the countries of the Mediterranean have already done. Italy, Spain, Greece, they were all emigration countries. Now they're all immigration countries. Therefore, we stand very good chances. Dear friends,
we will have a chance to pose questions from the audience. It will be in 5 minutes towards the end of our panel. Anastasia, you are a real Ukrainian business that is currently facing issues with human capital during the war. So what instruments, what strategies do you utilize in order to retain individuals that are currently in your team and to support them? Briefly about these HR instruments and policies. Well, we're a global business rooted in Ukraine. So when the war started, part of our team, the people who were able to do that from the east, from the north of Ukraine, they moved abroad. Our company is represented abroad, and so those members of our team can legally stay there, work there, waiting for the possibility to return. A large number of members of our teams that moved abroad have returned to Ukraine because, as Masala says, we've maintained active communication with them. Right. Right, I just said that they're from Lviv. So they have this communal mentality because people from Lviv have very particular migration patterns. And the second focal point that we have is on retaining our workers in Ukraine right now. Given the energy crisis, how do we support our workers to enable them to work and fulfill their obligations for their clients? Unsurprisingly, this year we have launched new offices in the cities we've never had offices in before, in Lutsk and Khmelnytsky. We're currently opening an office in Poltava. So the second very important focal point is working with mental health of our workers, and it has been ever more significant since the beginning of the pandemic and now since the beginning of the war. We have to understand that as a large organization, we have these tools to support the mental health of our employees, and it is our responsibility. And also other tools did not change. We maintain open communication. There's some internal growth of our employees. Talking about growth, many IT companies, in particular international IT companies, are supporting Ukrainian companies positionally, but I know that the recruitment of IT specialists has ceased because foreign investors are not sure whether Ukrainian companies can fulfill the obligations. What is the case with SoftServe? Are you filling the vacancies that appeared, or are you increasing the numbers of your team from the 13,000 baseline further? Yes. Diversifying the risks of the company. More than 80% of our human capital is in Ukraine right now. And so many of the new clients are addressing our foreign offices, are working with our foreign offices. At the same time, since the beginning of the war, we didn't have any prohibition from growing our business here in Ukraine. So every client who is ready to support Ukraine and ready to launch and develop their business here, they're speaking to us. Of course, we have those clients. How significantly did the productivity of your team decrease? And of course, the productivity of every Ukrainian business decreased. So how much did yours? Our productivity did not decrease. Individual productivity may have increased even as well. Of course, if we're talking about the first few weeks since the beginning of the war, there were transportation issues in order to ensure some simple safety to our team members. But as of today, despite all of the electricity cuts, we are equipping our offices with generators, we're equipping them with Starlink systems to enable people to be productive. And people feel this responsibility that they're liable to be productive. So our team productivity did not decrease, it even increased overall. Anna? So let's get back to you in regards to the filters that Israel uses to involve the best of the best. And who is the priority? What constitutes a priority human capital? I'm just going to make a short comment that I completely agree with the fact that we have to maintain constant communication with Ukrainians. It's something that Israel does quite effectively. But besides communication, Israel also says that it is responsible for everybody who is living abroad. And this responsibility is constantly highlighted. For everybody who moves to Israel, it is important to understand that there are programs. People receive an entire basket of benefits. Every individual who has the right to citizenship receives financial aid, language aid, accommodations if they do not have a dwelling. If we're talking about these filters, they exist on all levels, starting from the state all the way to Sakhnut and other NGOs that are working with accepting new potential citizens. We're talking about a significant number of repatriates to Israel from the states and from France, not only from the former Soviet states, which is why for every group of repatriates, there are specific targeted programs. There are specific organizations that are responsible for the immigration of these countries, of the people from these countries. There are specific agencies for the former Soviet states, for the US, and on the decision-making stage, while the people are in those other countries, they have a choice to select their repatriation program. How can they immigrate into Israel? Do they want to live in kibbutz? Do they want to gain an internship within their specialization, within their profession? What is also very important to highlight is that business is at the heart of it, of course, but it's not just about business. We're focusing on children, on students, on those who, after moving to Israel, will be building the country. So we have programs Limut, Masa, Taglit, Mitsudai. I can keep listing the programs, but all of these programs are targeting potential citizens of Israel and teaching them, helping them to find their rightful place here in the country. In every municipality of the country, Every city has its own immigration department, a repatriation and integration department. So on the state level, there are programs, there are Ministry of Integration programs, Aliyah Ministry programs that provides funding, medical support, insurance. On the educational level, there are many educational projects where the state pays for education to all of those who want to study in the higher educational institutions here, and to the new repatriates who do not have the funds to do that, the state can pay for it. And there's a separate establishment that works with students, with those who recently immigrated to Israel. Thank you, Anna. I think we've heard that you have a lot of examples. It is a very complex, a very comprehensive system. I have to ask Mr. Kvit about education, but I'll ask Marcela first. The numbers that we heard is 8 million Israelis, 8 million Jews who are living outside of Israel, 7 within Israel. And so there is a separate diaspora ministry, there is a large Sachnut organization. What is the number of Ukrainians living abroad? What are the numbers of Ukrainian diasporas, this potential reserve? It depends on how we count it, right? According to the US Census, they're asking people, how do you identify? And quite a lot of people identify themselves as Ukrainian Americans. And if you take a look at their welfare, at education, people are living, Ukrainian Americans are living much better than an average American, which speaks volumes to the quality of our immigrants. But, you know, people who've left a while ago, they don't really have a chance of returning. And while I'm really concerned about the story of bringing Ukrainians back, if the war will take a few more years, I don't know who'll come back. People will adapt to their new lives. The risks are huge. I know that we can't do anything with it, but we can't just ignore the situation. We made a couple of calculations a few years back. There were 65 million Ukrainians overall, right? Overall in the world. So 65 million Ukrainians living in the world. So if 35 of those are living in Ukraine, and 25 million are living somewhere. So we can consider creating a Ministry of Diaspora. So this experience of having people, more nationals living abroad than people living within the country, is with Armenia, for example, Poland. They had Polonia back in the Soviet Union, and they utilized it well. I don't think it's a good idea to bring everybody back right away. If somebody is not coming back, but they believe themselves to be Ukrainian, it's a good tool. We can have a Ukrainian lobby in the States, Ukrainian lobby in Canada. Thank you. Mr. Kvit, you said it's a very important tool of bringing people back to the country's education. And for Israel, those are great Israeli universities. How do you see the perfect higher education system for Ukraine in the education policy for the state? How do you create such a policy and such a system that would draw people in from all over and that would help retain Ukrainian young people and help them receive better education? So the key element with higher education is the quality of the university. So how competitive is the university on the international level? We don't really have those. I really like how open the discussion is. So the pool of these competitive universities would mean that we have this level that is comparable to modern standards, modern achievements. This is something we have to work hard on. This is the first thesis. The second thesis is we have to have competitive private universities. There are many of those. The number of those has decreased. But unfortunately, they're not playing a very significant role. The primary criterion is, the great example is that since 1991, all private universities that have been established, none of them has started teaching chemistry, physics, or biology. That's a very important criterion. Higher education is not in any way separated from the high school education. High school education should focus on math. We have to have passion for math. People have to believe that math is popular. If we're talking about higher education, the key is interdisciplinary approach. It is impossible to have people study precisely their specializations, because if we're talking about math as specialization, engineering as specializations, these people have to have a really wide worldview. They have to have this humanitarian, social sciences aspect to their education. I think this is a good case of KIEF Mohila Academy. Math has to be a requirement for all students who are coming into the university. We're not talking about algebra, we're talking about basic math that shows the critical thinking of individuals. I would like to add two more things here. If we're talking about higher education, Soviet government separated research and education. So science happens in the academies of science, not in the universities, yes, for the most part, statistically. But if we're looking at all expenditures for science in all academies, universities, specific institutions, and if we count it, we'll see that this number amounts to the expenditure for research of one European university. So our funding is minimal, it's minuscule. That means that the state does not understand the significance of investments into research, into science. Even if we take a look at the idea that companies can build their R&Ds here locally, we still have to have state funding. And I would like to highlight also that all of these issues are related to the fact that every war pushes out millions of people abroad. This is nothing new, but let's not look at it as an issue. Our people will get acquainted to different life. They will see different standards. They will be more demanding to themselves here in Ukraine. The issue is for us to create a good country for them to come back to. We have to reform Ukraine. For those people who have the potential of coming back, for them to feel that they are engaged in this, they're involved in this, their opinion matters, they are the moving force of the country, their social lives created for them. We cannot allow ourselves to have high quality higher education in a poor country. We have to have economic reforms, and the economic reforms are impossible without higher education reform. So having education policy is something that we need as a country today. Thank you so much for these tools. We have a couple of minutes left for your questions from the audience, please. Sir, please introduce yourself. Yaroslav Vircheshin. Please don't take offense. I really don't want people to leave this panel thinking that the human capital is the number of diplomas, IT diplomas, amongst young people, because that's what the discussion kind of sounded like. But my question, or my comment even, is based on the fact that I read a couple of articles recently that there are countries that don't really have human capital. And that would be weird, right? Because they have people, they have diplomas. But the main goal of those people, the main criterion, the main goal of those people is to leave the country. So that's something we have to start with. What is defining the human capital? My definition of human capital, based on what I have researched, is the ability of large numbers of people to come together for a single goal that will later reflect on the next generations. And it is characterized by the level of education, healthcare level or lifespan, and a level of trust that exists within this community. And so in this case, we shouldn't just bring people back in. We have to create human capital for the future, and it has to be a state policy. Thank you so much, but I think the definition of human capital is a good task for Ella Marlenievna. You're talking more about social capital, not human capital. So let's us all be brought back onto the same page. So human capital is the products of people's creations. It's not just the economy of knowledge. That can be art, for example. It's not necessarily economic product. Those are all of the achievements of people, if that's not a criminal goal, of course, not a criminal achievement. And these goals are popular within societies, these products. Do you have any other questions? Людмила Черношолійник. And I want to ask a question for such an in-depth analysis that we've heard right now. Without moving into the discussion of terminology, since Ukraine is a territory of dignity, our definitions of words are completely different from what we had during Soviet occupation, Polish occupation, over the 1,000 years that Ukrainian nation has suffered through. My question is, what is the formula for the economy of the future that encompasses all sciences, all research, given that we still know that in 1991, the subject of law, the Ukrainian people, were included into the law for the first time, and that the subject was excluded from the business activities of the state, according to the Act of Declaration on State Sovereignty. Since we're talking about independence, so what do you think is the independence economy? What is the new vision of scientists, of researchers who are fighting for people, calling them human capital, as the panel discussion is called today? Thank you. Yes, of course, this issue requires deep consideration. You keep talking in riddles. I want you to ask a very concrete question. You made this huge declaration, but we didn't really understand what you meant. You taught me Germanic, so I think you're the only person able to decipher that riddle. Right. So, something that we have to take away from this panel is that human capital is not just about economy. Of course, it is about economy as well, but it is also about what we are achieving. What do we need to achieve? What are our goals? How do we establish ourselves? It's, in a way, a romantic perception of the future of the country. We have to maintain this dialogue. I, as myself, as a person related to education, can tell you we have to have a dialogue with our students, high school students, university students. Children, the young people have to feel like they're involved in this creation of a new country. Something I would like to remind you, something that we really need, something that we lose while having discussions like this. We're losing sight of what is important by using words that we directly translate from English, and those words don't really mean what they mean in English. For example, if we're talking about leadership in universities, we're talking about charismatic leadership of a rector or of a dean. But in the entire world, leadership is a team notion. So if we're talking about the law on higher education enacted by the parliament, it was approved by the parliament. But in English, it is synonymous to implementation. In Ukraine, there's a huge gap between approval and implementation. Those are two very different tasks.
Also pay attention. We usually speak about the government and the state. So subconsciously, it seems to us that the state and the government pursue different interests. But in English, the government or the state is the same. So if in our language, there's this change, the paradigm of these ideas shifts and changes, that will result in true changes within the society. So the state or the government and the society will not be something working towards different ends, but they will be working towards the same common future. And so I think that the language and the notions and ideas that we conceive of also play a great role. Thank you very much, Mr. Serhiy, for this positive note in your intervention and for summarizing our conversation. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the forum. Have a wonderful conference.
At MasterCard, we are focused on a world beyond. Beyond the card as we know it. Beyond payments as we know them. Beyond the digital divide. Because at MasterCard, we are focused on where the world is going next. Towards safer and even more secure digital transactions. Where contactless technology is within the reach of everyone. And money moves effortlessly, in real time across borders. Where buy now, pay later plans give people more choice and flexibility. And multiple payment options make new choices possible. Where fraud and security concerns are reduced and every transaction can be trusted. Where we leverage our technology leadership to develop digital-first, data-driven innovations and enable new networks beyond payments.
This is the biopharma facility. This high-tech, state-of-the-art, sophisticated manufacturer is unique for Eastern Europe, and we are so proud of it. Why? Well, that's simple. Meet Mikhailik. At first sight, he's just like any other child. He jumps, runs, rides a bike, but unfortunately, he gets sick a lot. That is because Mikhailik has primary immunodeficiency. It is a very serious disease. Only medicines made from plasma from other healthy people can help Mikhailik. Plasma is donated by donors, ordinary people. Actually, no, not ordinary. They are real heroes, and we are very grateful to them. We collect plasma in modern plasma donation centers, like this one in Cherkasy. And soon we will build similar centers in each region of our country. Regular donors already know that in our centers, the donation procedure is absolutely painless and safe and takes not more than an hour. We check the health of our donors for many conditions. In addition, we test their blood for HIV and hepatitis viruses. Then we freeze the plasma using special equipment and store it in quarantine for up to 6 months. And only after that, the plasma is transferred to the facility. Our facility is located in the city of Bila Tserkva. We process up to 1 million liters of plasma per year. The nearest facilities in terms of this scale and state of technology are located in Western Europe and China. At the facility, we test frozen plasma for infections and viruses again. And after thawing, yes, that's right, after thawing, we test it once again. Then we separate the necessary plasma proteins, albumin and immunoglobulin. The next stage is purification, followed by concentration. Then all raw materials go through several steps of viral inactivation, and only after that the product is put into bottles. But you do understand that in real life everything is a bit more complicated than in the picture. Why are we doing all this? Well, it's simple. We want Mikhailik and thousands of other people in Ukraine simply to live, and to live a full life. While you may have no idea what immunodeficiency or an oncohematological disease is, you are familiar with a car accident or severe burns. So, this is the Biopharma facility, our cutting-edge, sophisticated manufacturer, and we are so proud of it. Give us a few more seconds just to show it off.
Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні є захисники, які закривають нас собою. Є працівники, що рухають країну під час бою. Є малюки, що під сирени тримають олівець. Є дорослі, що зберігають кожен гаманець. Є ангели, що повертають до життя. Безстрашність розміром з міста. Є фермер, він саджає помідори. А є бабуся, що помідорами збиває дрони. У нас є ті, хто зігріває тисячі людей, а хтось одну людину. У нас ще стільки сил, що неможливо подолати Україну. Просто бери і роби, що можеш. І ми обов'язково переможемо. Скільки
Поповнити рахунок сестрі, доки вона допомагає тваринам – це маленька допомога. Підключити роумінг мамі, яка далеко – і це маленька допомога. Обміняти бонуси на гігабайти брату-волонтеру – це маленька допомога. Але з маленьких допомог складається велика перемога. Допомагай легко з додатком My Vodafone. Разом ми зможемо. Vodafone.
Промислова компанія, в якій працює понад 10 тисяч українців. Як це бути металургом Інтерпайп сьогодні? Тимчасово змінити професію та стати на захист країни. Ось що зараз означає бути металургом. Продовжувати працювати під час війни, аби тримати економічний фронт. Це теж про наших металургів. Захищати військових, забезпечуючи їх життєво важливою екіпіровкою, допомагати армії запчастинами, засобами зв'язку та іншим обладнанням. Присвячувати вільний час волонтерству та підтримці Збройних сил. Допомагати людям, яким довелося залишити свої домівки через вторгнення Росії. Допомагати пораненим внаслідок ворожих обстрілів і власноруч сортувати тонни гуманітарних вантажів. Бути металургом Інтерпайп означає створити корпоративний штаб і забезпечувати понад 800 мобілізованих колег необхідною амуніцією та медикаментами щодня із 24 лютого. Це означає залишатися сильним і захищати все, що ти любиш. Бути сміливим. Ось що зараз означає бути металургом Інтерпайп. Інтерпайп
повз міста. Є фермер, він саджає помідори. А є бабуся, що помідорами збиває дрони. У нас є ті, хто зігріває тисячі людей, а хтось одну людину. У нас ще стільки сил, що неможливо подолати Україну. Просто бери і роби, що можеш. І ми обов'язково переможемо. Скільки в Україні?
At MasterCard, we are focused on a world beyond. Beyond the card as we know it. Beyond payments as we know them. Beyond the digital divide. Because at MasterCard, we are focused on where the world is going next. Towards safer and even more secure digital transactions. Where contactless technology is within the reach of everyone. And money moves effortlessly, in real time across borders. Where buy now, pay later plans give people more choice and flexibility. And multiple payment options make new choices possible. Where fraud and security concerns are reduced and every transaction can be trusted. Where we leverage our technology leadership to develop digital-first, data-driven innovations and enable new networks beyond payments.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I understand that after lunchtime it's always a bit heavier for us to work, but please, panelists, would you kindly come up on the stage? We will have a round of introductions. In the first place, I'm very happy to see and have everyone physically. It's an incredible opportunity to finally engage with each other physically. And today, in this afternoon, we will be talking about business transformations that businesses are going under during wartime. And we will be also talking about what transformation awaits us after war. Let me introduce our panelists. My name is Tatiana Lakinyuk. I'm the moderator. I work in the office of Kyivstar, and our office has also undergone a certain degree of transformation. But today we'll be talking about numerous businesses. Our panelists today are Boris Shestopalov, co-owner and managing partner of HD Group. Please give you a round of applause. Igor Nikonov, the founder of the Can Development Building Company. Yevgen Kaganovsky, head of public sector in Ukraine at Microsoft Multi-Country. Ludmila Novak, communications director of Interpipe. Dmitro Zazula, advisor to the chairman of the board MHP, and Vasil Danilyak, chief executive officer of OKO Group of companies. Well, we have fuel, agrarian business, metallurgy, telecoms, in an international IT company, so we will have loads of what to talk about. We have about an hour. And let me start by saying we will be talking about the transformations that businesses have been undergoing starting with February 24th. However, we are a business front, and we know how significant it is to be a business front and to keep up the country from this end. But we also have a front line, and let's see what greetings have been sent to us from one of the fascinating places in Kiev. Hello, everyone. We want to greet and welcome all of the participants of the Kiev International Forum. We are Lviv Kherson together with the Guard of Patrol, and we wish you all to work well to make sure that the business helps to revive Ukrainian economy. Now I'm turning the floor to our heroes. Strong health. We are the Patrol Police of Kherson and the Patrol Police of Ukraine. Businessmen, we are inviting you to come to our city. The city needs to be liberated from the Russian invasion. Welcome to Kherson. I support that. Business, get the best of conditions. Businesses above all. Business and Ukrainians are together. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Kherson so far is just admits the people with the residential permits, and with special permits it allows you to come in, but we have already put up several towers, so there is communication with Kherson from Kiev. But let us talk about your businesses. Since February 24th, our businesses have been undergoing transformation more than once. Let us start with the business that began to suffer from day one, fuel. Vasil, what transformation has taken place with you, and what's taking place in your area and your company, respectively? Good afternoon. February 24th, when the war burst out, our business rapidly sensed, well, at least was one of the first to sense that everything was changed all over. Because if you talk about our portfolio of supplies like oil and oil products, petrochemicals, all of the petrochemical products that we used to have would come from the north, a bit from the east, and very few from the sea, and hardly anything from the west. That is to say, we used to have some contracts back in 2010, but Western contracts were always more expensive, and no supplier from the west would bring anything in Ukraine. Those were very, very small scopes, something for the Transcarpathia region, that's all. Respectively, the whole market was confronted with the situation that from day one and overnight, all of the supplies went down to nil. Only some of the prepayments before 24th, or maybe some of the goods that had been undersupplied, would be brought to Ukraine, and everybody began to target with the Western supplies. This was the greatest challenge, and in fact, the first month of our operations was focused on changing the logistics of our supplies all over. This was the very first and most important challenge, not only for our company, I believe, but for the whole industry. And approximately within 3 months, this challenge was overcome. It was corrected, and as of June, consumers were able to see a substantial improvement, and during the following months it felt as if nothing had happened and everything was just, the business was going normal. So the logistics was the greatest challenge that called for transformation. Interestingly, concerning developers, it's a drastically different challenge. So Igor, what do people do when they understand that their house and home stops being a home or a house? Well, I will start by saying that the beginning of the war was not just a shock. The people who were intending to buy something, they had to make an instantaneous decision whether to buy or not because they were worried, anxious. But if my memory doesn't fail me, it was just 2 months. Then we were wavering, feeling hazy. The whole team was on it. The whole team was being paid, and we pretended that we were working, but there was nothing much to be working on. But we decided in April that we would again resume our operations in April, because in the first place we had our obligations to investors, and you still have to maintain your company. And if people are not working, then business cannot run that way. So the decision was taken, and in May we launched operations again. Not too many people are buying flats, I'll be frank with you, but people are doing this on an installment plan. Some 85% of people still pay in installments. People still believe that in the first place we will finish constructions and developments. And secondly, they understand that they have already made their investments and we are not going to get their money back instantly. So virtually talking in volumes, we froze only very new projects where not a single flat had been sold. Where something had been sold, we are still working on it. We're building, completing constructions. And the rate of construction is in no way lower than it used to be. Of course, these power shortages that we have and rolling blackouts, something that is stopping us, but we still work to the best of our ability, and I think we will complete that. Wonderful that you have said that everything will be good, but another question is transformation. Did you have to change your business as usual, any business practices? Yes, slightly, but it's true. Some 3 or 4 months, we kept our employees in the full scope, but then we began to reduce, to slash our employees because there was not enough employment for them. 5, 6, 7 months. So this was the time when you can maintain the workforce as usual, but then you will simply start losing money and go bankrupt. But about 70 to 80% of the company still remains. People keep working. Some processes had to be adjusted in terms of logistics, for example, running, because some of the employees, like women with children, they ended up abroad, but they still continue working online, and the communication has increased remotely. So that's something that we had to change. The rest remains as it was. Thank you. Boris, let me take it now to your industry, which is probably one of the most important in Ukraine. Additionally, our land is suffering, and you do an agrarian business. So what did you have to change in order to support your business and its capacity to survive, to make ends meet? Thank you very much. I will not be trying to speak in a pidgin Ukrainian, because I still have to work hard on my Ukrainian, so let me just speak in the language which is usual to me. Let me start by saying that the first days of the war were the days of losses, first losses, because we started losing enterprises virtually 4 days after the full-blown aggression was launched against Ukraine. And this began to, of course, move into Ukraine from the east, and this movement was too fast for us to reply to it. Of course, we had some plans of response previously developed before the 24th of February. And we had some different elements of emergency connections. We had different kinds of stocks and supplies for emergency time, but still the situation was changing way too much around us on the one hand. On the other hand, from day one of the war, as peaceful producers of bread, flour, different kinds of grain products, we became an infrastructural product, strategic one. When in the meetings of war administration, we were issued with different mobilization dispositions that we were obliged to comply with, it was extremely unusual for us. And complying with that, this was all up to us. So this was really hard time for us to deal with. This was really initial shock, denial, adaptation, denial again, and moving into an attempt to build a relatively common mode of work. At least we do not disrupt any of our deliveries, and all of this had to be done within 2 to 3 weeks. Am I right? Well, let me put it this way. It was a very heavy month indeed. Months of reorganizations. We had a month of having to build new connections, sourcing new supplies, because we are found in the east of Ukraine, and for us the main subject is the geography. Geography and remoteness, all of this is affecting us. I came from Zaporizhia yesterday in the east of Ukraine, and the new challenges for us are power generators supplying power and delivery, all of the raw materials. So we had to do it all on our own. The instruments of outsourcing that when we were creating the holding, unfortunately, had to be shed. We had a centralized IT check area of our own, but sometimes there was no communication between our facilities, production facilities. All of this functionality sometimes was completely out, so we had to exercise a high degree of decentralization. We determined that each of the enterprises was an independent aircraft carrier, if you like, and we determined frameworks and deadlines for them to operate within, and thus continue to operate. As of now, in the East, we are the last industrial producer. I'm not going to speak about volumes. Of course, there are some more to the north, because Kharkiv is getting rebuilt and restructured, reclaimed, but we are still one of the last industrial clusters, which ensures employment for a huge number of people. Thank you very much. By the way, your note concerning the geography of Ukraine is true. I don't think that any one of us knew the geography of Ukraine as well as we know it now. You know, just as we were listening to the address from Kherson, you cannot just imagine how close this is to our heart, because on the 11th, I was in a state of a semi-shock, because the first photograph, which was sent to me from Berislav by our security service against the sign of our company, when the armed forces of Ukraine were entering again this area, and when on the 12th, the next day, we produced the first batch of bread. We used liquefied gas for that. And today, my group is writing to me, today we cannot go, because that road that they used back then was working. But unfortunately, now everything is destroyed with rain and snow. So for us, geography today is it's a very sensitive issue indeed. Thank you very much. Let us also speak about another big industry that Ludmila is here to represent. What is the major transformation that Interpipe has been going through? Well, we are still going through that, as you have aptly said, because on February 24th, we got all together as our management board, and we decided to create a special ad hoc committee, because 5 of our enterprises were standing still. It's in Dnipro, and we knew it was very close to the area of hostilities. All of our plants were not functioning. We tried to ensure the security for the employees, but that couldn't go on for long. We are an exporter, and our key markets are the U.S., the Middle East, it's the huge markets indeed, Asia, and we had thousands and thousands of piping in Odessa, in the Black Sea ports, and we understood that everything was stuck, but we had the projects, and these projects had to be fulfilled. So our logistics team, I think, managed to do incredible things. They found multiple ways to transport goods, so logistics was the key issue. First, production was brought in huge lorries to the Ukrainian borders. It took us about 60 days sometimes to cross the border. We tried to do that on the railway, but it was over burdened. Then we tried to find a way to transport that via barges on the Danube to Constanța in Romania and all the way to the United States. So there were fascinating things, very interesting. We tried to do that via Danube, the Rhine, and to the northern Rhine. But then you remember in summer, everything was very, very shallow. So this was a huge challenge indeed. But the company managed to restructure itself. And in April, we launched the wheels and the piping special mills for that. And now we work up to the 50% of our capacity because there is another understandably challenge. It's our clients, customers. We had a lot of long-term oil producing companies, and all of the goods are usually insured, but the risk from Ukraine cannot be underwritten. So if Ukraine cannot guarantee the delivery in time, we'll lose these contracts. So we did lose a lot of contracts, and now we are working on spot prices and spot. We try to keep up all of our markets. We deliver to the Middle East, to Turkey, Azerbaijan. We try to find ways for that. However, we try to preserve these exports so that after the war is over, we can go back to our customers as usual. And the third challenge, I think, and my fellow partners understand, we have substantial cuts in terms of power, and now we are learning to work in terms of making metalworks. We're changing, introducing businesses working overnight during the weekend, so everything is highly changeable, but that's the only way that we can operate nowadays.
Thank you so much. That is very true. Electrical supply is our blood. I have never heard that many questions from people. Why do cell towers not work without electricity? Because the cell towers rely on electricity. Dmitro, MHP. I think the logistics was also a challenge, but was there anything else you had to change in order to make sure your business survives? And like you told me during the break, well, everything's fine. Well, everything is fine does not mean that it was easy. You have to understand that it's the fourth year that MHP is undergoing transformation. Even when you introduced us, you called us an agricultural company. We're no longer an agricultural company. We're a culinary company that extends its vertical integration. We want to feed people. We're no longer just the producers of chicken. We produce beef, vegetables. We have a retail sector. We have horeca. We are so used to living in this undecisive stage. At the same time, the start of the war actually sped up decision-making processes. So we cannot just pause our business. We cannot put on a break. The chicken is growing. We cannot just tell the chicken, stop, don't grow. We have to restructure things. Wait for us to kick out the occupation forces. So for the first few hours, the top management of the company chose the role of supporting, ensuring the food security of the country. And that meant that we had to keep our business afloat. We have to take care of our people. We have to restructure our logistics because we don't only have the external logistics on the export, we also have internal logistics. We had to feed our people all across the country. And in places where the need was exponentially greater, in Sumy, for example, as well as where the need was greater because of consumption rates in the West, we didn't stop working for a minute. For example, even in Sumy, our grocery stores were the only grocery stores where people could buy things. And people are still grateful for it. So something that has become a key lesson for us was this new level
Anti-fragility.
Of anti-fragility is the ability to make quick decisions, the ability to be agile, to restructure. The decision-making time has decreased greatly, and now, since May, let's say, since mid-May, our HQ has readapted. We are adapted to this new normal. This skill, this ability to restructure the paradigm of today, we've kept this skill. And it really helps. It helps us transform the company into the future, and our transformation is ongoing. We continue investing, continue opening new offices, so we're on the way. Great. So there were certain challenges we had to tackle. Logistics, decentralization, loss of production facilities. Johan, your business is drastically different. You're not relying on production. But you have clients that have to be supported. So which challenges did Microsoft face in Ukraine? What did you have to solve? Thank you. Well, first of all, in regards to challenges, I would like to start by saying that we try to prepare ourselves. There were many strategies for us on what to do next, but it's impossible to be 100% ready for things like this. Our main challenge was the strategy and the possibility of knowledge transfer to our customers. Because since the very beginning, since February 24th, we approached our customers proactively, we approached the state proactively, and we held a number of sessions, including with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, with many CDTOs, where we highlighted the things that we need to do in order to first and foremost ensure security of our customers, ensure the safety of the teams and the safety of the distant work of the teams. On the other hand, our obligation was also to ensure the right of students to education. So these technological challenges, these rapid knowledge exchange challenges were amongst the main challenges that we faced. Over the course of the last couple of months, I had many discussions with my colleagues from CIU organizations, both from the state and the private sector. And if I would boil it down to a couple of phrases, I would say that what we plan to do in terms of digital transformation, we had strategies that we had successfully realized, but the plans that we wanted to implement over the course of 2-4 years, we had to implement those plans in a couple of hours. All right. We also have cases like that. We had a project that took over 7 years, but due to war, we were able to implement the project in 3 days. It pushed us. Right, cooperative business. Look at that. So what did I want to say? Our panel here is representing businesses that survived. So we can fall in this survivor bias, because the recipes that we have, they worked out, and that's why we are represented here. But I'm sure that over all this time, you had made multiple decisions, and some of those were failures. I would like you to share the failure decisions that you have made and how you tackled those. To give you a little bit of time, I'm going to tell you what we've done with KIEF Star. So we had to provide the people the ability to keep communicating despite the difficult system. We have contract customers, and they have this credit. So we extended the credit to let people talk more, and so people keep talking, they keep talking more. And we see that the debt that people have on their phones are tens of thousands of hryvnia. And we understand that if we keep doing that, if we ask people to pay us now, to pay their debts, so what they do is they throw away their card, because it's easy, right? So we had to work with every single customer and say, let's look at the debt that you have on your phone. How much can you pay right now? And for us, the key takeaway was we have to warn people. If we're doing good, even if we're extending their credit line, we still have to make sure that they know what we're doing, because it can fail us real quickly. So Boris, did you make a mistake, and what did you do with it? The thing is, looking back at the last 9 months, I can't really change anything that has been done. Something was based on intuition, some decisions were logical in terms of development of the company. Before the war, we have approved the plan to build a solar panel system on every roof of every plant that we have. We froze that program on February 24th. We launched it on March 6th. Congratulations for that decision. Right, so one station is very successful, one is in pipeline, 2 are being currently constructed. I regret that we actually made that delay. We should have done that faster, but we didn't understand how fast those would be destroyed by missile strikes. There were many leadership decisions, some of them were quite chaotic because the idea of strategy disappeared right away, of course. So we were first moving, and to quote a famous TV anchor, we were first moving through operational steps, 2 to 3 week increments, and then operational tactical increments, 1 to 2 months, and then we came back to strategy, to building a strategy. I can't really say that we didn't make any mistakes, but to be honest, none of those were really grand. In terms of business strategy, if it wasn't for the war, I would still do the same things. And knowing how things turned out, I would have maybe been braver in a lot of my decisions. At the very start, we launched a system of keeping awareness, maintaining awareness among our top management. I think we should have made that better. We should have made sure that our awareness system was greater and was better informing our workers. The second mistake that I can see as a CEO and a co-owner of the company, we have to talk to our shareholders more. And I can say that for sure, especially with shareholders who are far away. They have different risk assessment, they have different understanding of what is happening. And so it is very important to explain to them of what is happening right now, of what we are living through here. Maybe that would have enabled us to save a lot of energy in discussions. Right, that is correct, because as you have said, the reality abroad is very different, and it takes a while to explain decisions. Because when we say we want you to invest into Ukraine, they call us insane. But we know what the situation actually looks like. Vasil, did you make a mistake that you can actually talk about publicly? You can publicly acknowledge. As I had said, we had drastic changes in logistics, and so for the first month of the war, we did our contracting. Because we're a Ukrainian company and we entered a different market of supply. And so most of the contracts have been signed already, everything is planned. So it was very difficult for the Ukrainian companies to find suppliers. So what we could do, we could agree to sign really quick contracts, right? So in essence, despite certain unacceptable conditions like price, for example, we started contracting 100% of available resources all over Europe. We had European supply chains, which are a lot longer than the supply chains we had prior to 2021. Just for you to understand, before the beginning of the war, pipe supplies took 3 to 4 days to arrive to Ukraine. From the closest Belarusian plants, where a majority of the resource was coming to Ukraine, large shipments took like 7 days. And now the supply chain was extended to 2 months. So beside the fact that at one point all contracts were delayed or all the contracts now became prepayment contracts, and supply chains have extended drastically. We had one contract. It's very interesting that my colleague from Interpipe has also said that they encountered this problem. We've purchased in Amsterdam, Antwerp, quite an expensive resource, quite an expensive product. And the logistics of supply was also very complex. It had to come by small barges because Rhine is actually very shallow. So it had to be moved from small barges to Germany, and then it had to be brought to a single terminal. And then in that terminal, it was loaded onto docks, onto train carts. And there's also a line for train cart loading. There are also people having holidays. The business activity is very high there. So the loading docks are also very busy. And this supply chain has extended so much. Just for you to understand, we paid for this resource. Our first payments were made in mid-April, and the last resource was supplied here in October, if I'm not mistaken. So can you imagine the length of supply chain? Right, we're not talking about the entirety of our order, but it was supplied in increments. Rain became shallow. But who would have thought that? Who could possibly think that a river that is being so actively used for transportation could become shallow, and so no ships were moving through the river? I can't really say that it's a leadership mistake, but it cost us a fortune. I believe that everybody can agree with me here. Like you said, you've made emotional decisions in regards to your clients. Of course, we've made certain emotion-driven decisions in regards to our clients. Those are primarily regarding unlimited orders for the state sector. Thanks God, the state approached our contracts with decency, and so despite certain funding complications, everything went back to more or less normal. The government was paying us according to our contracts outside of tenders to expedite the procurement procedures. This is relatively okay. I believe that the decisions that were made, they were made accordingly to the situation and to the circumstances that we ended up in at the point of making the decision. So to say that we should not have purchased this resource knowing the supply chain issue, honestly, I can't say that we would have said that, because at that point the deficit was so high on the market that the decision was obvious. It was the only decision. And even though the supply chain complicates the process, it didn't really matter at that point. So in fact, we're talking about the fact that it's not so much a mistake as much as it is a response to the existing circumstance and how quickly we can change those circumstances. Actually, Vasily also touched up on a very important topic, how the state responds and how we as business are showing very high level of resistance, and the government as well. I lived for a while abroad, and the things that surprised my host family the most was, do you have a card? And do you have money on that card? And I'm saying, yes, I do. And you can pay for something with that money? Yes, because it's capitalism. Capitalism is winning the old Russian system. And so we survived, and we will survive. We will live well as long as business works, and as long as the state works, and it works, which is great. Dmitro, did you make a mistake that you're not proud of but can share? I don't know, I keep analyzing, keep thinking, I really want to name something. And look at all of you, no one made any mistakes. Okay, so our CEO didn't run away, right? We didn't start ignoring our people, we didn't fire anybody, we helped our team. The only thing, I can't really call it a mistake, we didn't believe that the war would actually happen. On February 23rd, in the hall, Yuri Kosyuk made a presentation. He said, I don't believe that they will invade, and even if they do, they can't reach anything. It's insane. On February 23rd, it was approximately at lunchtime. In the morning, we're sitting there in his office, and there were a few people having a conversation, and Mr. Kosyuk said that. So we didn't really have a plan to react to the invasion, to evacuate our personnel. Can you really say that it is a mistake that led to something horrible? Not really. Because all the decisions that we made afterwards were made quickly. If we made a mistake, we corrected right away. It had very agile, iteration-based decision-making. And if I analyze it right now, looking back, I don't really think I would change anything. All right, what can I say? The business did great. We're not going to discuss any mistakes or any failures, but nonetheless, each of us, we govern a large number of people, and so the war impacted us not only as businesses, but also as leaders. Igor, what should not a leader do during the war? Your main lesson learned. All right, so in regards to failures, actually agree with Dmytro. Right, we understand everybody pretends they're saints, sure. We didn't really make mistakes. Maybe there was one. We should have started preparation earlier. A few weeks earlier, but we were the first in Ukraine to restore the development. It wasn't that we didn't believe, it was just an issue of people. A lot of people left, and so it took us 2 weeks to gather the team back together. So what a leader should never do in the war? Of course, a leader should never abandon their company. The company should see the leader, look at the leader. And the leader should lead. If there is times of war, there has to be a commander, right? Everybody has to abandon their own ambitions, their agreements or disagreements. Everybody has to look in the same direction. And in front of them in that direction, there should be a leader who gives clear orders on what has to be done. That's when people come down and start working. Everybody was shocked after the beginning of the war. Come on. I was shocked, everybody else. But we moved on from that. And I want to add something about what you said about the cards and the prepayments. A lot of our industries, a lot of the social support agencies in Ukraine has worked so much better than I've ever expected. For example, the oil and gas, the food industry, the bank system. I swear to you, I was so surprised at how well everything works, how resilient it is. Take a look at our roads. Just a week ago, we were in Kharkiv, and they told us, look, there was a missile strike right here, and there was no mark left. Of course, we do have things to pay attention to, but I'm really glad that, in my opinion, Ukraine is much better than we thought.
That's why I presume that the leader must always run, lead, and mustn't become invisible. Thank you. So Ukraine is much better, and people think much more highly about Ukrainians in the world. While talking about Ukrainians, this is nation one for me. We are gods. We are divinities, ideal businesses and ideal Ukrainians. Well, previously, I used to think that we had multiple programs. However, now I think that this nation, maybe it lacked a certain kind of a boost or a stress, not perhaps this bad, but still people needed to see something that they are worth. They needed to see their worth. And I'm sure that the knowledge that we are getting now will definitely have a powerful boost and propel us very further into the future. So what mustn't a leader do during war, Yevgeny? Well, I will not say that we mustn't panic and lose our heads. We have already gained this lesson. This losing your head will always happen. You know this joke that on February 24th, Ukrainians don't run, everything will be wonderful, everything will be perfect. On the 10th of November, Ukrainians stop shooting Iranian drones, keep calm. It's not even a joke, it's true. However, on the other hand, we all saw how everybody was at a loss. But this also goes in side by side with composure, something that we have been observing over the last months. On the one hand, we are aware that this is a very fine lesson. We have to be vocal enough in order to get the communication across. You mean vocal within the country, both within and without the country. One simple example to give you, we as an organization prepared and analyzed the cyber threats that began to materialize in 2021. And very actively, we began to communicate with the state special connection services and in order to forestall and provide teams on cyber security in order for them to have all the necessary information to provide security and defense. That's one thing. On the other hand, it's vital to have a necessary amount of data in order to change priorities. I'm talking about finance, personnel, as well as the assets that the companies possess. Based on the examples, I can share with you and say that there are numerous organizations who very speedily began to kick in their cloud analytics systems in order to get both structurized and unstructured data from different databases on the basis of which leaders can make decisions. And another point to mention is that a leader's role is critical. And in this respect, I would like to extend my gratitude to all those who are sitting next to me and those who are facing me in this hall, that we're still staying here. We keep working, and leaders still are side by side with their teams. Yes, thank you very much. That's really important. Ludmila, with the example of Interpipe, what shouldn't leaders have done? Or yes, we talked about that, and we decided it's best not to share with you, but I decided to do it. Well, finally, it's coming out, right? So when discussing, we said that we had a downtime of 1 month in the first place because it's a big enterprise. These were bomb shelters, and a lot of the population lived in these bomb shelters. We provided them with the foodstuffs, water, etc. And so we couldn't work. It's not that we were afraid of working, but we were fearful of the lives of the people. There may have been some wounded, etc. But unfortunately, what that set us back to, we have a segment which is machine building. We work with heavy machine builders, Wickhardt, Uhlmann in Germany. These are machinery builders. And for them, Interpipe is 50% in their portfolio of orders. It's a big share indeed, as it turned out. So when we put our operations on stall, there were communications with our customers. We were daily in touch with them. We told them where Dnipro was, where the war was going on. So now they know very well about Dnipro and Nikopol geography-wise. So we told them that we couldn't work. It was risky. And in this time, unfortunately, they brought into their country their Chinese production. And now they understood that they cannot just deal with the Chinese production. Ukrainian products are better, so they want to come back to us. But unfortunately, there is this segment because this downtime prevented us from working better and ensure greater economic stability. Talking about the role of the leader. Well, definitely this has to remain in Ukraine. You cannot be a leader and stay outside of the country because everyone looks up to you. Everyone expects you to say something important. So our management board has daily meetings. We have it at 10 o'clock in the morning, and this morning we had it likewise. Even at weekdays, we had our meetings at 10 o'clock. Security service would tell us everything is okay, stable, or there were some hits, the shelling happened, whatever impact was on the population. So we are in a city, and we say that CEO is like our steel leader, not just like a military leader. He's a steel military leader, so he has to be approachable. He has to be transparent. He or she has to be easily understood by the people. It takes a lot of communication. I'm responsible for communication, so twice a day, we have these mail drops done to all of the employees. So if the people don't have these mail drops, even at the level of the shop floor, they can call you and say, what's wrong? Especially in the first months, it was extremely valuable for us to communicate. All of the decisions have to be clear, and that seems to be the most sensitive as a topic. Well, you reminded me about one of the mistakes that our company made. We provided dormitory spaces. Some 300 people came to our Lviv office, and they organized their shower rooms, food corners, cooking. Everything was done in shifts. And 2 months on, we realized that people were not looking for the ways to find another accommodation. They were living within their office spaces, and it was strange that sometimes you come wearing your smart clothes, and people come out of shower rooms in slippers and bathrobes, and we began to suggest finding that they should find some accommodation. But we had one person staying in our premises for 3 months with a cat in slippers and bathrobe coming out of the shower room. So we had to activate and act on it accordingly. So now let me ask Vasily what a leader should and shouldn't do. As a leader, you have to stay with your people, first and foremost. People must see you. People must feel you. You have to be alive and kicking, living and breathing. All of the leaders have to be living and breathing, but not online or remote somewhere. The people working somewhere in a gas filling station, you have to go and see them, say, hi, hello, how is it going? Even without saying that, people have to see you, and they have to understand, be aware that you're here in Kiev, in Lviv, in Lviv, Rivno. You can drop on them at whatever moment. So people have to be conscious of the fact that the leadership is here. No one has escaped. Just like I can be working at a petrol station somewhere in Kiev, Dnipro, or in Zaporizhia, in Chernivtsi. Leaders work likewise in their jobs. And our first working meeting was, of course, online, because the war broke out very early in the morning. And we knew what that would mean for us immediately. That supplies from different corners would immediately be slashed. We knew that there would be some supplies carried through the seaports. And the first working meeting, as I said, on day one of war was online. It took a while for everybody to get together in one Zoom room, but then 90% of top management that we have for about 4 months were on daily meetings, collected together in one place. It's extremely important to feel that we are all, because especially when it requires quick decision-making, when some changes in a certain area are required, like yesterday you worked in one way, but from today on you will have to work in another way. But how? In what way? It's not quite clear. So accordingly, everyone has to be within this context, to be on the same page. But in our context, in our industry, unfortunately, very frequently online doesn't mean that you will be immersed in a context. You have to be present physically in the working meeting. You have to hear and pick up what each individual says, see the eyes of your interlocutors, the responses, reactions to different proposals issued by different professionals who are really savvy about the things. So maybe at such critical moments, being together will guarantee the quality of decision-making of such teams. This quality will definitely be really sturdy. And I guess we've been able to see that via the examples of our companies, our competitors, our suppliers, when de facto people got scattered and they thought that they would run the company successfully remotely. And they created this kind of an illusion for themselves, and there was no successful management or running of the company that could have been done this way. Thank you. So our discussion is running to its end. There's the final question that I'm going to ask each of the panelists. So try to be succinct, but still. When I look at these 9 months that we have lived, this business as usual mode has changed drastically. For instance, in month we spoke about whether we should buy antidotes for our engineers who are based in Zaporizhia or in Mykolaiv because there was a threat, a gas attack. Then everybody started collecting gas masks because we were told that we have to wear and carry gas masks, especially in our cars. And when I have to cross the borderline, all of the border patrollers usually ask us whether what that is and why I have to. So the bulletproof vests, etc. So my question is, post-war, how do you think your businesses will operate? What things will remain from the war? Will we revert to the pre-war times, or will some things change forever? So this is a really big, voluminous question, but this one still goes to you, Boris. In addition to that, everything will be okay, clearly. Yeah, we will definitely take out bulletproof vests out of our cars and gas masks, and we will get some space, a greater space for Prosecco probably, and for sports gear. Yes, very much so. Something will still remain. This injection of fear that we have received and anxiety for our businesses will still remain with us. And it goes without saying that changing the model of security systems development, energy provisions, energy supplies will be inculcated in our mind, and we will also be very highly mindful of having cash supplies for a few months ahead of time. So the things that have become a norm of life for us right now. You ask about what leaders shouldn't do. I think that all of us gathered in this room know well enough from their own experience what charismatic leadership style is all about, and probably for this reason there are no mistakes. Because CEOs all walk on a fine line, thin ice, and every decision taken is recoils on the leader. So, of course, sound tools of democracy, you see GA and corporate rules of government, all of that will have to be reverted in the full scope. But we have to remember that during martial law, in the time of war, a lot of the things will remain in our memory, and it will help us to face the situations accordingly. So speed, however, still reverting to a greater speed of democracy. This is the main idea. Yes, thank you. Dmitro, please. MHP post-war. MHP post-war. An interesting question indeed. Look, we have been vaccinated. This inoculation of fear has been injected in us. And as a consequence, of course, we will be more daring, bolder, because you should understand MHP is the company is headed by a founder, and he is decisive indeed. And of the things that are interesting, well, we don't have marketing department anymore. We slashed it all together. Wow! Gosh, how could that be? That's horrid. But still, MHP is getting transformed. We want to feed people, so we want to know all about our customers. We want to help them to become, we want to become this huge service company. So now we have a consumer love creation department. This is what we call it. And this is something that we would have probably arrived at during the time of transformation anyway, but this war and this crisis situation, this crunch situation expedited this decision-making. So marketing department is no department that we have. We are not going to think about what to do with it, but instead we will be thinking about how to make sure that the people who interact with us keep being happy, satiated, full, and have more free time for life. Free time for life. That's wonderful. Now, Ludmila, please. During this wartime, we have learned to be very much flexible and agile. We, as a huge industrial industry, didn't used to be as agile as now, because we learned to work both at night, and our and our personnel learned to come at short notice, and we learned to deliver our shipments within the ways that we didn't even know about previously. So after war, we will take all of this experience, we'll definitely record it, we will create these anti-crisis models, and this will be our valuable cargo. We had COVID, now the war, and now we are also anticipating zombie apocalypses. So this agility and flexibility will definitely come in handy. Thank you very much. Igor, please. I agree that agility and flexibility are the most important factors. Diversification of risks is another thing that basically cautious people like myself are always aware of. But it's not enough of being cautious. We used to live in a paradigm that war would never hit us. But with such a stupid dorky neighbor, unfortunately, we must always be mindful of that. And I'm sure that our life will be very much like on the brink, like in Israel, and we must be ready for that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. However, now we will definitely go down in history, and nobody will say, where is that Ukraine? Now everybody knows, yes, Uruguay and Ukraine are entirely different countries, fortunately enough, and unfortunately. And I think that not only the Klitschko brothers and Shevchenko, the football player, there are numerous people that the whole world knows about who hail from Ukraine. It's one of the positive experiences. We must look for positivity even in the midst of most negative events. So if people didn't know where Ukraine was, now they know where Snihurivka is. Not only Snihurivka, but lots of other villages and small towns. Thank you. Yevgen, please. Microsoft and the lessons learned. Takeaways that the company will take in the future.
I'm convinced your colleagues that will have a positive fixation on the notion of safety and security. I'm not only talking about physical security, I'm also talking about digital security. Because all of us are thinking about how we secure our data. How do I make sure that my data center keeps working? If I have to move real quick, somewhere really far away, how do I make sure that I reestablish my data center? That's on one hand. On the other hand, quite a few organizations have attempted to fall into new trends in terms of analytics, and I think they will grow more in that direction. Many leaders have understood that it is possible to make decisions faster and more efficiently using digital systems. And all of this brings us to a very interesting outcome. The more digitalized we are, the more transparent we are. The more transparent we are, the more opportunities we create in terms of both foreign and local investments. Thank you so much, Vasil. Oko and war. Oko after war. What did this war show us? It showed us that being a large company is not always good. Being a large company localized in one spot is not great. It might be effective in terms of scaling up or down. It might be effective in terms of expenditures or leadership. But as the reality showed us today, it is very dangerous. So our business, which consists of a lot of small localized entities, turned out to be more resistant to stress than, for example, a steel business, where the destruction of two leading plant slashed 70% of income. So we will definitely stick to this model, the diversification model, as Igor said. But we have been naturally diversified because that's the nature of the business, of many discrete spots, and we'll stick to this model in the future. What else has been laid bare? Since we're selling things that are very easily flammable, they're quickly flammable, we have to be honest with ourselves. A Ukrainian business has always been skeptical about any rigid technical conditions that were provided to us by firefighters, by emergency services. Business was usually ignoring those requirements, but the reality showed us that we should not ignore those risks and those warnings. It may not be due to the fact that we really wanted to oblige by these regulations, with its fire safety rules, but since 2003, we've been working with international funding institutions. And so beside those financing conditions, we always had the ecological improvement plan. And so according to that ecological improvement plan, we always had to abide by certain processes, certain requirements that were not necessarily economically beneficial to us, but we had to do them because those were as the conditions of our cooperation, those were as a condition of our funding. And so over many years, we had been investing a large amount of money into fire safety and environmental safety of our facilities. Of course, we didn't do it 100%. Like any other Ukrainian, we've been looking for shortcuts. We've been saying, oh no, we definitely don't need this. We almost don't need that. But we had to abide by some of those requirements, right? And so we did spend a lot of money. So during missile strikes, we've noticed that this is something that we have to do. We have to abide by those fire safety regulations. So now we know for sure. We're unfortunately incapable to do it en masse right now, but we know that if we are to open new facilities, we will definitely abide by all regulations. The fire safety system, the environmental safety system, because first of all, it saves lives of our employees. It protects our product. It protects the facilities from total destruction. So it is very, very important. I believe that my colleagues from other industries, they will also have a different perception of that. Maybe their product burns slower, but usually everything burns well. Maybe Morshinska, the water company, the bottled water company, will not pay heed to this, but a lot of companies will pay more and more heed with years and years to security and safety. So let's draw some conclusions. Ukrainian business is a great example of resistance. Ukrainian businessmen are perfect. Ukrainians are divinities. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to Ukrainian business. Glory to the armed forces and glory to Ukraine. I would ask you to please stay to take a picture.
Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні є захисники, які закривають нас собою. Є працівники, що рухають країну під час бою. Є малюки, що під сирени тримають олівець. І є дорослі, що зберігають кожен гаманець. Є ангели, що повертають до життя. Безстрашність розміром з міста. Є фермер, він саджає помідори. А є бабуся, що помідорами збиває дрони. У нас є ті, хто зігріває тисячі людей, а хтось одну людину. У нас ще стільки сил, що неможливо подолати Україну. Просто бери і роби, що можеш. І ми обов'язково переможемо. Скільки в Україні?
At MasterCard, we are focused on a world beyond. Beyond the card as we know it. Beyond payments as we know them. Beyond the digital divide. Because at MasterCard, we are focused on where the world is going next. Towards safer and even more secure digital transactions. Where contactless technology is within the reach of everyone. And money moves effortlessly, in real time across borders. Where buy now, pay later plans give people more choice and flexibility. And multiple payment options make new choices possible. Where fraud and security concerns are reduced and every transaction can be trusted. Where we leverage our technology leadership to develop digital-first, data-driven innovations and enable new networks beyond payments.
This is the biopharma facility. This high-tech, state-of-the-art, sophisticated manufacturer is unique for Eastern Europe, and we are so proud of it. Why? Well, that's simple. Meet Mikhailik. At first sight, he's just like any other child. He jumps, runs, rides a bike, but unfortunately, he gets sick a lot. That is because Mikhailik has primary immunodeficiency. It is a very serious disease. Only medicines made from plasma from other healthy people can help Mikhailik. Plasma is donated by donors, ordinary people. Actually, no, not ordinary. They are real heroes, and we are very grateful to them. We collect plasma in modern plasma donation centers, like this one in Cherkasy. And soon we will build similar centers in each region of our country. Regular donors already know that in our centers, the donation procedure is absolutely painless and safe and takes not more than an hour. We check the health of our donors for many conditions. In addition, we test their blood for HIV and hepatitis viruses. Then we freeze the plasma using special equipment and store it in quarantine for up to 6 months. And only after that, the plasma is transferred to the facility. Our facility is located in the city of Bila Tserkva. We process up to 1 million liters of plasma per year. The nearest facilities in terms of this scale and state of technology are located in Western Europe and China. At the facility, we test frozen plasma for infections and viruses again. And after thawing, yes, that's right, after thawing, we test it once again. Then we separate the necessary plasma proteins, albumin and immunoglobulin. The next stage is purification, followed by concentration. Then all raw materials go through several steps of viral inactivation, and only after that the product is put into bottles. But you do understand that in real life everything is a bit more complicated than in the picture. Why are we doing all this? Well, it's simple. We want Mikhailik and thousands of other people in Ukraine simply to live, and to live a full life. While you may have no idea what immunodeficiency or an oncohematological disease is, you are familiar with a car accident or severe burns. So, this is the biopharma facility, our cutting-edge, sophisticated manufacturer, and we are so proud of it. Give us a few more seconds just to show it off.
looking at the sky. A certain sunny way of life. Baby, unleash your brighter side. Don't stop the feeling. Na, 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 na. Hey, na, 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 na. Effie. Sunglasses on, looking at.
Поповнити рахунок сестрі, доки вона допомагає тваринам – це маленька допомога. Підключити роумінг мамі, яка далеко – і це маленька допомога. Обміняти бонуси на гігабайти брату-волонтеру – це маленька допомога. Але з маленьких допомог складається велика перемога. Допомагай легко з додатком My Vodafone. Разом ми зможемо. Vodafone.
Промислова компанія, в якій працює понад 10 тисяч українців. Як це бути металургом Інтерпайп сьогодні? Тимчасово змінити професію та стати на захист країни. Ось що зараз означає бути металургом. Продовжувати працювати під час війни, аби тримати економічний фронт. Це теж про наших металургів. Захищати військових, забезпечуючи їх життєво важливою екіпіровкою, допомагати армії запчастинами, засобами зв'язку та іншим обладнанням. Присвячувати вільний час волонтерству та підтримці Збройних сил. Допомагати людям, яким довелося залишити свої домівки через вторгнення Росії. Допомагати пораненим внаслідок ворожих обстрілів. І власноруч сортувати тонни гуманітарних вантажів. Бути металургом Інтерпайп означає створити корпоративний штаб і забезпечувати понад 800 мобілізованих колег необхідною амуніцією та медикаментами щодня із 24 лютого. Це означає залишатися сильним і захищати все, що ти любиш. Бути сміливим. Ось що зараз означає бути металургом Інтерпайп. Інтерпайп
Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні є захисники, які закривають нас собою. Є працівники, що рухають країну під час бою. Є малюки, що під сирени тримають олівець. Є дорослі, що зберігають кожен гаманець. Є ангели, що повертають до життя. Безстрашність розміром з міста. Є фермер, він саджає помідори. А є бабуся, що помідорами збиває дрони. У нас є ті, хто зігріває тисячі людей, а хтось одну людину. У нас ще стільки сил, що неможливо подолати Україну. Просто бери і роби, що можеш, і ми обов'язково переможемо. Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні є захисники, які закривають нас собою. Є працівники, що рухають країну під час бою. Є малюки, що під сирени тримають олівець. Є дорослі, що зберігають кожен гаманець. Є ангели, що повертають до життя. Безстрашність розміром з міста. Є фермер, він саджає помідори. А є бабуся, що помідорами збиває дрони. У нас є ті, хто зігріває тисячі людей, а хтось одну людину. У нас ще стільки сил, що неможливо подолати Україну. Просто бери і роби, що можеш, і ми обов'язково переможемо. Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні є захисники, які закривають нас собою. Є працівники, що рухають країну під час бою. Є малюки, що під сирени тримають олівець. Є дорослі, що зберігають кожен гаманець. Є ангели, що повертають до життя. Безстрашність розміром з міста. Є фермер, він саджає помідори. А є бабуся, що помідорами збиває дрони. У нас є ті, хто зігріває тисячі людей, а хтось одну людину. У нас ще стільки сил, що неможливо подолати Україну. Просто бери і роби, що можеш, і ми обов'язково переможемо. Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні є захисники, які закривають нас собою.
Пані та панове, за 3 хвилини ми починаємо. In the middle. Хоча ні. Друзі, в нас сьогодні будуть англомовні спікери, тому якщо ви потребуєте синхронного перекладу, будь ласка, візьміть гарнитури. Регламент панелі година, десь година 20. В нас буде 20 хвилин на питання та відповіді. Цього року вперше немає чат-боту, тому всі питання будуть з зали. В мене є резервні 2-3, але я буду надавати перевагу вашим. Я думаю, що як тільки я отримую сигнал від організаторів, що наші онлайн-спікери з нами, ми можемо починати. З нами, так? Ідеально. починати?
Let us get started. First of all, I want to welcome you to the panel of our International Economic Fund, which I entitled for myself, Russia Will Pay. It's not about that it should pay, it's about the way that it will pay. And honestly speaking, for me, it's a kind of a manifesto for now rather than an evidence-based statement. That is to say, I don't have any guarantees to rely on that Russia will pay. But when preparing for today's panel, we were much in communication both with our international experts and Ukrainian ones. The more we communicated, the more I came to convince myself, not even at the level of ideas and notions, but at the level of facts, that the aggressor will pay. And this country will pay not only in money, but also in the way, like it is the verdict that the Hague court has just rendered on MH17 crash. So this panel is about the fact that justice is a really powerful tool of preserving peace, of ensuring peace, because lack of justice, the lack of accountability, was one of the reasons, just because Russia wasn't punished for the previous crimes and offenses, that it was not responsible for the first and the second Chechen military campaign. It was not responsible for Georgia, Syria, for the Crimea and Donbass. So this was not one of the speediest cases. I mean, on MH17, it took 8 years to administer justice, but sometimes justice doesn't work in the ways that we imagine it to. And to a great extent, that's exactly why this war has happened. They attempted and they weren't punished. They attempted again and they were not punished again. So the matter of justice is not only about retribution. All of us are from businesses, and for us, retribution is not a philosophical, but a very speedy, very tangible, specific point. But the first front is the global front. It's the front line of justice and accountability. From the outset of the war, I was much in communication with my former colleagues in Russia, and they were confident that they wouldn't be punished, even at the highest level. That is to say, the people that worked and continue working with the government, the Kremlin, etc. And naturally, they are the incarnation of the philosophy of the senior leadership. They were sure they wouldn't be punished. They were sure that somehow they would make arrangements. And from my perspective, it's a huge cause, grave cause for them to be punished and for justice to be administered. On the one hand, the purpose of our panel is to give a nudge and a boost to the Ukrainian business to start preparing and start moving this along this pathway, to start going to the courts and press their own rights. On the other hand, it's very important for us today to speak about this roadmap and the route of this march, because it's a very complicated and a complex story indeed. Nobody has all of the answers to the questions. And I'm very much hopeful that today our experts will help us at least to provide the answers to a portion of these questions. On the other hand, a huge purpose of this panel is to make at least a small contribution towards the reformation of the global justice system, because justice has to be functional not only in terms of punishment and retribution of the crimes already committed, but also on preventing crime in the future. And that's a huge purpose. Of course, it's not the first and the last discussion of the kind. Some two important events have already happened. It's the first one I have already mentioned. It's tribunal on MH17 aircraft crash. And the next question is law enforcement. How will the court decision be enforced? So the question is, how will these people be brought to liability? So the same goes for liability. So if we win different suits against Russia, so what's next? They will not be willing to pay. The next thing is the resolution rendered by the General Assembly of the UN on Monday, on the 14th of November. It's a huge picture of the Ukrainian team, and today one of the members of this team, Martin Kievsky, is going to be with us. It's the first decision of the UN General Assembly that we at least hope will have tangible, specific outcomes. This resolution, amongst other things, says that Russia has to pay for all of the damage caused to Ukraine in this war. And today we'll be talking about what that means. But the world is moving along very slowly but surely. The system of global justice is at work. Previously, they said for justice to come, the mist or the fog of war has to be allayed. And in the concept of wars, which is the concept of the 19th century, it says that during the war, everything is hazy. So doing justice during war is impossible because nobody sees, nobody understands everything fully, so the war has to be over. Some investigative actions have to be taken, and then things will begin to unroll. Now we are living in a digital era, so we have surveillance cameras, satellite imagery, etc. All of that creates such a fantastic database of evidence that the mist of war, in the sense that used to be perceived some 100 or 80 years ago, is non-existent anymore. And we, as the Ukrainian society, as the Ukrainian businesses, a legal system, we believe that we mustn't sit on our hands and wait for the fog or mist of war to be allayed, but to pursue justice now. And we know that there is already a string of convictions rendered to military offenders, I mean, for the servicemen, military officers. But from the standpoint of economic crimes, we can also move ahead. So let me introduce our panelists, and let me tell you that today we will be working very quickly because there are 6 of us on this panel, 3 offline and 3 online. In the first place, let me introduce Timur Bondarev, who is not just someone who deals with these matters legally, but as far as I understand, because he is a lawyer and a managing partner at Artzinger Law Company, they are one of the key accumulators of expertise concerning how to bring justice to Russian to account. Let me introduce Bernard Ardi, the French philosopher, writer, and a huge friend of Ukraine. Somebody who has been shedding a lot of light on this war. And since 2014, he has been keeping a keen eye on all of the events unrolling and unfolding in Ukraine. Let me also introduce Markian Kluchkovsky, a member of the Working Group on Reparations. It's a very long name of this working group, and I'm not going to quote it. He's in New York at the moment, and he keeps working on making sure that the resolution issued by the UN General Assembly does not stay just on paper, but transforms into huge changes for Ukrainian people and businesses. Next is Natalia Shapoval, Vice President for Policy Research and head of KC Institute at the KIEF School of Economics. So she knows how to appraise and evaluate losses. Andres Aslund, who is right now in the United States, also a big friend of Ukraine, an economist of Swedish and American descent, someone who knows very well how the United States of America view the issue of reparations as the biggest holder of Russian assets, because you know that the biggest assets of the Russian Federation have been frozen by the United States, and for Svetlana Romanova, Chief Legal Officer, Metinvest Holding representative. She knows it well enough what losses of war mean, because she's been actively working on making sure that Russia will pay. All right. At that, let me start with Mr. Bernard, who is not in Kiev, but in Ukraine anyway. And I would like to ask Mr. Bernard. Concerning the 8 years. Can we have Mr. Bernard on the screen, please? So the 8 years that the Hague Tribunal has taken in order to adjudicate this case on MH17, and the speed of administering justice and the whole global justice system, its speed, the way that it operates. Don't you think it's been too slow? Do you think that the system of global justice is delivering on its mission, prevention of new crimes and offenses, and keeping peace and humanism, thwarting, averting such huge tragedies like this war in Ukraine? The floor is yours.
Of course, it has been too slow. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the principle of the international justice is that it is slow. That's why your initiative, dear Natalia Yemchenko, that's why the initiative of Ukraine has such an importance. For the first time in the history of international justice, you might invent, you might propose to the rest of the world the concept of an instant justice. Documented, of course, but quick. When you look back, all the genocides which happened in the 20th century, it was not only slow, it was so slow that it came too late. Rwanda, it came so late. Cambodia, we had a few weeks ago one of the last trials of one of the worst executioners. He was 85 years old. The survivors were themselves dead sometimes, and the trial came. Sarajevo, most of the criminals died in their beds or in court while they were appearing in court. And I'm not even speaking of the Holocaust. Thanks to some Nazi hunters, some of them have appeared on trials till recently, but after the Nuremberg trials, there was such a slow process. And I don't even speak of Holodomor and of the Armenian genocide. There was no comparison, no real trials. We don't know the names, and they were not punished, and they did not pay of those criminals. So if really you succeed, you Ukrainians today, to provide a fair, honest, documented, but quick justice, it will be a revolution, not only here in this country, but for the rest of the world. All the philosophy, the classical philosophy, has lived on an idea that we had to wait for the ashes to be cold before giving justice. Famous sentence of a very famous philosopher of the 19th century, Hegel, who said that it is at the end of the day, when the darkness comes, when the day is finished, that the bird of philosophy and the bird of justice can begin to fly and can begin to appear. You are opposing to this idea of the all of darkness, of the all of twilight. You in Ukraine, with this idea of instant justice, you are opposing a completely different pattern, which is not the all of the twilight, but the deer of the dawn. The deer, you know, this beautiful animal who wakes up at the dawn, at the beginning of the day, who comes in the battlefield, and who intervenes at the moment where the ashes are still warm. To come when the ashes are warm. To come when the memory of the dead is still here. To come when the survivors need justice. If you can do that, and if we, your allies and your friends, can help you to do that, it will be really a Copernican revolution in the very concept of international justice.
Thank you very much. We discussed with you in the very beginning that there are three main principles. Ми обговорювали з тобою.
We have discussed it with you that there are three main principles based on which there has to be created a new justice system, that this system has to be speedy, it has to be documented or recorded. That is to say, it needs to contain evidence and it needs to be personalized. That this is not justice where everyone is against everyone, all versus all, but there is very clear understanding of who committed evil, who committed wrong. And this personalization of criminals is absolutely critical for new crimes never to be committed. How much does this fact of documenting and recording history coincide with the speed of administering justice? Can these two things be brought together, be married together, do you think?
The challenge, documentation and speed, because the cliche, the commonplace is to say that in order to have a proper documentation, you have to take a long time. So I believe the opposite. I believe that it is in the very moment that you can gather the documentation. When you let time pass, the documentation vanishes. The witnesses forget. The survivors die. But it is an admitted commonplace that the more time you take, the more documented you will be. I think that we have, dear Natalia, we have to prove by practice the opposite, that not only speed and documentation can be combined, but they can reinforce each other's. Second point, you are right. This question of personalization is crucial, because the real trap in these matters of international justice is the trap of generality. One criminal, one and single at the summit, and the others just obeying, just applying the orders. You had, after the Second World War, a very important and famous book of the great philosopher Hannah Arendt about the trial of Eichmann. What was the idea of what was the idea at this time? On one side, you had Eichmann saying there was only one criminal or a gang of criminals around Hitler, and on the other side, you had a lot of people like me, Eichmann, who were not guilty, who just applied the law. And Hannah Arendt wrote a whole book to say no. The criminal act is a system. It is an organic system. And you have Hitler, you have the gang, but you have also a capillarity. You have also a sort of a spreading of guiltiness which goes to the bottom of the society. Hannah Arendt was right. If we really want to pay justice to the victims, we have to consider each of them as an individual. The victims are not a mass. They are not a package. Each of the victims has a name, has a date of death, some precise circumstances, and it is one of the tasks of the justice, by the way, to give back to them this individuality. The criminals want to mix them in a sort of general darkness as a sort of collective group. We have to give them back their individuality. But the counterpart of that is that we have to give their individuality also to the criminals. One victim, one criminal. One victim, one executioner. I am witness of that since so many years and decades. And here in Ukraine, even in the place where I physically am at this minute, I know that there will be no justice if for each victim we are not able to design, of course, the architect of the crime. In this case, it is Vladimir Putin and the gang of bureaucrats, generals around him. But in each case, in each criminal act, there is one face, one name, one commander who gave the order, one man who applied the order. If we are not able to do this task, to have as many, at the end of the process, as many faces, names of criminals as faces and names of innocent victims, justice will have failed. And this, Natalia, is your task and the task of the Ukrainian people at this moment.
Thank you very much. So I just would like to summarize. Justice could be faster, and actually it's something we really not only could but should change. Justice should be based, evidence-based. Тобто правосуддя має бути все одно доказове.
Justice has to be quick, but it also has to be fact-based. It has to be factual. It has to have names on behalf of the victims and on behalf of the people who commit the crimes. Thank you so much. Thank you for kicking off the discussion. I would also like to tell you that we also were supposed to have Alexandra Matvichuk today with us, who's a Ukrainian lawyer. She recently received the Nobel Prize of Peace. But we decided that I'll just quote an abstract of her work to just back off Bernard's words. She said the following during a meeting with Mr. Emmanuel Macron a couple of weeks ago. Peace in our part of the world is impossible without justice. Justice is a guarantee of peace. Russians have committed crimes in Chechnya, war crimes in Moldova, Syria, Mali, Libya, and other countries. For decades, they've evaded punishment. They believe that they can do anything. So we need immediate tribunal, and we need immediate justice, instant justice, across all domains. And if from the viewpoint of justice in regards to real people, that's the business of lawyers. In business, things are slightly different. First and foremost, we understand that it is a huge amount of work that lies on our shoulders. They're not really human rights organizations within business. That's something business has to do. We also have a few routes to take. Legal system is very complicated, and it's not really clear what to do because we don't really have successful cases right now. And the third element of it is the system is changing rapidly. Not only we're learning, but the system is also learning as well. I would like to ask Timur Bondarev, a lawyer and a managing partner from Artzinger, to answer three questions. What are the routes we can take? What are the most efficient? So which routes we should take? And what are the main obstacles that you perceive right now? So where is the bottlenecks that we might encounter? 7 minutes. Thank you so much, Natalia. Well, Bernard raised a very, very important issue, that the system does not work. And we all saw that when February 24th happened. And so therefore there are two news. There is good news and bad news. Bad news is that the system doesn't work. Good news is that changes are happening. We all know very well how World War I ended, by establishment of League of Nations, and it didn't work. Why it didn't work? What was the goal of the League of Nations? To prevent future wars. That didn't happen. Never again principle did not work. As we know, the World War II happened, League of Nations failed. After World War II, UN was established. On February 24th, we saw that unfortunately, UN does not work. Even though this week a very important event took place, Markian will comment on that later, which is really cool, and I don't want to take Markian's money right now, so I'm not going to comment on that. So changes are happening, but unfortunately the system does not work. A very good testament to that is the famous Yukos case against Russia. The price of the case was $50 billion, and it was proven by all courts, but the decision was not enacted. So the shareholders of Yukos have a check where Russia has to pay $50 billion, but it hasn't paid over the last 10 years. But the good news are that the system is changing. And we can currently see a lot of changes. What took place this week in the UN is a really cool event. It's very difficult to underestimate. The decision on the MH117 is a very important case as well, so justice happens. And I'm convinced, like everyone else, that these events will be mentioned in the public international law books. So this is very serious. What capabilities do we have right now? What opportunities we have? We have quite a few. There are 3 that we're working on with our clients. So it depends on the type of clients, of course. But there are instruments of international law. There's International Human Rights Court. Ukrainian courts have also opened their jurisdiction for court cases against Russia because there was a specific decision on of the Ukrainian highest court in regards to removing immunity from Russia, because prior there was this issue of immunity. It was this obstacle. But now it looks like currently this obstacle has been removed, and we will be able to see a lot of interesting court cases, a lot of interesting aspects. There are a lot of private issues we can talk about. There are a lot of those that we cannot talk about. For example, our firm takes pride in the fact that we are participating in this case against Prigozhin and against the Wagner private military campaign. We are very happy that we are one of the architects of this court case, and we are convinced that there is huge potential in this case. And I'd like to once again say that my lawyers and I are very creative. We have things to do, and we're making a lot of progress. But I would like to also highlight the 3 other avenues that are available for almost every claimant: International Human Rights Court, International Arbitrage, and Ukrainian courts. So the International Human Rights Court is the cheapest option. There are no payments you have to make to the court itself, but you have to pay your lawyers. The only thing is that the International Human Rights Court has claimed that they are only responsible for the events that took place prior to September 16th. So if something happened on September 15th, you only have 4 months to make a claim. Also, there are a whole bunch of procedural aspects. We have submitted a few dozen claims to the International European Human Rights Court, but the court hasn't made any decisions on any of the claims we have submitted. And Svetlana also has submitted multiple claims. So we are waiting for the European Human Rights Court to respond, but this is the opportunities that everybody has, so you can make a claim right now. Ukrainian courts, there are no real issues. You can make claims. The worst element for the claimants is the issue of the court fee, which is quite significant. It's 800,000 hryvnia. It could be 800,000 hryvnia, depending on what we're talking about. At the same time, I'm also very skeptical in regards to how reliable the Ukrainian court case decision would be in the future in terms of holding Russia liable. But it is a good instrument to prove losses, because people are moving, documents are being lost, so it's a good way to document something. And the third instrument that we believe to be the best, which has both the expertise and the reputation, is the international arbitrage. Unfortunately, not everyone can use this instrument, because there has to be a respective agreement signed, there has to be a foreign investment. Of course, the jurisdiction issue is most important here, and the most important drawback of this instrument is the price, because the fee of the international arbitrage is significant, because we as lawyers make a lot of money. And can you imagine how much our American colleagues make? So it is very pricey, but the good news here is that only international arbitrage has the expertise and the knowledge to evaluate losses and to make decisions on those losses. Because it was the UCAS case that I mentioned, the decision of the international human rights law was $2 billion, and the international arbitrage made the decision of $50 billion. So it's more effective instrument. It takes longer, but so these are the three instruments that we can use right now, that anyone, any possible claimant can use. Of course, the issue of enforcement is very interesting here. But we are convinced that what we are hearing from our foreign colleagues, we are constantly keeping in touch with our American colleagues, British colleagues, we can see that the world is changing and that the criminals will be held liable. Therefore, each and every one of you can choose the instrument that is suitable for you. But we do not recommend our clients to focus on collecting evidence and evaluating evidence right now, because at this stage, every court case that you will participate in, so every claim you will make, doesn't matter whether that's European Court of Human Rights, national courts, the better your evidence base is, the better the decision will be. So we see the competition of case files in regards to criminal cases, evaluation, which Natalie will talk about more. So we're talking about reputable institutions that collect evidence here. We're not talking about certain individuals. We're talking about economic school experts, people who know what economic analysis is, people who know how to evaluate damages. These files, these evidence files, will work very well. Or if foreign courts will open their jurisdictions for Ukrainian claimants, that would also work perfectly. I can see that my time is running out. I would just like to say that these three steps are canonical in a way. Evaluation, documentation, courts, and enforcement, nothing new. So we're not looking for new mechanisms. The logic is the same. So the issue is practice, if I understand you correctly. Thank you so much. I'm extremely happy that this panel is taking place today. After this horrible Monday, and after the historical decision of the UN Assembly, as the UN Assembly said that Russia has to pay for what has been done. And it's, like Timur said, removes immunity from sovereign assets. I would like to have Markian join us. Could you please bring Markian on the screen? I would like to express my personal respect and gratitude to Markian. So I have two questions to you. What does this General Assembly resolution give us practically? And what is the position of the state from business standpoint? How does this General Assembly decision impact what business has to do? Is there any difference for the country in general and for the business in particular? Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this event. The resolution of the General Assembly made on Monday has a very simple impact on Ukraine. It is moving from something more abstract to something more specific. Before Monday, we all spoke about reparations, about our need for reparations, but we never had a clear understanding of how we would reach those reparations, how we would build a system in a way that enables us to encompass everything and anything, to make sure that all claimants can utilize those systems, all those who suffered from the Russian war. Timur and all of our colleagues, we have analyzed different ways of achieving these reparations, but we have came to a conclusion that on the scale of the entire country, none of those work. We looked at Crimean cases that started in 2014, that somewhere under certain conditions we can create suitable circumstances where people can make claims to the international arbitrage against Russia and have positive decisions made. But since then, like with the MH17 case, there has been more than 8 years and none of the decisions have been implemented. And it's not because Ukrainian claimants are doing something wrong, but because there's no enforcement. So none of the court rulings have been enacted. No. There hasn't been a single court ruling enacted. Neither Naftogaz nor Bank, none of the large claimants have received any compensations. Like Timur said, this is very expensive and a lengthy process, so no one has received Russian money yet. So these companies are just like Yukos in this situation. So when we are working in our working group under the leadership of Andriy Yermak, when we were drafting the suggestions to present to the president later, we spoke about the fact that we have to establish a new structure, a new compensation mechanism that would work for Ukraine. We want to create this mechanism not simply on a whim, but because we need this mechanism. There's no way around it. In normal civilized life, this mechanism would be created by UN Security Council like it happened in 1991. After Iraq invaded Kuwait, there was a special commission established by the UN, which was very successful. And this year, its mandate ended, having paid $52 billion to the victims of the war. It is clear that the Security Council would never do this for us because Russia vetoes the decisions of the Security Council, like they vetoed the MH17 tribunal decision. But both us and our partner countries had to have this legitimacy mandate that the global community had to give us. And there's no better way to receive that legitimacy mandate than through the UN General Assembly. That's why we called on for this extraordinary meeting. We introduced our resolution draft and we received overwhelming support from 94 countries of the world. This resolution is very simple. It only has 4 paragraphs, but there are 2 main conclusions from the resolution. The first conclusion, and it's very clearly stated there, Russia has to be held liable for the aggression against Ukraine, including by paying full reparations to Ukraine for all the damages, for all the losses. The second element of the resolution is that UN member states, including Ukraine, have to work on establishing this mechanism which would enforce this liability. On Monday, the General Assembly gave all of us this mandate of legitimacy, so we're moving down towards something more specific, towards the establishment of this mechanism, efficient mechanism, operational mechanism. And we're hoping that the result of this mechanism will be the repayment of reparations to all the people who suffered from the war, individuals, companies, the state, everyone. So the question is regarding the time frame. So we're talking about the damages after February 24th. So damages that were caused since 2014 are a different story? I wouldn't say that necessarily. The work of this extraordinary meeting of the General Assembly of the UN, which was called on after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, helps us to analyze the aftermath. So all of the resolutions that were adopted in regards to the aggression and the humanitarian situation, and the October resolution on the territorial integrity of Ukraine, all of these resolutions are addressing the aftermath of the full-scale invasions that started on February 24th, of course. In this way, we were forced to structure our next step based on what has been done already, but the mandate of the compensation mechanism will be defined in negotiations, in multilateral negotiations with other allies, whenever that mechanism will be established. It is possible that we might try to include the events in Crimea and the east of Ukraine since 2014 into this mechanism. The practical circumstances were quite different. The legal status was different in terms of how UN reacted to the situation, so it might not be easy. And I am not ready to tell you how or what it will look like, but our main focal point here, I'm going to be honest here, our main focal point was to create a mechanism that would enable us to compensate the most significant damages, the most significant losses and human suffering that took place after February 24th.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your work. Thank you for this intervention. I will still get back to you, but only in the Q&A session. Today we have said that the first step is documenting and evaluating, and we have heard different numbers from the World Bank. We know that the partner of the World Bank is KSC in Ukraine, but how much are the figures that the World Bank has announced as total or aggregated numbers? How much do they cover the real damage sustained by Medinvest, Bank, and the other companies? So this is my first question, and the second question is, what is the most efficient way for businesses to evaluate their losses and damage inflicted so that arbitration, the human rights, European Court, etc., will definitely dispense justice? So thank you very much. From day one, we began to count all of the losses. We wrote to the government. We found the people in the government. Yulia Sviridenko wrote it in her Facebook account that we have to count all of the losses, and the office of the president, and in essence, all of the ministries, line ministries have been dealing with that, and all of the 17 organizations that are working on that together with us on that. So our company aggregates all of this data, works on the methodology, and then releases different reports so that there is one figure, but not a lot of mismatches, depending on who issues such reports. As of September, not as of now, it's $127 billion. This is the direct damage inflicted on the infrastructure. Next, it will have to do with the roads, housing stock, etc. So this is the cost to replace certain physical assets. Here, there are not such things that Natalia has referred to. There are 412 businesses that we know quite well in terms of their facilities, and we can talk about in detail. This methodology, this analytical methodology that this figure is based on, comes from the World Bank, and it's about 30 years old, and it's called SPEEDY, Evaluation for Disaster Cases. There's also an indicator for economic losses. It's a very technical indicator that does not take on board all of the losses that businesses sustain, and overall it just considers the state-owned infrastructure. In June, for example, this number issued by the World Bank was 96 billion. Then they counted recovery, the need for recovery, so 350 billion was the number. It's a really conservative figure. And it's not 100% fact that Ukraine will have to be recovered back based on this strategy. Most likely another methodology, another strategy will be taken on board, but this, once again, it's very approximate. And I agree with everything that Mr. Markian and Timur and Natalia have had to say. Next, evaluations by businesses have to be made more individualized. There is, of course, a place for an aggregated methodology that Markian and Irina Mudra will get everything together, and on average, they will have an assessment of the damages for businesses and will start repaying them. But most likely, businesses will have to work individually, especially big businesses. Scenarios may vary. The methodology will heavily depend on the operator of this funding and liquidity. For the Russian Federation, the central bank is based in different countries, like the 40 billion in the United States, 30 billion in Germany, and they have their own subtle points concerning legislation. But still, there are some things that will definitely be necessary. First, you will have to record things concerning your property. Second, you will have to prove that this damage is there and it was inflicted due to war. So this can be done with pictures, having the date, different documents, etc. And thirdly, how much that costs. And here we have to consider how much the operational activities of the businesses suffered, how much was earned, how many additional losses were caused, and how much it will take in order to restore both the infrastructure and the employees, the labor force, and of course the opportunities lost. For example, a business may have been sold and an opportunity for that was lost, or there may have been mergers that once again were missed. So it seems to me that for the compensation to be speedier, right now you have to start collecting all of this evidence and say, well, this is not a very accurate number, but at least our business amounts to 2 billion, and this is why. So you can make a preliminary evaluation, make a claim on that, and can keep working on that. Yes, I think that you do have to start working on that, because Irina Mudra, Markian, they will be adding figures in further meetings, making claims of the Ukrainian business. So it will not just be a technical 350 billion, but the realistic outlay of the business sustained. You have also referred to Alexandra Matvichuk, saying that there are people, and this is the first category that has to be recompensed. And our government and the office of the president, they present all of these figures, and all of this is very eagerly awaited. So today we say 350, but in a couple of years we may come up with another figure. But the people will be saying, but you said 350, and the serious people from the World Bank referred to this number. So let me say that the methodology is more or less unclear, and time is on our hands. And if we get back to Bernard's thesis that recording has to be now while everything is living and breathing, because the witnesses are still alive, things haven't been dismantled yet. And the faster this documentation takes place in evaluation along with that, the sooner these numbers will be added to the governmental communication and legal procedure. Yes, it's very correct. One of the ways of evaluation that we are applying right now are photographs taken with drones. And it's much better than Maxar satellite imagery, because their accuracy is much higher. You cannot just take pictures, especially saying that this is confirmation for something that happened sometime in the past. Thank you very much. So we have spoken about enforcement. It's all about money. And we understand this case that 1991 that Markian made reference to is pretty ideal. If you don't know, there was a special mechanism established when compensation was done not with the help of frozen assets, but throughout 30 years, part of the earnings on the sales of oil was paid as a reparation. This was an ongoing mechanism, and this is something that we are viewing. And one of my questions is to Mr. Andres Aslund. If the United States are thinking of making sure that a certain mechanism will come into play, similar to that way. But my question is, the U.S. has frozen some up to $300 billion of Russian assets. Is the United States ready, especially now after the issuance of the UN General Assembly resolution? Is it ready to consider the possibility to readdress this money towards the operations in Ukraine? I understand it's too early to speak about that, but still, what is the philosophy? What is the approach? What should Ukraine undertake in this respect in order to nudge, perhaps, and expedite the due decision if it's not possible to be taken now?
Thank you very much for your and thank you for today. I'm greatly honored with this excellent company. And I'm sorry that I cannot attend in person in KIEF. I was there last 2 months ago in September. And you have discussed here many things that are very, very important. But most important, I would say, are two things: urgency and financing. And you brought up here financing. So there is only one source of big Russian money available in the West that can be seized. And that's the central bank reserves of the Russian central bank. And as you mentioned, it's about $300 billion that has been frozen in the West. According to the Central Bank of Russia balance sheet from the 1st of January this year, it's in 7 different countries and only $39 billion in the US. I cannot get confirmation about this money from any of the governments. It should be most of it in Germany, more than 90 billion. Second, in France, 60 billion. And then a bit in the US, Japan, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Austria, in 7 different countries, according to the Central Bank of Russia balance sheet. First of all, we should get full confirmation from all countries that they really have this money. They have declared that they have frozen the money, but they have not established that they really have the money. It might have disappeared in one way or the other, not being properly frozen. And this money should be confiscated. Only Canada has adopted such a law, but they have not implemented it as yet. I would hope that the US would do it next, and it would then come from the Congress. There are 2 senators, Republican Jim Risch and Democrat Sheldon Whitehouse, who are considering this. This is what needs to go ahead. The central bank reserves have many great advantages. First of all, it's really state-owned. So it's not a question of the private property right. Secondly, it's clearly defined and we should know where it is, or the government should. Thirdly, it's a lot of money. And fourthly, it's really liquid. To take it, the US has 3 laws according to which it could be confiscated if it were considered to be used for terrorist financing, as one could argue, that, but it would be better to adopt a new law to do so. Let me at the same time warn about oligarch money and others. We got a good presentation here by Timur, how difficult it is to get money, that no money has been paid out from the very clear Crimean arbitration cases 8 years later. The oligarchs will be worse. First of all, it's little money. Altogether, something like $30 billion around the world has been frozen. And it's unclear to what extent various oligarchs are really guilty. It's private money, and that means that all kinds of constitutional rules on private property come in the way. It's elusive. It can easily be moved to another company or to a relative. And the oligarchs will fight like hell in court with the best lawyers you can buy for money. So you will get no money for years. The only reason to go after it is really revenge. It's politics rather than finance. And let me compliment Markan on the excellent UN General Assembly decision. I think this is exactly what needs to be done to get a practical mechanism. And this seems to me to be what is needed. And finally, why is speed so important? Inflation today in Ukraine in October is 26.6%. Why is it so high? Because Ukraine does not get sufficient financing from the West. It needs more than $1 billion more a month in order to keep a very low budget going. And therefore, the money has to come forward. And in the meantime, it's vital that Ukraine get the US to continue paying $1.5 billion a month, as it does very properly, and to get the EU to pay $1.5 billion euro dollars a month steadily. And this should be done for next year, that both the US and the European Union understand, so that money can flow from January. Otherwise, Ukraine will have a serious inflationary crisis that must be avoided. And whatever happens with the central bank reserves, it will take some time before the money can come into action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sound was a little bit, like pixeled, unfortunately, at the very end, but I would like to summarize. So first of all, at least state assets, money of central bank, should be confiscated all over the world. Second, Canada has already adopted the law, which allow us to do that. We do not know the mechanism, but the law is already on place. US next. The biggest holder of Russian money is Germany. Я перепрошую, переключусь на Україну.
Now, I beg your pardon, I switched to English. So our great purpose is to make sure that Germans also adapt these provisions. And as far as I can understand, this is the a huge incremental purpose that we are pursuing, a seminal one. And it's vital that this money starts flowing into Ukraine now, because economy-wise, this money is not just needed, it's vitally needed. Thank you very much, Andres. I very much hope that the American Senate will approve this law this year. At least we very much hope so. I will revert to you during the Q&A session, and I would like to give the floor to Svetlana Romanova. So, Svetlana, my question is, what is business doing in fact? Because in theory it's all clear, but what's happening in practice? In practice, business is working. And it's keeping its steel-like front standing. Of course, I can proclaim mottos and slogans, but we can also speak realistically. And realistically speaking, businesses have to continue working no matter what, because our survival, both personal and country-wise, depends on how businesses operate. And businesses will operate as long as they can, as they're capable of. And businesses are doing everything to the best of their ability. But for that, businesses need to apply additional efforts in the conditions of nowadays. And these efforts, once again, to arrange a dialogue with the government, and on the other hand, to meet its own needs, their own needs, and to document and record all of the damages and losses that we have already alluded to. Yes, this damage is really numerous, is a lot. Very few of us used to know about Azovstal prior to this year, but Azovstal as an enterprise has a huge history behind it. It's about 100 years old legacy. And it's true, one of the Metinvest assets which is virtually destroyed, razed to the ground. Not only Azovstal as a production facility, 21 industrial manufacturing facilities have also been damaged. The majority of them are based in Mariupol. It's a couple of large manufacturing enterprises, and our enterprise is the huge chemical and coke producing manufacturing facility, and it's already very near the line of hostilities, starting not only with this year, but the year 2014. So as a company that has already been through the first wave of relocation and evacuation from Donetsk, for me personally, this is the second wave or batch of war. There's nothing much to be proud of, but this is still my experience, practice, and we as Metinvest, I can proudly tell you, we entered this war better prepared than other companies.
we came better prepared because we encountered 2014. We had our losses on Donbas. We had damage estimate experience. So we started this process amongst one of the first companies because we were ready for it. We had algorithm in place, so we started the process of documenting damages back in March. So as of October 1st, we had documented completely our damages in Mariupol. And besides just words, I can back it up with facts. I'm not sitting here with papers for nothing. Approximately 300 people were working on documenting damages. 300, think about it. Full documentation consists of 1,500 acts. When I talk about acts, you think about a piece of paper with 2 signatures. No, it's 124,000 pages. 124,000 pages. Processed, developed, drafted manually. Almost 4,000 images and videos. And I'm gonna tell you, as a lawyer, UAVs don't always work. Using drones in Mariupol was nonsensical, and from my standpoint as a lawyer, I think Timur will back me up. Footage and image has to have geolocations and data time group. Otherwise, you don't really know where it was filmed and how it was filmed. So in order to add this as materials to the cases, we need to have all of this documented. Moreover, it is very important to work on collecting information from all sources. We have a bank with more than 150 articles regarding our assets, regarding our plants. As of today, we have processed more than 6,000 buildings and 3,000 mobile assets. So what do I mean when I say 6,000 facilities? It's very difficult to process one facility. Can you imagine how difficult it is to process 6,000? I'm going to tell you a little bit more. So 6,000 facilities are very difficult to process when you cannot access those facilities, when you don't have statutory documents for those buildings, or not all of them are documented properly. So where did those 300 Spartans came from? What did those 300 people do? Right, 300 people sounds like a lot, but those were 300 people who were constantly working on documenting damages. As a result, we made 19 claims to the International Human Rights Court according to our assets, based on our damages that we suffered. SKM Businesses, SKM Group has made more claims. I'm just talking about our company. We have 60 criminal proceedings on the violations of the rules of war. Having collected all this data, we're working on evaluating damages. A little bit more about evaluating damages. There is a methodology, Ukrainian methodology in place. But, it's like a voice in the desert. We're out here saying that this methodology does not really have an answer. How do we document the damages if we cannot access that? So how do I document damages in Mariupol if I cannot enter Mariupol? We have an answer, actually. We're doing that. And I hope that our practice will become exemplary. But the second issue, the methodology doesn't answer, is how do we evaluate the group of assets? I'm really proud of not being a lawyer. I'm honestly not proud of being a lawyer at all. I'm proud of working for the steel industry. That's awesome. A steel plant is awesome. 10 square kilometers is the territory of Ilich plant. So we're not talking about a tiny facility. We're talking about the entire systems of assets. And evaluating damages there is something completely different. To summarize, I want to say, for people who know me know that I always have something to say, so I know when to cut myself short as well. So to summarize, all of us here are talking about the extreme importance of speed. Right? It's like driving a vehicle. If you want to drive a vehicle, you You have to do something. If you want your vehicle to go faster, you have to do something. The vehicle will not just change speeds on its own. And the second thing, do it now or never. I want to reiterate what other speakers said. If we're talking about real convictions, about our real will to have those damages compensated, we have to do it now. We're building this base right now. We're talking about mechanisms, future. We cannot build this house without the baseline. Or if the baseline is uneven, the house will not be built properly. It's very simple. We have to plan what type of house we're willing to build. We have to plan what type of mechanisms we'll use in the process. Yes, we have to work comprehensively along different axes, lines of effort. But when planning the construction, we have to remember that there has to be a very strong base at the bottom, and nobody else except for us can build that base. So as a business, and I'm convinced that all of my colleagues present here, like Inna Hovic from Nova Poshta right here, I believe that all of my colleagues are working on documenting damages right now because it is a guarantee for a good future that we're talking about. Thank you so much. Thank you. If I understand everything correctly, we can't really speed things up, but if we don't try to speed them up, nothing will happen, right? The people who know me will probably forgive me. Who likes quick sex? If you want to have a quality product, you have to work hard for it. It's not going to happen quickly. It's not going to happen in an instant, and we understand that. Previous speakers have been saying that there have been claims made to the European court, but the responses of the court haven't happened quickly either. We are sitting here waiting, so I would like to extend my respect to Markian for making that move. I believe it is a great signal for other institutions as well. Thank you so much. We have time for 3 questions. If the people in the room have any questions, please grab a mic, introduce yourself, and tell us who you have a question to. Do you have any questions in the room, in the audience? Please. Ms. Svetlana, good afternoon. So my first question is, what is the approximate estimate for damages in Mariupol, in particular, and Metinvest in general? I have the overall number, so I'm convinced that there are less lawyers in the audience than economists. So the balance damages, the balance, 96 billion. Oh, so the balance value is 96 billion hryvnia. So what is the balance value? It's what I had in the balance, right? So without all of the fun things, a lot of the fun add-ons. And that's what we were able to restore documentally, because having no access to the documents of the company, having documents burned or hidden under the rubble after the bombing. So 96.5 billion hryvnia, which is the balance price of assets that is documented as damaged or destroyed right now. We spoke about the need for separation, for separating assets from the other assets, for separating the assets that have been stolen from the assets that have been destroyed, from the assets that have been looted or lost on the way somewhere. We have to separate all of those categories. So you can just say that, look, all of this balance value, it's lost. That's not how that works. Thank you so much. Are there any questions in the audience? If I may, I'm going to ask Markian. Markian, this question is very simple. It is understood that... Is Markian here with us? It is understood that the entire country has suffered. Like Bernard said, every victim has a name. Every business has a name. So what is the state's understanding of this? Will there be enough justice for everyone? There has to be enough justice for everyone, otherwise it is not justice. It is selectionism. Conceptual, fundamental principle that we are following is that everybody who has suffered damages can claim for compensation. People, businesses, and the state in general. So 3 significant categories of possible claimants. There are only 3 criteria. fields that, as of today, have been properly documented. The first is territorial criteria, so the damages have to have been suffered on the territory of Ukraine. The second is the time frame criteria, since February 24th, or maybe earlier, since 2014. And the third is the connection between the damages suffered and Russian aggression. So anyone who has suffered damages can make a claim. If there won't be enough arrested assets for everybody to receive a compensation, where else can we receive the funding? What do we do with the people who failed to make a claim in time to receive the compensation from that 400 billion? Or I'm going to turn on my lawyer, put my lawyer pants on. When we run out of the 300 billion, we'll still have claimants left, it will be a good problem to have, because it will mean that we have spent 300 billion on compensations. We'll settle this issue when we get there. Our main goal right now is to either receive access to that money or to have the global community help us convince Russia to participate in this compensation mechanism, whether willingly or through the percentage from the gas and oil export income. It might sound unrealistic right now, but look, so many things have happened in 9 months, so many stances and ideas have changed, that nothing is unbelievable, nothing is impossible. And in case Russia completely refuses to pay compensation, we're working on a mechanism to actually arrest assets. But everyone who suffered damage has to be compensated. That was actually my next question. How do you evaluate? I know that it's not a legal question in essence. It's more a question to Natalia in terms of science and statistics, but how high do you think the probability is that Russia, the Russian Federation, will at least partially agree to compensate these damages? Or is this scenario completely impossible? Is it being discussed in any way with someone? The answer is very simple, that Russia will either agree or refuse. It's 50-50. We will not think for them. We have to take care of the problems we have right now. A very important message that we are spreading amongst our colleagues is that the responsibility to pay reparations does not depend on the country's willingness. Doesn't matter whether Russia wants it or not, we will move in this direction. This is actually what I wanted to hear. It doesn't really matter whether they agree. They will definitely have to pay. All right, we'll have a question from the audience, and then I'll make my closing remarks. Could you please introduce yourself? Roman Sklerov, Nash Format. In the history of the wars, there were precedents where the winning side temporarily loaned a part of the territories of the losing side. For example, the Soviet Union to Königsberg. It's been 50 years and they're not returning it. Great Britain took Hong Kong for 100 years. Are we considering, once again, we don't really know what Russian Federation will look like after a victory. Are we considering loaning Russian territory rich in oil and gas as a compensation? Who are you addressing your question to? To the state representative, Mr. Markian, please. That's a great question, actually. But we are not Russia. We are not invaders. We don't need other countries' land. Unlike Russia, we respect international borders, internationally recognized borders, and everything that Ukraine wants is to restore our own territorial integrity, our sovereignty, our independence. It's not my task to comment on what Russia will look like after the end of the war, and it will not be our problem anymore. Our task after the end of the war is to rebuild our country within our borders, internationally recognized in 1991, that the Ukrainian population voted for in 1991. Thank you so much. If there are no more questions from the audience, I would like to thank our speakers. The only thing is I would like to ask for all of you to say a few words, like 15 seconds, closing remarks. Bernard, if you're here, we're going to start with you. A closing remark. We cannot hear you. Oh, No.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Just a couple of words for like closing remarks.
Just one word. First of all, I would like to quote a very important philosopher of the 20th century, Emmanuel Levinas. Emmanuel Levinas was a French Jewish philosopher from Lithuanian origin, and he used to say that there is an ethical role of money. That money is not just money, that money is not a dirty thing, but that money has a role in the social relationship, an ethical role. And Levinas said, either you have barbarity, the world considered as a prey which you can catch, or you have this tool of reparation, of compensation, and of justice, which is money. And I say that because I was happy to see today lawyers, administrators, people of the state, philosophers being on the same page, considering that Russia has an infinite debt to pay to Ukraine, and that the international community should have a role of referee in order to implement this debt and to compel the one who contracted the debt, which is Russia, to realize it and to pay it. Philosophically, it's fair, it's correct, and it is just.
Thank you very much. Andres.
Confiscation of the central bank reserves of Russia the top priority in its discussions with the Western powers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Markian.
Markian. In September in New York, Irina Mudra and I visited a meeting of the foreign ministers of countries that are dealing with MH17. So it was Netherlands, Australia, Ukraine, and Canada. And I expressed a thought. I said that there was this parallel between MH17 and the case of reparations. The case of MH17 shows us that justice takes a long time. It is very complicated, but it is inevitable. It is symbolic that we are talking about it right now, when in Hague, the court gave a life sentence to the 3 perpetrators of the horrific crime 8 years after the crime was committed. The same in our reparation case. We have to be patient. It will take a while. It will take a lot of work. But the justice is on our side, and it is inevitable. That's why we will succeed and rebuild our country. Thank you. Timur? Honestly, it's very difficult to add something, but I would like for all of you to remember that every claim, every court case is an additional instrument of pressure on the aggressor. And it is something we should always keep in mind. So please, even if it doesn't look like it will be a successful case, Markian said something. There was a very important ruling taken today, and I'm convinced that the world is changing, and I'm convinced that we will see effective changes in this area. So if you're making a claim, you're not only benefiting your business, you're also helping the state and helping the world to pressure Russia. So go ahead, choose your avenue, choose your instrument, and make a claim. Thank you. Natalia? I offer all of us have a goal of achieving compensations in a few years, maybe $2 or $10, but we have to be compensated in a few years. We have to demand this, and we have to not listen to people from the UN saying, well, wait another 20 years. No. Let's demand for justice to happen faster. Svetlana, I'm going to get up because I'm not going to use my words. I have a famous poem by Ivan Franko called Stonemasons. I'm not going to read the entire poem. I'm just going to read a part of it. Please listen. Everyone in our hands has a heavy hammer in our hands, and the voice from above tells us, destroy this rock. Do not let weather stop you. Bear everything, because it is your destiny to destroy this rock. And we all raised our hands and we started hitting the stone, and the stone started falling aside. And together we kept hitting the stone like a waterfall, like a battle. Our hammers were hitting the stone, and we were fighting for our place. Even though the rock destroyed a lot of us, we kept persevering. Nothing stopped us, because every one of us knew people will forget us. They will never remember what we had done. But people will only move through this road when we destroy the rock that is an obstacle. And they will only walk here when our bones shatter under the rock. We didn't want any glory because we're not heroes. We're slaves that accepted this burden of freedom. We're just stonemasons. The victory is ours. I don't really have anything to add. I'm really happy to have all of you here today, because every discussion like this is yet another impetus, is yet another input into justice working. I would like to thank each and every one of you for doing something today, for thinking that there's something that has to be done, for considering making claims. And I would like to thank all of you that haven't done anything, because you are our potential. First of all, you're not preventing us from doing anything, but also you are the potential. Thank you so much for being here, because only by coming together as the state, the business sector, the education and science organizations, only by coming together, we will make Russia pay. Thank you so much.
Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні є захисники, які закривають нас собою. Є працівники, що рухають країну під час бою. Є малюки, що під сирени тримають олівець. І є дорослі, що зберігають кожен гаманець. Є ангели, що повертають до життя. Безстрашність розміром з міста. Є фермер, він саджає помідори. А є бабуся, що помідорами збиває дрони. У нас є ті, хто зігріває тисячі людей, а хтось одну людину. У нас ще стільки сил, що неможливо подолати Україну. Просто бери і роби, що можеш. І ми обов'язково переможемо. Скільки в Україні...
Ви офлайн, а інші онлайн? А ви вдвоєм офлайн?
Будь офлайн, ще двоє людей онлайн. Всі українською. Ну, іноземця.
Починаємо? Так.
Hello and welcome everyone. Once again, I'm very much happy to see both the guests and the speakers. Let me apologize for my hoarse voice. I've got a cold, so my main tool of work is functioning. Not 100%, but the rest is wonderful, so mustn't complain. So the topic of our today's discussion is Ukraine and its place in international business environment. Today, we will be speaking about Ukrainian business worldwide and international business of Ukraine, wartime chronicles and post-war forecasts, whether Ukraine, post-war and even during war, can become an attractive place for doing business and become a fine partner for international companies, and what Ukraine should do in addition to the victory to guarantee that. That's all we will be talking about today, both with Ukrainians. This is Igor Liski, Alexander Kasavan, hello. As well as that, online with us, could you kindly bring them on the screen, our distinguished speakers from the United States, Sandra Wolpa. I cannot see her now yet. Good morning, Sandra. And from Singapore, Gregory Lee. Good evening, Gregory. Let me say a few words about each of our speakers. Let me start with Alexander Kasavan. He is a Ukrainian IT CEO, MacPo owner, and a founder of SRMK Fund, which invests heavily into Ukrainian startups. So he began his business in 2008. When he was just 28, he wrote his first code for Clean My Po. And this is what started My Po company, which as of now has already released more than 10 software programs used by more than 30 million users worldwide in more than 180 countries. Another impressive figure to give you, every fifth Mac computer uses MacPower software. This is highly impressive. Thank you for your accolades. Igor Liskin, the founder and the chief of the supervisory board of Effective Investments Fund. So your main idea is to implement large-scale investment projects in Ukraine. Igor founded his company in 2007, and in 2014 he lost more than 80% of his assets due to Russian aggression, because unfortunately his assets predominantly were in the Lugansk and Donetsk regions of Ukraine. But as of now, he has already launched 6 green and brownfield projects, and he doesn't stop investing in Ukraine. I have known Igor and Alexander for a long time, and I definitely know that they are more than proactive. They're true visionaries and patriots of Ukraine. They believe in the future and invest in the economic development of our land. Sandra Wolpa. Sandra is an independent director of a public company called Republic Service. Likewise, she is the head of the board of directors. She is the chairwoman of the American Heart Association and a member of the board of trustees at Kent State University. Before July 2017, she was the senior vice president on strategic matters in business development and communication developments at FedEx company. FedEx, as you know, is the world leader in express delivery, and it entered Ukraine more than 20 years ago. And Sandra can tell you if she thinks that global FedEx is a success in Ukraine. Gregory Lee, the founder of acquisition fund Wonder Life. At the same time, Gregory is a board member of a public energy Yangtze Group company and a strategic consultant for food zap technology. He knows Ukraine very well, thoroughly, due to his background as the president and CEO of Samsung. He has traveled for many years. He is very well aware of numerous markets from the standpoint of Samsung company, and he's shared with me that Ukraine has always been considered one of the most successful markets for Samsung, and he will share about why. And let me introduce myself. My name is Irina Papusha. I'm a professional and an independent corporate director. So thank you all for being with us, and let us get our discussion underway. Today we get to hear a lot of admiration about the Ukrainian spirit, about our unbreakable spirit, resilience, steadfastness, something that both foreigners and our fellow citizens speak about. We didn't come to understand previously how strong-willed we are. And the treatment of Ukrainians has changed dramatically. And I would like to begin our discussion with a blitz poll, whether the treatment of Ukraine and Ukrainians as a business partner has changed, not just as a nation, but business-wise. And I would like to give the floor to Sandra first.
Ми не чуємо Сандру.
Sandra, we cannot hear you, sorry. No sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I think there's been a great deal of empathy across the world for what's happening in Ukraine. But it doesn't change effectively the business and the industry that it comes out of Ukraine and the partnership that we formed with Ukraine, correct? There's a lot of opportunity for greater partnership, and there's a lot of opportunity to continue investment in Ukraine with many things, the natural resources, the IT production that's offered, and some of the other business investment that we can make to further partner with Ukraine. So I think the war has maybe brought more of that to light, brought more visibility at the global stage for what Ukraine has to offer. There's really a wealth of resources in not just natural resources, but also in labor resources and people. And your resilience and your continued efforts really prove out what an opportunity it is to work with the people of Ukraine moving forward in business, in investment, and really in understanding the culture and how that culture supports that business environment.
Thank you, Sandra. Ігор, якщо можна вашу думку.
Igor, if we can please hear your opinion. You are working with the whole world, so what's happening? Hello, everyone. First of all, I distinguish that into two things. First is the emotional perception. The first days of the war was the time when everybody felt sorry for us, everybody empathized with us, sympathized with us, and they would ask what support could be rendered, how they could help. This was a kind of emotional shock. Then after this sympathetic attitude, everybody went awe-inspired, like, why are they not surrendering? Come on, what's going on? They're repelling attacks, they're reclaiming territories, and now they're beginning to respect, to render their respect to us and understand fully who Ukrainians are, what they're fighting for and why. Definitely there's no such questions as where it is, what's the difference between Ukrainians and Russians. There's already understanding of what Ukraine is and what Ukrainians are. So this is all about esteem and respect. But business-wise, still, I do agree, the potential is rich. There's a great deal of interest and a lot of anticipations. And now it is our part to formulate not only what we need, and by the way, there are some issues to handle here, but we will But the question is what we can contribute to the world, how we can contribute to the world economy and Europe as a member of the EU, as a business partner, what we can contribute to the whole world. So this is very much important, that this respect, high esteem of Ukraine and everything Ukrainian made in Ukraine has to be translated into a specific, tangible offer, cooperation, and interest. Tangible cooperation, where we can pragmatically, well, I don't like, say, make use of that, but anyway, utilize this opportunity. Alexander, please. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I would break this question into several ones. In the first place, we feel the sympathy from the people because the people feel for us, they're supporting us, they're ready to make use of Ukrainian products, and that's wonderful. But no less important is a business reputation, goodwill. So we as business partners, if we continue to deliver on our obligations to deliver goods and services, that's something that immediately evokes respect. As a warring country, we still continue to produce, manufacture, and deliver goods. So this causes awe and amazement with the rest of the world, and of course makes the world respect us. So the business in Ukraine has to clearly understand that covering themselves up with war and not delivering on your obligations can definitely impact very badly on the perception of Ukraine as a business partner. So it's vitally important to maintain a good face.
Your point of view.
Gregory, would you kindly share your personal viewpoint with us? Can you hear us?
I want to thank you for inviting me to the forum during such an important time for Ukraine. I have traveled to Ukraine many times, as the business that Samsung operated was one of the most successful businesses in the world. I believe that a strong Ukraine makes America strong, makes everybody in Europe stronger, and positions itself well versus the kind of forces that Russia brings. So I believe that it's not sympathy alone that is important for Ukraine to be strong. Samsung has invested in Ukraine very early on, some 30 years ago, and stayed steady in investments. And even today, it has not pulled out. And the 500 engineers that are working in the R&D center are still working from their homes very actively. And so it's still, even during the war, I don't think the best companies in the world will pull out, because come back in later on will cost more and will be more difficult to be enforced in Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you. Я хочу ще додати.
Let me add. I think that Ukrainian business is pretty resourceful. Let me give you a small illustration. When yesterday, when they were just doing my manicure with a torch attached to the forehead, I realized that there's nothing that can stand in the way of Ukrainian business. So let me carry on with the following question. What's better for the Ukrainian business? Producing and manufacturing Ukraine and selling globally, or developing a Ukrainian brand and producing outside of Ukraine? Igor, one of your production facilities, Beehive, is ranks fourth in Ukraine in terms of honey production. But your production created a brand, and you started exporting not just the raw material, and now you're selling to about 26 countries in the world. Your Feed Nova manufacturing facility can export to dozens of countries. Your Zhytomyr cardboard producer has 35 different countries to export to. In spring, your production facility suffered from shelling, and I know that you have already invested 12 million in order to restore jobs. So you know accurately and from your own experience what losses you suffer. So did you have any ideas about relocating your premises abroad? Well, this is a question, which means that businesses, as global international businesses, can exist without borders. This it's not a burden. It's not a hurdle for business anymore. I mean, the borders. But there has to be something that drives you, and something that drives me, and something that I believe, and what I believe is the main potential for Ukraine. It's when the maximum added value is created in Ukraine. So what is this maximum added value about? First off, it's not about raw materials or exporting that. It's not about exported ready-made goods, but in the first place, it's about building a strong world brand that you will not be embarrassed about, that you will be proud of showing it to your international friends, just like I do it sometimes with my ex-4DN counterparts when I studied there, when I said to them, you have a dream to buy the best honey in the world. And it's a great pity that in London, unfortunately, you cannot afford to do that. Why? Why not? Well, when you are a brand, this chain of added value begins to work in your favor. Another vivid example, once again, is to do with honey. Ukraine has always been one of the top honey producers and exporters in the world. There's not a single brand in the world. You will not see that in Germany, America, or any other countries in the world. They will not mention that Ukrainians are one of the top producers, or oil seed producers, or just vegetable oil. Yes, they never speak about us Ukrainians. All of our Ukrainians, brand until recently, were heavily undervalued. Everybody knows about Mriya, the aircraft that was crafted back in the Soviet days, but Ukrainian brands, known world over, are non-existent. So it's very pleasant for me that such pioneering companies as Beehive and Ajax, and I hope some other ones, numerous ones in fact, and end users will be proud of using them. So this is my vision that drives me to carry on my business operations. And in this respect, building a brand name, of course, is difficult. Your product has to be so cool and so competitive that any standards, any hurdles and impediments, let's be honest and face it, that any country tries to protect itself from any other good having an added value. But this ambitious goal needs to be there, set and fixed for any company and for the country as at large. Country has to take care of all of the conditions. We will be talking about that. And by the way, so countries have to cater to the needs of such companies that create such added value. And they need to make sure that these companies is as many as they possibly can be. Let me tell you one unpleasant thing. They have to focus not so much on the building and development of the infrastructure of roads, but on making sure that a greater number of employment jobs is guaranteed. We need to get the people back to Ukraine. And if there are countries, if there are companies with added value, of course, it will be much easier for us to rebuild our infrastructure.
There are more than 450 people working in MACPO. Their office is in KIEF. Almost all of them are Ukrainian, and at the same time, 40% of the market where you sell your products is the US, Western Europe, 20% are the other countries, and so Ukraine constitutes a very small percentage of those other countries, but you're doing all these things here. I'm pretty sure a Silicon Valley or every other IT hub would welcome you with open arms, but you stay here. Why? Right, so our main market is in the West, of course, Western Europe and America, but I'm Ukrainian by origin, and I want our country to be successful. And so I'm building a Ukrainian company. But if we're talking about development and business development in particular, unfortunately, Ukraine has not created suitable conditions for the business to create added value here. Even being a Ukrainian company, in essence, legally we're not a Ukrainian company because unfortunately there are way too many obstacles for us to be able to be efficient here from Ukraine. This is something that has to change because otherwise it will be very difficult to rebuild Ukraine after the war, to engage investments, to involve foreign companies will be almost impossible if we do not change that. Thank you. I studied with Sandra and Gregory in Harvard Business School. They represent international business, and those businesses are represented in Ukraine. I met Sandra for the very first time when we were competitors. I was the head of the console at the Nova Poshta, and Sandra worked for FedEx. I don't really have to tell you what Nova Poshta is, what is the quality, what is the efficiency of the company. The company occupies more than 70% of the market. FedEx is a global leader of the same market, but in Ukraine, FedEx is not as successful. Sandra, why did that happen? What are the reasons for FedEx not being able to develop as rapidly in Ukraine? What went wrong and what should have changed?
I think that part of the reason that you see FedEx in Ukraine not being as successful is similar to what they've seen across Europe. It's very difficult to come into a market and understand not just the culture, the people, the local customs, the geopolitical, but really understanding where you stand in that country specifically. And in Ukraine, I think part of the challenge that FedEx had was that they were the underdog coming in to a nation that really didn't understand all of what FedEx brought to the table. And as you said, the company that you represent certainly had the market share, had the cultural perspective, had the local perspective as well. And I think that coming in, what happens with many international companies when they come into, particularly from the United States, coming into Europe or Asia or wherever we're going, it's really understanding the balance between that headquarter mentality, I don't know how you want to represent it, and the cultural mentality of that nation specifically, and Ukraine specifically, because Ukraine's government is really very investment friendly and really a great country to partner with. But when you come into any country, it's really understanding what is the, not just the geopolitical environment, but what is the culture? What are the local norms? What are the working systems? And sometimes it's difficult to come into a country with the headquarter mentality because the majority of FedEx's business is in the United States and not appreciate the local customs and the local work ethics around that. So I think part of the challenge has been really trying to understand what does Ukraine and the Ukrainian people prioritize versus what FedEx prioritizes in business and in service, the service that we provide. I think there have been many challenges along the way, and I think one of the ways that we could have maybe been more successful is better understanding the Ukrainian culture and employing Ukrainian people, that labor pool, to really pull in and become part of that country and how we were going to perform in that country. Having said that, I think it's been many decades now that FedEx has been in Ukraine, and I think we continue to improve and make that market even stronger. Clearly, FedEx has still maintained their services as we go through this war, but they certainly have tried to embrace what is a local culture in Ukraine, which I think is important for any international company that enters any country. And that's where I think the line of success and failure truly comes to bear.
Thank you. Thank you for your opinion. And Gregory, please tell us about your different story, let's say success story, because Samsung is a real leader in Ukraine.
Yes, Irina, I also want to address your question specifically because I think it's an important question. To produce in Ukraine and sell worldwide or develop Ukrainian brands and produce them to worldwide. I can tell you that although Samsung has generated $1 billion in revenue annually and profited heavily, the number of wars and the political turmoil that Ukraine has gone through, unfortunately, Ukraine hasn't been as successful as Samsung has been inside of Ukraine. And that is because that in order to, Ukraine has 40 million population, much larger than some of the smaller, countries that Ukraine is surrounded by. So in order for a country of that, population of 40 million to be successful, that you have to have a diversity of sectors that are growing and to employ people. And as such, when Samsung tries to build a manufacturing plant versus having a high-end R&D center, which would employ more people and bring more sort of GDP growth to Ukraine, it doesn't have the kind of ecosystem for supply chain and the variety of different kinds of skilled labor. I do want to tell a balanced story, which is the Ukrainian people have shown the employees, at least Samsung has employed, have been very, very productive. Their labor costs have been competitive with Poland and produced, R&D talent much better so, with less international competition and so on. So as you said, Irina, Samsung has been very successful, but it has gone through Crimean War and so on. So I think that there's much progress that can be made as you go forward in order for Ukraine to become a producer for the world, and that could be after the war to stabilize the country and to avoid wars going forward, build a safer and a more stable political system, more robust, and continue to invest in education, and to diversify the industries and to create higher value industries, even in the agricultural sector, even in the mineral culture sector, and even in the tech sector where Ukraine is outstanding, but the tech sector competition, it grows constantly. So there are many challenges ahead that Ukraine as a country and government and team has to continue to make progress.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, I will show you presentation because Gregory made a couple of nice slides. Okay. Є такий вислів.
There is an expression of wise men that the most correct decisions are made when we directly face grave danger. Ukrainians are optimists by nature. We're insanely optimistic. But a lot of foreigners always ask us, do we take into consideration the worst case scenarios? And they ask us because they want to know whether we will lose or use our chance right now, whether we will be able to develop a program of our future to restore Ukraine, to make Ukraine prosperous in the future. And so my next question is, what exactly does business have to do? And what does the state have to do in order for us to not lose this chance? I wanted to start with Ukrainian speakers, but I can see that the presentation is right here on the screen. So Gregory, let me give the floor back to you. So please tell us what you think about it.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that everybody in the panel feels the same way. as I started to study this deeper, and when I interviewed all the management team of Samsung and the employees of Samsung, I just come to realize that this is such an important moment for the country. And it's rare that such a crisis can be also an opportunity. Because when you look at this chart, that in 1990 and 1991, all these countries exited together out of the USSR Soviet bloc. Ukraine exited 1 year later, but for 30 years, Ukraine hasn't quite changed as much as these other countries. Ukraine joined WTO late. Ukraine just applied for the EU. And all of those registrations and applications mean that the government and the policies of Ukraine has to reform. Not in the Soviet way, but in a more contemporary, open economy with less corruption, and where all the dollars go to the oligarchs in the country. I feel that I have to speak honestly for the benefit of this economic forum, that you can see from this chart that 30 years later, Ukraine is at the bottom. And the people of Ukraine 30 years later are not as well off as Czechoslovakia, Poland, and even Russia or Bulgaria. I believe that this is the kind of crisis that will change the destiny of Ukraine going forward. So if you don't mind saying something about this chart, if you look at the ease of doing business or rank for corruption, which are all ranked by World Bank, you could see almost all the neighbors of Ukraine are higher, maybe with the exception of just one or two countries. I live in Singapore. I live in Singapore because it's such a safe place to do business. It's either number one or number two every year on ease of doing business. But despite that, you can see that in this chart, the ease of doing business ranking by World Bank, that even Russia is higher than Ukraine. And I think I just want to highlight that everybody knows that there's so much, it doesn't mean that Ukraine had the freedom to have the politics that are completely from Russia. But coming out of this war, Ukraine will have that opportunity to be a country where doing business is easier. Despite this, as I said, Samsung has been very successful. Yeah. So I just look for a quote that is a little bit different, but there are many quotes in this kind of crisis. This is coming out of the war. This will be an opportunity for all of us that support Ukraine to plant trees in Ukraine, because it'll benefit the future generations.
Yeah, thank you so much. Олександр, ви вже починали говорити, що
Alexander, you started saying what the state has to do in order to have the businesses not only based in KIEF, but also registered in KIEF, developing in KIEF in many aspects. Could you please build on what you had said? What does the state have to do, but also what does the business have to do in order to not lose this moment, this opportunity window? If we're talking about business, there are a couple of niches, like IT, that are quite successful. Like the Samsung Grandy Center, which is a great example of that. And they're very successful because the intervention of the state was a lot smaller. And so the businesses that are working in real economy, they're having a much harder time. We're lacking investments, we're lacking development, we're lacking growth. There's a lot of room for improvement. So looking at the situation from this point of view, one of the simple methods to improve business practices, to ease business conditions, is to decrease regulation, of course, to reinforce the taxation system, to make sure that business is not always on the losing side within the taxation principles, and also to make the economy more liberal. Those things are very simple, those solutions are very simple, but I think they will end up being critical for us to move on to restoration and rebuilding after the end of the war. Of course, success is not guaranteed, because beside that there will also be a lot of important elements such as human capital and returning human capital back to Ukraine. But those are the baseline requirements that we cannot build successful state without. Our Prime Minister promised liberalization of economy this morning, so this is something we'll hope for. And what does business have to do? I really hope that promises will finally be implemented, but it's much better to look at somebody's deeds than in somebody's words. We have a great example. There are many volunteer organizations who, since the beginning of the war, has done a tremendous amount to assist their victory. And when the state came in asking, how can I help? Those volunteer organizations explained the difficulties in terms of accounting, etc. And the state came in adding additional accounting requirements as a way to help, which didn't help at all. And this is a mentality that has to shift. The mentality of the governors, the mentality of the authorities, they should not create problems. Their intervention should be significantly less. Regarding business, what does business have to do? It's a very complicated question, because business adapts to conditions that it exists in. If the conditions are not favorable, business will find ways to evade those conditions, to find other jurisdictions, to work in other locations. That's a very simple formula. Money is flowing through the passage of less resistance. So the main question we have to address, not to the business, but to the state.
There is this national Ukrainian characteristic, resourcefulness, that you have already alluded to. But on the other hand, people sometimes help you for free, and then you go to them and you say, report in paper about this, please. And this goes already berserk. So provide your comments on that. Oh, well, on the one hand, I do agree fully with what has just been said. Concerning this forum, this is an economic forum. Is there anyone in this room, a representative of the government, maybe an MP? Oh, I can see your raised hand. What are you responsible for? We cannot hear the answer. The National Security and Defense Council. It's pretty weird, but anyway, thank you for being here. I think our country will begin to change when it's not us businessmen who listen to our governmental top officials at the beginning of such events, but when half of the audiences will be members of the committees, commissions, representatives of different economic line offices and ministries, and taking records of what we businesses have to say. Because the key driver of economy, added value, payroll, GDP, the development overall is business and entrepreneurs and the people who create this added value. And we Ukrainians are exceptionally lucky that we are so many. And more often than not, they work and develop not because the state helps them and because there is a certain program to support, but quite often against the odds. That's why I very much want, first and foremost, for our business people to believe in themselves and get rid of this mediocrity perception of themselves. They have to start believing in themselves that they're truly cool. That businessmen have to believe in themselves that we are cool, we're awesome, and we can compete at the world level and come up with state-of-the-art technology and products. That's the first point. And second thing, if in former times it was enough not to impede such people as us, now it requires coming to us and asking, what do we have to do in order to help you compete in the world in a better way? So what can be done in order for Kasavan's company to be more competitive in the world and for his company to be registered here in Ukraine, that Alexander Liskin comes to Ukraine and builds another production facility here in Ukraine, but not in Italy. What can be done so that Ajax grows? Alexander, come on, what do you need for you to become so cool in this world that you become brand #1 and can acquire companies globally? I wonder if anyone has ever approached you with that question. We couldn't hear it from the audience. The main idea is that I have my own business, and I'm happy about that. So we always develop not due to something, but against something. And this is how we are making our ends meet. So this short list, if I bring it to a close, the country knows that, the government knows that. So the government mustn't grow, but it must diminish. But we have the contrary processes. Everything is being nationalized. Everything ends up in the national banks. Private banks are decreasing in number. Everything is being nationalized, as I said. But we need a reverse process. The government has to be less. So non-effective state-owned assets have to be sold. That's the first thing. Secondly, we as a country have to think about how our producers will be competing worldwide. We are much dreaming about becoming a member of the EU, but unless now we start thinking about how our Ukrainian producers will be competing in the EU, what conditions have to be created for them, what mechanisms of lending have to be offered to them, what kind of interest rates have to be provided to them for them to compete once again, what credit lines and credit agencies have to be established in Europe to support Ukrainian businesses, let alone the taxation system in Ukraine, because quite often taxes are rebated, tax rebates are returned, not returned. Something ends beyond brackets. So it requires changing the mindset of our governmental officials that the people that create this land makes this land, and it all begins with manufacturers, those people who bear the brunt, those that assume responsibility for their people who become their labor force. So once we change this mindset, I'm sure that our entrepreneurs will not fail you. They will come up with some fantastic products. They will capture this world, just like they're captivated by the armed forces of Ukraine right now. I'm sure they will be just as captivated of our brands and companies.
For special agency, Sandra, I know you have a very similar idea about agency, how to promote Ukraine in worldwide. So please share with us.
Thank you. I'm probably going to repeat a lot of what has been said in some form or fashion. So the purpose of business is make a profit, get a return. At the end of the day, that's why businesses would invest. There's a market to invest in, and they know they can make money in that market. I think for foreign investors to actually invest in Ukraine, ease of business obviously is #1 from a perspective of what challenges am I going to face in order to get a return on that investment. But I think more importantly, what Ukraine can do, and from a government, from a state agency, from any type of agency, is what is the roadmap for success in Ukraine? If you give foreign investors a roadmap for success, and that means, okay, how do I recruit the right talent? And Ukraine is incredible in talent. They have so many IT specialists and engineers in the country. It really does support leveraging that type of talent in a foreign investment. So how do I recruit? What's the culture here that I need to adapt to? How do I become successful? Can I purchase land in the country? How do I get electricity? All of those basic ideas when investors come into a country, particularly if they're in there in a manufacturing environment or a services environment, how do I become successful in Ukraine? And that's something that can only be provided as a roadmap to an investor. So it's not just ease of business, it's about helping foreign investors understand what it means to be successful in Ukraine. So I think that's probably, in my mind, something that helps and something that agencies can do to support foreign investment and growth. Because if you have foreign investment, then you're going to have growth in your country, and you have to step away from a more nationalistic stance and welcome that foreign investment and that type of an environment. So, to me, from a foreign investment standpoint, those are really critical about guidance, tips, service, manufacturing, production. What do I have to do as a foreign investor, and who can I partner with to be successful in Ukraine? When you think about Ukraine business internationally, it's that balance, right? If you welcome foreign investment, then in some ways that's reciprocated, because if you can produce, and Ukraine can produce products and services and do different types of service offerings where they can export what they have to offer to other foreign countries. And again, that reciprocity exists because there is an ease of business between countries and between investors and between foreign agencies. So from my perspective, there's a lot that can happen, but the government, the states, the agencies have to be willing to welcome those individuals and those businesses and give them a roadmap for success, because that's how they're going to feel comfortable taking a risk to invest in Ukraine, particularly during this current geopolitical environment.
Thank you. So, насправді чудова ідея.
In fact, this is a brilliant idea to invite investors with an open heart and embrace, and say that for you to be successful and work with us, this is the way that we have to work. We are client-oriented, we are speedy, we are hardworking, and so on and so forth. And every industry, of course, has its own specificity. But this idea of creating a roadmap of success for foreign investors and partners is really a brilliant one, where we can demonstrate how and where they can draw and tap into the pool where Ukraine is very rich in. Let me continue our discussion concerning investments, because you are both investors and our foreign friends also have numerous ideas. So clearly we have to invest in the recovery and reconstruction of everything ruined. Along with that, which industries are truly appealing, attractive investment-wise? Where do you try to invest? I know that Alexander has his focus on IT startups. In addition to that, I know you have already invested, even during the war, into renovations of one of the manufacturing facilities in Ukraine, and have already created more than 3,000 jobs. So you invest in order to support Ukrainian nation. But if we carry on along these lines, concerning the areas and trends of investment, where else do we need to invest? Yes, thank you. Speaking about Prilad, that facility that we have invested, this is a heavy investment in human capital. It's not for making a revenue. It's a project that generates the necessary due conditions where people, without having to leave the country, can come up with the necessary partners and be in due conditions in order to cooperate. So this is what this project, Prilad, is all about. And I think that such projects are vitally important, both in the time of war and post-war. Because after the war is over, sooner or later, we will be confronted with the problems when many people will be reluctant to come back to Ukraine, because they will have settled, they will have found themselves good employment, and it'll be a huge problem to get them back to Ukraine. On the other hand, talking about investments now in Ukraine, as a really peculiar situation, because the market has changed very much from the standpoint of the employer. Previously, finding a talent was always expensive and competitive. Now the tables have turned. And now the situation for young startups and small companies is a very fine trend that can be utilized. So as for me, it is time to invest in such companies which even during the war keep thinking about the future and keep coming up with some cool and awesome products. So invest in them. Of course, investments themselves, unfortunately, in Ukraine is a huge problem because external investors are willing to come. However, they're still waiting and trying to see how it's going to end. There's a lot of uncertainty. However, they believe in Ukraine. Those investors that are still in Ukraine, they continue investing. We, as a foundation, have already made two huge investments during the time war, and we are already negotiating deals with some other companies. So we keep investing in Ukraine, and we see a very good potential in that. All right, let us take it on further on this line. IT, Gregory, the question goes to you. The look of the outsider on the IT sector. So could we have the last slide, please?
Yeah, Irina, thank you very much. I just want to share, I think this is information that many people do know. You can see from this chart that Ukraine has very good science university, and Ukraine is ranked #1 among emerging markets for software developers. And you can also see in the areas of different domains that say math, security, distributed system. We have even CEOs on this panel who are, running some of these companies. In security software, Ukraine's #1. And Irina, I sent you a few job descriptions to recruit Ukrainian engineers. But I also would like to highlight and agree with Alexander and Sandra that as Ukraine starts to make progress, it has to continue to steadily deliver on the promises, because foreign investments and foreign companies do not like disruptions, and money can always move somewhere else. I think that point has been made, and it's worth iterating that companies want to see progress and seek stable and capable environments. And I do believe that, because I'm in IT and I would love to build an R&D center for my company or the companies that I'm acquiring into Ukraine. But I also know that I can hire in Vietnam. I can still hire in India or even Sri Lanka and countries nearby, Romania, Poland, etc. So it's a very competitive place. But I do believe, and I'm confident, that Ukraine can compete and do very well as long as we work hard together to bring stability and recovery and build a political system that really works for the future.
Great. Я дуже хотіла, щоб Григорій показав саме цей слайд, тому що
I wanted Gregory to demonstrate this slide because there Ukraine ranks top, somewhere first, somewhere third. And this is incredibly pleasant, satisfying. We know that we are cool, but when foreigners say that we are cool, that's something that you do want to share. So Igor, could you pick up on that? And could you tell us about your medical products? Medical Star is doing a lot of volunteering work. You keep investing in industries. So where do you see it now in wartime and post-war time that investments will not be just needed, but also profitable? I'm also a I respect heavily our IT producers very much. However, I'm not very much optimistic. And I don't see a great breakthrough in post-war time in Ukraine in IT area. Why not? In the first place, Ukraine requires maximum added value. And unfortunately, in our IT area, we have very few product companies that can offer this added value, because the slide that Gregory has just demonstrated and where we really look cool, this is our huge IT Ukrainian potential. In many ways, 90% of the time works for international companies, and all added value is generated there. And it's there that potential and the center of profit-making remains. What I believe in is industrialization of Ukraine. I truly believe, I'm a great proponent of product-making companies. We have to realize where this added value is created. If it's IT, these are product-making companies that sell end-user products. If we talk about processing foodstuffs, everybody speaks about Ukraine as a breadbasket of Ukraine or the world leader in many different positions. However, this potential may be tapped into by anyone except Ukraine, because unfortunately in Ukraine is not processing anything. 70% of grain or corn is not processed in Ukraine, not as starch, not as any products or as pasta products. It just gets exported out of Ukraine. So I would really like for investment projects to be here, for us to create these end products. This may happen not within a year, but anyway, we have to move along these lines. Therefore, immediately after the victory is won, no, even better way, just now. I don't like it when people say, let's talk about it after victory is won. I do not allow such talks in my company. I want the development here and now. Someone who's not developing here and now, who's not growing, begins to die. So we cannot afford to wait for victory, because it's already part of victory when you keep developing and creating the future for your own companies. I do believe that our huge potential means becoming an industrial playground. When Ukrainian companies platform, when Ukrainian companies will become a tool for creating engineering products, but something that has to stay in Ukraine and produced here in Ukraine, and having this potential recognition worldwide and desire to help, so that the first place we have to think about not just the renovation of schools, hospitals, or administrative and public buildings, which is important, but first and foremost, our focus has to be
on employment opportunities, on innovation companies, on engaging investors. I want for us to become a platform like South Korea did or China did. I want for us to become an industrial platform for Europe. I want to have innovational companies move here. I want to have normal life here, and I want to make sure that we involve Ukrainians who left back, and that we find other sources for human capital, because even without this war, if we were solely relying on agriculture or IT, there would be only 3 to 5 million people left in Ukraine. 1 million people is enough for us to work our land, and IT potential can only employ 500,000 people. What jobs do other people find? What other 30 million do? So the only signal we're sending them is go work abroad, find employment in Germany, in Great Britain, in Israel. Economies are fighting for people who are willing to work, for people who are smart, for people who are ambitious. This is a critical point. We have to think about it right now. We have to create employment opportunities, projects right now to bring people back. I completely agree with you. We have to actually move on from the raw materials economy, and in IT sector as well.
Investments?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Sandra, do you have anything to add about investments?
In Ukraine?
No, I think the majority of it has been said. And my comments, actually, the last comments were very relevant, because when I think about where the opportunities lie, I think about the IT sector, and I think about things like the semiconductor sector, right? And how you can utilize that. And maybe that's not the best opportunity for Ukraine because it is services, and they are services that are provided offshore more than they're provided inside Ukraine, right? So I think IT was something like 4% of your GDP before the war, and that's a big sector, and it employs people. But you're right, there's no production of anything there that can continue to employ the population of Ukraine. So it's a great discussion, and I really feel like, to me, when I think about it, the natural resources are something that you really have a very good position on, and IT. But you're right, if you can't produce products from that, if you can't do something with building materials or with semiconductors where you can get that foreign investment to grow businesses onshore, it does create a little more difficulty to continue to see the economy flourish. So it's a really good discussion. I think that it's something that needs to be explored further for sure.
Great, thank you.
For myself, I would like to wish all of us for our Ukrainian anger, for Ukrainian anguish to be limitless, but to be turned into a positive direction, for all of us to develop Ukraine, to bring back people who left, to be a prosperous nation in the future, to not see ourselves on the 65th place in a world rating, for us to be happy, for us to be cool, for us to be proud. Thank you.
Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні... Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні є захисники, які закривають нас собою. Є працівники, що рухають країну під час бою. Є малюки, що під сирени тримають олівець. І є дорослі, що зберігають кожен гаманець. Є ангели, що повертають до життя. Безстрашність розміром з міста. Є фермер, він саджає помідори. А є бабуся, що помідорами збиває дрони. У нас є ті, хто зігріває тисячі людей, а хтось одну людину. У нас ще стільки сил, що неможливо подолати Україну. Просто бери і роби, що можеш. І ми обов'язково переможемо. Скільки в Україні...